Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture, and today we've got a great stream set up. It's kind of a heavy topic, so take care of yourself through the process. And just keep in mind, we'll be talking about Epstein and trafficking and men as a system. So it might get a little heavy, but I think it'll be worth it, and I hope you stick around. I also have a trifecta of Brit, and Brittany all being featured in today's stream, so I'm very excited about that. With that said, chat here says, hello, Britt. I won't be here long since I have to work, but I appreciate everything you do, coming from a fellow LGBTQIA, autistic, and ADHDer. Love that. Appreciate that so much. Honestly, so many interesting things this week in terms of self-discovery, neurodivergency, what is the self, which is perfectly timed for what I have planned for today, at least for our first topic about who can do philosophy, what is philosophy, because this is a philosophy channel. And I think so many of us, especially who are, there's just like an overlap between neurodivergency, otherness, and seeking answers from the universe. That's why I think you guys probably find yourself here, honestly. And, it's such an important part of being a person is knowing why you believe what you believe and why you're here, because the world is certainly waking up every day and telling you you don't deserve to be here. I mean, the world really does wake up every day and tries to find 1,000 reasons why you don't, why you shouldn't get to exist. And so I think it's just so important that we, I appreciate that comment. And then I think it's important that we reinforce that we are supposed to be here. I just saw this first episode of Queer Eye, which Queer Eye is a really watered down, fun, modern spin. I loved the original. I watched it in high school. I love the new one. Again, it is very Hallmarky, but I think the cool thing about that show is that it does highlight people's stories. And the very first episode is about this this Black lesbian and her straight sister and getting along with family. And they featured this woman as, as sort of like an icon in the community for her longevity and relationship with her partner of 40 years. And also just like as a person who lived through the before times and exists now in the now times. And it's just so important that we recognize that, our elders in the queer community, our elder autistics, like even autistic people have a higher probability of unaliving than the regular population. And so it is so important for us to see our elders, to see people get old, for us to know that you deserve to grow old. I know as somebody who suffered from unaliving thoughts and tendencies, yeah, that is a big part of it, is the world consistently told me, you don't have a place here. And I kept thinking, okay, well, I guess I'll leave. And then I decided to make a place here instead. And that's kind of, my hope for today's topic as we start off with the first topic. Chess says, dude, the Queer Eye drama has been so interesting. Karamo not showing up to the interview with the cast because he didn't feel safe was wild. Well, you shouldn't be talking shit about people you work with, Listen, Karamo's not even my favorite. But if he heard people on a hot mic talking shit, you know what I mean? What else is the man supposed to do? And it's the last season, and it's like, whatever the fuck ever. Whatever the fuck ever. At the end of the day. But I cannot believe those chatty queens were talking mad shit on a hot mic. I can't believe it. How unprofessional. How literally unprofessional. Honestly, I always supported Bobby leaving, though. When Bobby left Queer Eye, I was like, go queen. I do enjoy Bobby's TikToks, and I don't blame him for leaving. There was some fuckery happening in that show. Producers wanting Bobby with his religious trauma to do church episodes where they humanized religious people, even though those religious people were reinforcing patriarchal religions that were homophobic. And Bobby was just supposed to sit there and put up with it, even though he had suffered from homophobia and all these problems throughout his life. And then people being like, oh, you're not playing ball with us. You're not playing games. Bro, Bobby said, I'm going to play this game called I'm Leaving, and he left, and I don't blame him, honestly. Jess says, it's nice to see you being proud of being the female breadwinner in modern day culture. It's seen as a failure and unnatural. Well, it probably helps that we're going to talk about this today. I don't believe in gender like that. I don't believe any of those things matter. I think that's all propaganda and misinformation spread by patriarchy that are the bodies we were born into or the genders we identify with have anything to do with making money, when throughout history we know that's not true. Every woman who's in a traditional relationship works. She just doesn't count her labor. And a lot of the women in my family made money. helped with the vineyards, helped with the gardens. Like at the end of the day, I think we are just playing mind games with ourselves, consistently lying to ourselves about what is labor, what is contribution, what is money. You know, all of this is such a silly conversation at the end of the day that's holding us back. Talk about self-sabotage. Human beings are so good at self-sabotaging that we can't even play to people's strings. You know, and that's why I say the world doesn't want to get better. The world just wants to complain about it. And I don't blame the world for wanting to complain about it. There's lots to complain about. But eventually, you're going to have to do something about it. And you're going to have to be the example. And so you're going to have to do the thing that makes sense to you, even if nobody gets it. Even if nobody gets it, you know? I got a comment the other day saying, oh, I'm surprised, like, people want to be, let me actually, hold on, let me pull it up. What video did I put this in? Just says your family had vineyards. Yeah, in Iraq, they had vineyards on my mom's side. And then on my dad's side, my grandpa had a little vineyard, like a little 2-acre, one-man vineyard. I mean, these people did it all on their own, like with their family members. It's not like they were rich and had like a vineyard full of people. It was the family. You know, my grandpa did it by himself, sold to a local grocery store a little bit in retirement. My grandpa in Iraq, they had a little vineyard. But like, you know, I mean, people grow their own vegetables. My mom grew up in a house with no electricity and no running water. You know what I mean? How is she going to eat? Okay, let me see. Where's this comment? Where did I put it? But yeah, we had grapes growing up too in our backyard. My parents just planted a grapevine. And that was a lot of fun because we make dolma too out of the grapevines, or the grape leaves. Sorry, the grape leaves. So that's pretty exciting stuff. Okay, where did I see this comment? Hold on. Do 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 do. Here it is. So this comment showed up on my page right here. I definitely want someone who works. Don't want an unemployed person, LOL. I want someone with work ethic and ambition. I'm surprised there's people okay with supporting their spouses, but to each their own. So what is work ethic? What do you guys think that means? If you Google it, the Google response is so funny to me. Work ethic is a belief that work and diligence have moral benefit and an inherent ability, virtue, or value to strengthen character or individual abilities. The desire or determination to work serves as a foundation for values centered on the importance of work and industrious work. Okay. I value work ethic in myself. I do not value it in others. I value work ethic in this really as it relates to work industries, because if you research what is work ethic under capitalism, it's always related to like the office, making money, capitalism. So I assume this commenter is a capitalist, right? And so they're sitting here saying like, oh, I value work ethic in my partner. I don't want an unemployed person. I don't really believe in the word unemployed. Unemployed is for people who want a job and can't get it. My partner is not unemployed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think of my partner as unemployed. That's not even the category of person I process them in. My mother wasn't unemployed when she was a stay-at-home mom. She just didn't work outside the house. Do you know what I'm saying? So when people say like, I mean, I wouldn't want to support my unemployed spouse either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you unemployed? Get a job. You know what I mean? But like, that's the thing. My partner isn't unemployed. They just don't work outside the home. And they don't work for a paycheck in that traditional sense, like I do. So I don't like because unemployed to me is a state of like struggle. Like you're struggling. Like somebody's struggling either to find a job, which sucks. Like being unemployed is really hard. When people are like, oh my God, I'm unemployed. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like that's a struggle. So when people like use this word unemployed, it's kind of funny to me. Now I can understand if you want to be a power couple, if you want to have two incomes, sure, you have to have someone that also values that. But I've never valued that my whole life. The only time I wanted my partner to work was because I believe I was never going to find a person who wouldn't take advantage of me. And so it was more of a cope. But once I got healthy and I realized like, no, good people do exist and I'm going to get to be with one of them, that I don't care if my partner works, you know? And that's the point. So, you know, I don't even consider myself like a female, because I don't use that word like that, who's like working. I just consider it as somebody who's always had a passion for working, has always wanted to do her own business and her own job. I just am glad that I have people that support me. But you're right that living in this world, right? Like living under capitalism means that some of the flack we've gotten in this relationship is based off of this perception of our gender and this idea that like, oh, your male partner doesn't work. And I'm like, okay. Now I get it, because when I met my partner, they had a job in their own apartment, and had they not had those things, I probably wouldn't have been attracted to them. Because what I do need in a partner is reliability. And though I believe I could find a reliable person who didn't have those things, it would be very hard for me to find the person who would be with me, who would also be living with their parents, as an example. Because I'm not the live with my parents kind of girly unless it's an emergency, and neither is my partner. My partner and I are both very rebellious. We're very independent. We're very on our own. We like our parents well enough, but like we don't want to ever live with them. You know what I mean? Like that. And so I need somebody who's like that, because I would struggle if I lived with a person who was like, I met a lot of people growing up who are like, oh, would you be willing to live with my grandparents? And I'm like, no. They're like, would you be willing to live with my parents? No. Absolutely not. And so like, I think that's a big play in, or a big part of it as well, is I don't want to like intergenerational living. Love that for you. No, thank you. Love that for you. But no, thank you. Commune living, love that for you. No, thank you. Living, you know, with 6 of your gal pals, love that for you. So cool. No, thank you. You know what I mean? Like the only people that I would ever think about being roommates again with is maybe one of my brothers and my sister. In an emergency sort of like, maybe like two of my besties, if like it really made sense, you know, but like they're very reliable, trusted people. So just like, you know, so again, it's like, am I a girl who has a job and I'm the breadwinner and I'm defying, or am I just a girlie who's out here living her best life and that looks like having a job and being able to pay our bills? Also, just reminder that ever since I've been engaged, I have not done a load of laundry. So just remember, okay, my partner also has a job and is doing the chore that I hate the most. You know, like it's been like 3 years and this girl has not done a load of laundry. So like, I don't know. I got clean underwear every time I need it. And I can't ask for much more than that, you know? At least I'm married to somebody who doesn't work, but they work. You know what I mean? Like that's all I wanted. I just wanted a partner who could fucking help and do the grocery shopping and do the stuff that I would have to do if I was single. Yes, but I'm not single, so could you do it? Thank you. You know? Okay. That's it, girl. How are you always so aligned with my brain? I cried a little this morning. Hormones, remembering how much my worth felt tied to how much I do for so long. Still trying to tackle it. Hey, you know, that is such a part of it. Let me tell you. Well, and you know, I've been really thinking about so much this week. My chronic health has just been, you know, and again, that irony of being like, I'm chronically ill and I don't even know what my life would look like if I was trying to work a different job. But I also did all of this work. Like, guys, if we get to 100,000 subscribers this year, which would be nice, just know that took me not only like 20 years, but it took me, you know, almost all of those years to even make this full time. And the whole time I was trying to make this full time, I was also working like another job. So all of my life I was working jobs and I was working this job. And now I just have to do this job, but it's like 6 days a week, you know, 12-hour days, but it's like a dream job. And so everything is so ironic. Like you just never know where your life is going to go. But so much of my job, especially because I love philosophy, is to deconstruct my sense of self-worth as I show up to work, make a paycheck, and in terms of subscriber count or commenter count or stream count. Like my self-worth, the quality of my work is not reflected in the size of the audience, I think it's reflected in the quality of the audience or the quality of the questions. And I think my work speaks for itself because of the quality of my audience, or the quality of the content, or the quality of the other content creators who watch me as well. You know, there's like a quality there. But man, if I didn't, you know, have to, not only are you facing the consequences of being like a woman in this space and doing philosophy and having a husband that stays home, but you're facing like all of the questions I get about my relationship are exactly the parts of society that have to change. We cannot sit here and question my integrity or my contribution because I'm a woman. Like, what are we doing? We cannot sit here and say, oh, as a man, you ought to. Like, what are we doing here? And so, you know, as we go back to the basics, this 2026, and have these conversations about like, what is the point of all of this? The point of all of this is for us to have a better quality of life that hopefully moves away from this reductive thinking that made this situation as bad as it is right now. You know, it's just crazy, you know? Because that I would have had trouble not getting frustrated if I was you. I've watched you for years and it seems like you always yo-yo between 90 and 100K. Honestly, I remember one of my friends was talking to me and they were like, well, you're so good. Like, you're so successful. You have like 1 million subscribers. And I was like, I do not have 1 million subscribers. And they were like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah, I'm sure. And they were like, no, I'm pretty sure. Are you sure? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, well, whatever you have. And I was like laughing at the idea that for them, you know, it was such a nice compliment. Like, you know, don't you have 1 million subscribers? And I was like, no. But I love that idea that it feels like I should. I kind of feel like I should, to be honest. I feel like the quality of work that I put out and everything is on par with a lot of those people who have 1 million subscribers. I just think, like, again, the radical acceptance I have about the work that I do and the way that I present, I know that's playing a role so much. I just know it does. I just know, right? Chad says, curious if it takes longer to get to 100K subs based off content than others. It's based off of a lot of things. Like, at the end of the day, the best thing for the algorithm is that you make the same content every day consistently, and people know what they can get every video. Because people never know what to get when they get to my content, they don't know what to do with it. Every time I have a big collab with a big content creator, people would subscribe to my channel, but then not get it. Every time I covered Epstein the other day and went up a bunch of subscribers, and then a bunch of people left because they're like, wait, is she not a news channel? They don't understand what I'm doing here. And so there's a big struggle between, it's like any marketer's issue. I have to get the audience to understand the product. Otherwise, they're going to think it's confusing and they're not going to want it. Even though I think the product is so good and I think it is just like it's just so great, they are not going to see how great it is unless I package it in a way they can, which, by the way, plays into my love of philosophy, because only philosophically could I make sense of the world being so inept that it can't understand the product it's being given unless it's in a perfect package. If that is not all of human beings and our biggest problem, I don't even know what is. The biggest problem with our brains is that we actually struggle to like truly understand what is in front of us. A boy, a girl, a man, a child, apparently, you know, like good, bad, good video, bad video. Like, we don't know what's in front of us. A toxic relationship, a healthy relationship. It's like, okay, and this is why I love philosophy. So, okay, I'm going to reference Tao Te Ching, Chinese philosophy, Taoism. Stillness and silence, number 43. The soft overcomes the hard, and the flexible conquers the stiff. The ethereal penetrates the solid. This is why there's great advantage in stillness and silence, our movement over movement and speaking. But few ever obtain this advantage, for few practice stillness and silence. Okay, so I read this morning as I was like meditating on my own life, and I was thinking about all the people who find Tao Te Ching but end up in like the woo-woo spiritual bubble, and they become like kind of woo-woo. And I think about this again, this inability to see this book as anything more than just like words in a book that help you understand your own brain. I think about this with the Body Keeps the Score. How I remember one time I was listening to a live show. It was like a debate bubble live show, and this person goes, "I bet Brittany Simon loves The Body Keeps the Score." And I was like, what the fuck? And then I realized it's because there is a bubble that reads that book and becomes like a cult. They become like obsessed, right? They just become absolutely insane. Now, I did read that book. I thought it was okay. I know a lot of people either hate it or love it. I don't know. I read it. It was fine. I moved on with my life. Now, I've read thousands of books, so it's a little different when somebody like me reads a book because it's just another piece of information. It's the fact, though, that you're so eager to make a book your next place of worship that is the problem with human beings, which is why religious people think we are inherently religious because we keep going back to it. Somehow we find ourselves being religious. But I would say what we are is desperate. We're desperate for answers, and so we become religious, right? That's why I say never do anything because you're desperate. Now, I got this comment from a member. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Says, not the exact timestamp. I don't know why. I didn't know you don't have a bachelor's. Did you study philosophy in college but not finish a degree? If not, how did you do or approach your philosophical study? So I don't have a bachelor's degree. Okay, I graduated high school, did a little community college and bailed on that and went straight into work. I was in politics initially. I had desire to go into politics. I had desire to be on talk radio. I was getting my networking established in that bubble. Then over the course of many years realized like, okay, I feel like truth isn't found in politics and I don't want to win that badly because it seems like we're willing to win at the cost of our values and I'm not willing to do that. So I left political stuff and I moved into like niche education bubbles and that was fun. But then I had like a true life or death midlife crisis. Either I was going to figure out my place in the universe or I was going to end my place in the universe. And I went through a great meditative journey that led to my own creation of a framework of a philosophical framework called The Levels. It's a work in progress. It came it brought me a lot of what I thought was like deep understanding of my place in the universe. I found myself. I stopped being suicidal. I established myself. I finally made this a full-time job. Like everything followed. So, you know, my life is a testament to philosophy in my mind because it was philosophy, the love of wisdom, that encouraged me and allowed me to accept that we are alive and that we are experiencing life and that we are here. And this is it. This is it. You keep waiting for something else or something greater or something worse or something better. Like some of you are waiting for the apocalypse and some of you are waiting for Jesus Christ to come save you. I'm waiting for nothing. I'm living the most present. This is it. This whole thing of what do you think is next? You're not living in the present. This is now. Now is happening. You know, like someone said the other day, like, you know, your work has been like really impactful. And they quoted one of the things I said the other day, which was like, you're perfect the way you are. Now change. That is philosophy to me. Philosophy is saying everyone is valuable. Everyone is perfect. Now change. Now be better. Now do something different. It's this idea that like the most present you is the only real you and everything else is just observation. So when I think about philosophy and my journey into philosophy, it was, well, I'm well read. Okay. Like I said, I've read thousands of books. I just love philosophy books, right? 2, I have a lived experience. And 3, philosophy is for all. Okay. Philosophy is for everyone. And that's what's kind of beautiful. Tao Te Ching number 65, profound simplicity. In ancient times, rulers who follow the Tao did not puff up the people, but kept them simple-hearted. Clever people are difficult to govern. And so governing people with cleverness is a mistake, while governing with simplicity is a blessing to all. Rulers who follow this become good models. This is governing in the spirit of the Tao. The effects of simplicity are profound indeed, deep and far-reaching. It is the very opposite of common governing, but is the most effective way to rule. This idea that we live in this world where we want community, the village, intergenerational living, independence, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, do it on your own, you need nobody. Also, we live in a society and I need you to stop at a red light. And also we live in a society, I need you to follow the rules. And also, we are these ever contradicting living things. This idea that humans are the center of the universe. Have you guys been seeing they're making iguana tacos in Florida and it's absolutely pissing people off? Iguana tacos, because apparently they're an invasive species and people are eating them. And apparently that's normal, and people are making pizza out of it. And people are panicking. They're freaking out. And of course, the vegans are saying, well, you better be vegan if you're mad. Oh, you better be this. You should ask yourself, why does this upset me? No matter what it is, when you're reading the Epstein files, do not take it for granted that you're upset. Why are you upset? And do not take it for granted that you're not upset. Hey, why aren't you upset? You know, you'll get the logic bros who are like, I'm not upset, so I must be correct. You should ask yourself why you're not upset right now. Because some of you are not mad enough. And then if you're very much mad enough, you should ask yourself, why are you so mad? No matter where you are, you should ask yourself why. And to me, that's philosophy, and philosophy is for everyone. Everyone deserves to know why they do what they do. From a philosophical perspective, not just a psychological one. I was talking to a friend the other day, and they were talking about therapy and talking to their therapist. And I was like, look, your therapist is going to help you with your mental health, but you have to do the philosophical work. And so they're like, well, I identify with this philosophy. I said, pause. No philosophy label will ever encompass the very complicated part about being a person. No philosophical construct created by a human mind, a singular human mind especially, will be enough to explain your relationship to the universe. You must expand with knowledge and with language the different ways to view your relationship with reality. So, you know, pick up Tao Te Ching, pick up the Bible, pick up X philosopher, pick up, you know, whatever book. All of them had something to share, and all of them had something right, but none of them had everything right. You can refer to my levels, links in the description, and maybe that appeals to you, but it's just one variation of knowing. It's just the beginning. My levels are just the beginning. So it's like, you know, it's a never ending journey of knowing, but I don't think, when people think about philosophy on YouTube, they're thinking of a very like academic, structured regurgitation of what other people have said before them. And I'm saying, forgive me for being, call it arrogant, or maybe just call it my calling, but I am actually here to contribute something that isn't original, but it isn't just a regurgitation of other people. I don't want to teach you about Kant. I want to teach you to be cunt. You know what I mean? Okay? I want to teach you, if possible, if I can, to actually enjoy your life, even as the world melts around you. Okay? And that is what nobody is doing. You guys got that? A little cheeky joke right there. Everybody is so busy teaching you like what the greats said, they forgot that you can be great right now. And those great men weren't even that great. That's the irony. These men aren't even great. So instead of being, you know, so busy eating up Socrates, which we all love to do, maybe spit him out and try a different dish for once. Because the man was flawed, okay? The man is flawed. Everybody is, though, myself included, and that's also the point, too. Okay, let me see if I miss any comments really fast. Let me scroll up. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Oh, yes. Chet says, dolma, my grandma is Lebanese and taught me how to make them when I was a kid. So delicious, the best. And I make vegan dolma now because I'm plant-based now, and it's delicious. So good. Chet says, I don't think constant productivity is inherently good, is an inherent good. So I would say work ethic is the ability to make and obtain goals. Maybe also being a productive member of society, whatever that means. Yeah, it's interesting. This word work ethic is like so capitalistic to my brain because that's the only way I know it. And it's the way I think the commenter had meant it. But obviously in a deconstructed, away from capitalism bubble, work ethic could just relate to anything we're doing in life, right? It doesn't have to be specifically making money, you know? Yeah, Chet says, I just hope in the future children view gender roles as archaic as the flat earth. Hey, fingers crossed. But you know, flat earth is always getting a reboot, I guess. Like, that's what's so frustrating about human beings. Is like, man, we really got to remind ourselves of how we got here because we really go back. Same with vaccines. It's like we have to take away vaccines for people to remember why we like vaccines. It's like, why do we have to do that? Why do humans have to do that? Why does it seem like they have to do that? You know, it's kind of crazy. Chad says we're going to face a real existential crisis as a country because we identify so much with work and work is disappearing. Oh, You're so right on this. You are so right on this. This is actually okay, listen. I'm going to talk about this tomorrow. I'm going to talk about this tomorrow, but I don't know how to say it without sounding like, but it is so unserious not to be concerned with the loneliness epidemic, because it is like so unserious not to care about men's unemployment, but not because they're men, right? But because it's a sign that something went terribly wrong, i.e. patriarchy. Capitalism is going terribly wrong by working exactly the way it was intended, and it will come at the consequence of all of us. This is why we say, this is why I say it's so interesting to me. Like, people are still in the stage of just hating men, which I love to do as well, just spiritually, of course, not literally. But the systems, this is the consequence of a bad system. And those same men who won't advocate for like universal housing or something like that are instead blaming women for getting up and working. But they also won't be stay-at-home dads or partners. That's patriarchy. And you should be deeply concerned that people are raising their kids to buy into these systems. Because again, like, we can blame the system, but people keep buying into it. So it's both. It's everyone's responsibility to raise better children. And God knows I've seen the videos on TikTok. Y'all are not doing it, okay? And then on top of that, realizing it's very hard, you know? Just deconstructing from the idea that you should have a child is so difficult. And I mean, in this economy, because remember that even though I personally went through a biological change in which the desire to have a baby went away, I still wouldn't have had a child given our financial situation, given our health situation, given our village situation. You know, we didn't not have kids because I got sick. There were other compounding factors. Sick people have kids all the time. Disabled people have kids all the time. But it wasn't just that. And I think some people really believe like, oh, well, you know, I want a baby, I should have one. You know, but then I've been hearing from leftist bubbles that are saying it's a part of an anti-woman perspective to think having a baby is the worst thing you can do. It's anti-mothering. But then that is so gender specific that feels like bioessentialism to me. So like there's so many things, like, I don't know, there's like so many things that come into play here. But that's why I say like no one is serious and they've never been serious. And it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. And when we, as a species, decide to be a little bit more serious and focused on actually healing, we will start with ourselves before we ever point the finger at anybody else. And that's just like, we're not ready to do that, right? It's too much. Chet says, are you familiar with the concept of overshoot? I don't think so. I don't think I've heard that. Let's see. Overshoot concept? What is it? Overshoot occurs when human demand for natural resources exceeds the Earth's regenerative capacity, biocapacity, or when a population surpasses its environment's long-term carrying capacity. Okay. So you're just talking about like taking like planet resources and how there won't be enough or something? The term overshoot encapsulates, let's see. Okay. Yeah, so you're just talking about like killing the planet? Is that what that is? Am I misunderstanding something? Chet says Israel, especially Zionism, is what poisons our planet. Well, okay, Israel it's not just Israel. It's men as a system, because that's what Israel is. Israel is just another men as a system using and utilizing violence as a means of subjugation. Like, they're not unique or special. And it's happening globally everywhere. So you can't just blame Zionism, right? Or at least whatever the modern version of Zionism is now. But like, Israel isn't unique. You know what I mean? So, you know, because as you are right, I think overshoot seems to be what humanity should be the most concerned about. Well, you would think. But the problem is human beings are, weirdly, we're the most selfish and self-focused, and yet we can't long-term think. So I think that's the struggle. Like, I think we deeply struggle thinking like I'm trying to think long term, 1,000 years from now. But I think people think like, why should I care about people in 1,000 years from now? Well, it's not. You're not thinking about people. Again, this isn't about humans. You're thinking about the quality of life generally. Okay, I think that's the problem. Is like, I don't care. I'm not thinking only about humans. I'm thinking about the overall picture. Planet health, human health, non-human animal health. Like, you know what I mean? People are just so like, and I want to, but which is also why, you do your best and then you accept it will be what it is. Because human beings are animals on a planet. Like, it's kind of like the domestication of a certain animal species. Like, we're trying to domesticate ourselves still. Non-derogatory, And so that's a part of the problem is like, we are already these like little creatures and we're just trying to figure it out, but you still have to invest. So here's the problem. You have to understand it will always be the way it is. And you still have to make an effort to make your life good. You still have to save for retirement. If you ever retire, you still have to save for medical bills. You still have to maybe immigrate. Like, guys, with peace and love, I know Americans find it really hard to believe this because you hold two truths at once, and I understand it and I get it as somebody who like always thinks about like when might I go back to America. But immigration is a part of our evolutionary process. You're not a bad person for immigrating. You're not a bad person for leaving. You're not a bad person for seeking a better life for your family. That's normal. That happens. And so if that's the call, that's the call. But also there's nothing wrong with also going down with a country. Ending your family line with a country. Like, that's also a part of history. Someone along the line, again, who are you in the story, will die in their country or will leave their country for a better life and die in that country. Or like, you will die. The question is where and when. And at what quality of life will you die? I would just wish for the world a quality of death. I wish we would die with dignity. And we're not even afforded that because the world is the place that it is. But the world is the place that it is because of us. You cannot take the responsibility away from yourself. Because if that's the problem with everybody else, that's the problem with these people who want to be the villains in the story. They're saying, oh, nothing matters. I might as well fuck shit up. So I'm saying make sure you know that nothing matters and that in of itself matters. Oh, isn't that interesting that there is no God and nothing is like matters in that way? Wait, what does that mean though? If God isn't real, then what does that mean for everything I believe about life? And then move on from that. But remember, we're still fighting billions, okay, of people are still fighting within themselves. Billions of people are fighting within themselves this relationship with a God and the supernatural and all these other things, And so again, like, I don't blame the bad person for being a bad person. I don't blame an evil person for being evil. I acknowledge it and I decide what to do about it. But I don't need to blame anybody because, again, it'd be like blaming a dog for biting a hand. Dogs bite hands sometimes. It happens. You know what I mean? But we're living in a world where, like, there really is a discrepancy between, like, and we'll talk about it today, are all men like Epstein? Obviously, it's a reductive question, but it's supposed to be, hyperbolic in a sense. Like, it's supposed to be annoying to ask, And by the way, all of these political bubbles, don't make sure you exist outside of politics. This is so important. If you only view yourself within the lens of politics, you will never liberate yourself. Politics is not about liberation. It's never been about liberation. I've been showing you political conversations from the 1970s that are verbatim exactly the conversations we're having today. All of those years gone by and almost no liberation has occurred because politics has never been the liberator of the people. It has only been the tool in which you feel, hey, at least I won a little bit. And I'm not saying it's not important. I'm saying this as a person who votes, as a person who protests, as a person who does all these things. It's not where it is. I'm going to try everything just to say I did it. But just so you know, I don't see it as the way to liberate. And that is my contribution to the universe. Politics was never going to be your liberator. But the thing that will liberate you is much harder than politics. It requires much more of your focus and much more of your ability to face yourself. And when you do those things, your politics will get better. And that's philosophy. But philosophy is hard. It's really, really hard, Because there's huge lack of personal accountability too. Just because the systems are broken, the world sucks doesn't mean rack up credit card debt and not take care of your body. Yeah, I think, and I don't blame people for self-harming, because I do think that's what that is. I think excessive debt is self-harm. I think people get into a cycle of self-harm because it feels impossible to get ahead of things. And also they're fighting all of these systems that have told them, hey, you're worthless unless you have a baby. Hey, you're worthless unless you have a house. Hey, you're worthless unless you have this car. And then they go into debt trying to be worth something. And now they're worthless because they're in debt. You can't win. So I don't blame people for getting into situations in which they felt like they were doing what they were told to do, and then they're confused why they didn't get the social credit. I had this happen in my own family. You know, you grow up with immigrant parents. They tell you to get a job, be successful, have a savings, You do it, and they're still not happy with you. That's the world. The world, that's why I say, who are you in relation to yourself? Who are you in relation to the world? First, you build this is my levels. First, you build the foundation in relationship to the self. Then you say, okay, Brittany, or insert name here. What is this body? What is this consciousness? What is this thing doing here on the planet? And like, what are you going to do? Who are you going to be in the story? And then how are you going to get there? And as you go on this journey, how are you going to accept that it might not be for anything? And the world might be the same. Britt Hartley talks about this in her work. Okay, we did a collaboration on this, Britt Hartley and I. Britt Hartley says, or she tells her clients who are mostly suffering from nihilism, so what if the world's the same? After all of this work, so what if the world's the same? Exactly. I'm not doing this to change the world. I'm doing it because I think if people did it, it would change the world. But I'm not the world. So me figuring out my finances or me figuring out my, whatever, me figuring out is only going to help me and maybe some of the people around me. But ultimately, it's not going to help anybody unless we all do it. And until then, the world will always be the way it is. It will always be unwise suffering, And that's the problem. But that also is the nature of man. So you also have to accept that the problem is the solution is within the problem. We are the problem and the solution. And we keep looking outside of ourselves for the solution, God, nature, something else. We are the answer. We just don't like that answer. The same way when I tell you it is you are the answer to your liberation. That answer doesn't sound right because it feels like, well, I'm not the world is, and look at these pedophile rings, and look at this genocide that's happening. That wasn't me. Yeah, for sure. But that genocide didn't happen out of yesterday's creation. It happened out of 1,000 years ago creation. That genocide was always going to happen, and it started hundreds of years ago. The reality of that thing coming into fruition started before you were even a concept. And so that's why I say don't blame people, do preventative care. It's really hard, but it's possible. And it is hard, so I'm not going to blame you if it doesn't happen, because what are you going to do, right? Let's see. Is this Iman with the super chat? Thank you so much. Says, Batsy, want you to review the show Pluribus with us? Pluribus. I feel like I know that name. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll see what it is. I'll see if I'm interested. I'll put it to the side here. I'll try to remember it. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so okay. All of that to say, Dad says, sometimes I meet religious people and it's a small bubble pop that people still genuinely believe in a religion. LOL. I get too used to this small bubble on the internet. I know. And that's what the thing is, right? The thing is I don't blame. Oh, the Discord did talk about it. Oh, okay, Discord. I was like, I feel like I know this name. I don't blame the world for being what it is. And I don't even blame people for being religious. I am disappointed though. And I think that disappointment is important to show because I do think it's a part of knowing what direction to head in. When you're disappointed with yourself, you have to deconstruct. Am I disappointed with myself because I'm not living up to a standard that's unhealthy already for me, created by somebody else? Or am I not living up to the standard that I should have been creating within myself? You know, am I feeling guilty because I betrayed my own values? Or am I feeling like the shame bubble is trying to like come at me right now from the outside world? And I'm like, no, because, you know, it's weird. It's a weird thing. We live in a world that tells us you might be the only one standing up for truth. And then you live in a world where you're like, if you have no enemies, are you even speaking truth? We live in a world and we are here to experience it. And then we die. And, you know, whether or not that data allows you to really know what's happening or you need more data to really come to the conclusion, the truth is like bad people also have enemies and they're still wrong. Okay? You might be the only one standing up for the truth and you might be the only one because you're wrong and it's actually not true, or you actually are telling the truth and no one's hearing it and that's what it is. But you won't know until you're honest with yourself as well. And this goes back to, you know, this whole conversation we're about to have today about being a predator. You know, this idea of being a predator, what does it mean to be a predator? Only you really know what's happening in your own mind, and only you truly know the things you have thought and engaged with. And you really know what's going on. In the same way that if you really face yourself, you know when it's been you. Okay? Because when you say men aren't angry enough, it reminds me of when Gojo apologizes for not being angry about Riku's death after his awakening. I just thought it was interesting. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? And that reminds me so much of like, okay, that scene, that's JJK season 2 in the beginning. That scene and that setup for Geto and Gojo being what they were together in relationship 2, that is the discrepancy in right and wrong. Are you the Geto or are you the Gojo? And then newsflash, you're neither, you fucking egotistical person. Listen to people thinking I'm Gojo in the story. You're not Gojo. Sit down. Nobody's Gojo. Nobody's Goku. Nobody's Naruto. Nobody's Luffy. Nobody's none of these people. All these people like Luffy would have shot the CEO. Girl, Luffy doesn't, first of all, shoot anybody in the back. And second of all, nobody's Luffy. That's the point of Luffy. That's the point of Goku. They are mythical characters to explain an ideal human who does not exist. And even if you think you're close to existing as that person, you still wouldn't be that person. Because nobody has special Saiyan powers or fruits or, you know what I mean? We're still just people at the end of the day. And the most we can do is speak. You know? So it's like this whole conversation about like, I want to be the hero in the story. Their motivations aren't even that. You know, everyone told me, oh, Brittany, wait till you get to Wano. Wait till you get to Wano. You'll see Luffy's a freedom fighter. I'm at Wano, girl. I'm almost done with Wano, girl. That is not a freedom fighter. He even says it himself. Luffy even states himself, he's not really here to liberate Wano. He's here to fight for his friends and kick all the bad guys' butts. That's very different from what I think about when I think about freedom fighters. Because freedom fighters work within systems. Luffy doesn't even understand the system exists. Luffy's like, system what? System who? System where? Luffy's like, does the system have meat? What is this system? Luffy does not care. And that's the point. What do you care about? And that will tell you everything you need to know about yourself. Everything you need to know about yourself is in what you care about for real, for real. Not what you think you care about. What you actually care about. And then be honest with yourself. And say, honestly, I don't really care about having a job. Honestly, I don't think I care about having kids. Honestly, I don't think I really care about even taking a shower. Honestly, I don't think I care. Or in the reverse, hey, I think I actually really care about having a nice house. Fuck, I think I actually do care about what you look like. Damn, I think I actually do really care about whatever. Be honest with yourself and then ask yourself, because this is the first stage. The second stage is, okay, why and should you continue? Hey, I don't care about this thing. Okay, why? And then do you still continue not caring about this thing, or do you pivot? Oh, I really care about this thing. Okay, why? And then, okay, do I maintain this course or do I pivot? The whys never end, So the world is a reflection of us as a whole. And that's the point. That the world cannot exist in the state that it exists in without our participation. Okay, now to end this conversation about philosophy and why and who does it, look at this Britt Hartley video about this nihilistic penguin. I love this penguin. I've seen this video. I've seen this documentary beforehand. But listen to Britt Hartley talk about this. This one penguin. So there's a group of penguins and all of them are going in one direction, and this one singular penguin, he wants to go beyond. So he walks into the distance, basically. He walks to his death.
Of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains.
They said even if they caught him, brought him back to the colony, he would still turn around and head towards the mountains.
5,000 kilometers ahead of him, he's heading towards certain death. But why?
Nihilism has a new mascot, and this has been termed the nihilistic penguin. Now, on the one hand, I like this because we just collectively resonate with this penguin. He has these two options. He's not really impressed with either option, and he just turns and goes the other direction. And we all know what it's like to be so done, right? I'm so done. Just get me off of this planet. There's something really seductive here, which is called nihilistic glory. Traditional glory says, be successful, be admired, be chosen. But nihilistic glory says, be above the illusion. Be the one outside the matrix. Be the one who sees through it all. And this exposes the performative side of nihilism, where you still want glory, you still want meaning, but you just want it in this different way. Because people are sharing this meme, which shows that nihilists still want to resonate with people. They still want to be understood. They still want some kind of glory. They still want to...
Listen to me when I say nobody wants community and love more than a nihilistic person who's I don't care about anything. Nothing matters. We're on a floating rock in space. Just say you want friends, bro. Just say you want community, bro. Just say you want meaning, bro. But that's what it is. That nihilistic perspective of nothing matters and this very negative thinking comes from a realization of loss. You're losing that sense of importance that you had in it before that now doesn't seem to matter because, oh my God, are you just on a floating rock in space? And then you realize yeah, but isn't that great? Okay, and that's just the beginning. Let's figure out more. What is this floating rock in space? Why this floating rock in space? But instead it becomes, well, if nothing matters and I'm just a floating rock in space and God doesn't exist, then why do I even care if I have a family? Why do I care if I have a mother or father? Why do I even care about anything? Because you think, or you've been trained by society, this is the structural system. The system has told you you were born for a reason. And the reason is to work and make money. The reason is to worship God. The reason is to get married. The reason is to have kids. And that might be other people's reason. Maybe that is their joy. But when it doesn't map onto us universally, it begs the question of, well, if this thing isn't mapping on universally, then maybe for some of us, there might be a different answer. And if there's a different answer for some of us, what does it mean about those people's original answer? So if they say God is real and makes the prescription for 8 billion people, everybody should follow this one God, but yet I'm not happy or joyful in this bubble, then it begs the question, is this bubble even real? What does real even mean? And that's why I say you can be joyful as a 2 or as a 5. It doesn't matter on my level system. But the point is you have to understand your place in relation to the earth itself or in relation to the universe itself. And one will bring you more joy and one will not. So you have to actually, accept that not all of it is within your free will, because free will is limited based off of all these compounding factors, right? But we are experiencing life itself, and we're having an input on how it exists, and we don't have as much free will as we have or think we have. And that is you have to hold this contradiction in your hand, or you won't know how to move forward, and you'll feel bad you didn't save up enough for a house, and you won't understand why nothing is working, and you'll not understand why there's a genocide and why there's these horrible things happening. Life is exactly what it is. It's perfect the way it is, but we should change it. humanity is perfect the way it is. We should try to make it better. Those two things have to be a part of your radical acceptance journey, or you will spiral, or you will pick a bubble that reinforces a script, which you might find your joy in, or it's going to be a cope, like religion.
To belong, they still want to be seen as someone special. So the trap of the nihilistic penguin, and I know I'm overanalyzing this, but I'm just leaning into it. The trap of the nihilistic penguin is wanting all of the glory with no effort, no work, and thinking that just walking off into the mountains is actually the thing that makes you so great. When really, if you're nihilistic, you're the one who should be engaging. If you're a nihilist and you've accepted that you're going to die, you're the ideal person to actually put your life force towards something worth changing. If you are a nihilist and you know all of this is absurd, you are the best person in the room to take off your mask and be human and invite everybody else to take off their masks too. If you are annoyed by the options available and you want to walk off into the mountains, you are the ideal person to put your life force towards an option that isn't available yet.
Now, of course, ironically, it's kind of like the best people who should be parents are the people who don't want kids, but for responsible reasons, not because they hate kids or something. But that doesn't mean you're supposed to have kids. And it doesn't mean that it's going to look like you being a leader in the community as the nihilist. It could just be you being a good community member in general. You just being fulfilled or happy or joyful. Like, it doesn't have to look a particular way. But if you are already questioning the sense of the universe, if you're already questioning the world in a way that leads you towards a joy, then yeah, like, you're exactly the perfect person to come back and enhance the world as the way that it is, right? And make the world a better place.
If you leave the world because there's so much suffering, then you become the monster that you're trying to destroy, because in removing your voice and your energy and your attention away from the world, you actually increase the amount of suffering in the world because we needed you. So while I emotionally resonate with nihilistic penguin, I am careful not to have all these like grand gestures.
This plays into a conversation I just had this morning with my partner, where it feels like the world wants to be like a child, wants to be free. You know, they say that's Luffy's dream is to be free. We don't know yet what his dream is. Don't tell me, no spoilers in my chat. Okay? But right now, Luffy's whole thing is like he wants to be free. That's where I am in the story. But the thing about wanting to be free is it lacks responsibility. Luffy is not a responsible person. He has his moments, but he is not actually a leader, and he is not actually responsible. And when you say, I want to be free, it's almost like a child. I want to be free. Yeah. But that comes at the expense of the responsibility the world is so desperate for. A good, wholesome responsibility that allows you to really show up for the world and be a player in the world, right? This reminds me sort of like of what Dr. K said in the past, where Dr. K said, I would love to be a monk in the mountains meditating, but I need to be responsible. I have a responsibility to my community. Like, we might all disagree with how we're holding that responsibility, and we're deeply flawed, and we should definitely have that conversation, right? Like, we should ask ourselves, like, are we contributing, more harm to the universe? We're all flawed. But it is that feeling. Like, I thought about it the other day. I really said to my partner, I do feel that if I pivoted my content and truly left the work that I was doing and decided to do something like non-political, when you guys asked my opinion on politics, I'm like, I don't know, guys, I just do art. I don't know, guys, I just do mukbangs. I don't know, guys, I just do food. I don't know, guys, I just do cosplay. Like, if I pivoted my art, like, I don't know, guys, I'm just an artist. Not only would it be a deep betrayal to my own consciousness, but it would be a deep betrayal, I think, to the work that I've been doing and to the community that I've built. I have a responsibility to not be Emaru when asked about ICE. They asked Emaru about ICE this week, and she said, I don't know why you're asking me. I'm like a streamer. But she's, anyone can be asked this question. It's a universal question for all of humanity. Hey, what are your thoughts on ICE? Do you know Italy is protesting ICE right now because Trump wanted to send them for the Winter Olympics? Do you know Italy was protesting ICE, our ICE? So when we have these conversations, it is like a child to say, I don't want responsibility. The irony of all these people who want to be streamers so they can be big kids into their 40s and 50s, pathetic. You're too old to not grow the fuck up. And that's what I'm saying. At some point, you do need to grow the fuck up if You want to be a responsible adult. If you do not want to be a responsible adult, okay. But the world is the way it is because we're not growing the fuck up. Our president of the United States is not a grown up. He's a fucking child. He's a big baby. And he absolutely, like a lot of these men in power, are big children. Okay? They are big babies with a lot of money and a lot of power, and they are not responsible adults. And that is absolutely the problem with the world, including the people who voted for him, still don't believe the Epstein files, and still support him. Grow up.
Which just kind of bring about this old egotistical kind of glory, because I think the nihilistic hero is the one who shows up even knowing that all of this is absurd. So if you're feeling like,
which has actually been displayed in media countless times, where sometimes that's why people like the anti-hero character a bit. It's because the anti-hero gets to be the like cynical, jaded, like we're all living on a planet, who fucking cares, but also shows up to save the day. The dilemma though is a lot of these anti-heroes you love are also just fucking assholes. So remember that, right? Okay, this is Britt Hartley. You guys should check her out. I also have a collab with her on my channel. You can look for it. She's really great. Love her. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Chat said something about Aaron. I love Aaron. Comments. Reminds me of Aaron Yeager too. Many of the scenes where he dreams of freedom is him as a kid. And though he knew he was wrong in the end, he still couldn't stop himself. Exactly. Exactly. We keep wanting Aaron to make a different decision with the right information. Even his own friends, everybody in his life is like, Aaron, stop. And Aaron's like, I gotta do it. Like Aaron doesn't have the free will to make another decision, because once he had this embodied experience, depends on how you feel the story went. But basically it was made for him in the sense that it's made for us now. I think I don't have as much free will as people think. So when people say, oh, Britt, I wish I was more like you. I wish I had your personality. Or I wish I had this thing. I hear you. But also, it's not like I picked it out. It's just how I was made. So like, I didn't get much say in it either. You know, like I didn't get much say in how I showed up or how I look or how I exist on the planet. This is just like what I was given. And based off of that, I will be treated differently. I'll be treated specifically. Right? And then you have to, so what you do is you assess, again, your relationship with self, how you internally feel about self, introspection, extrospection, your relationship to everything outside yourself, understanding that the world will view you specifically differently than you view yourself, and coming to peace with this reality, even though it's incredibly frustrating, because holy shit, will you be discounted, ignored, doubted, right? And none of it matters. We're all going to die in 70 years. And what a relief. What a relief. That at one point we will come to an end that was our time in the way that it was supposed to happen. And we'll have lived and served our present purpose. And then that's it. So do what you can now, because you will die, and do your best. Like really try, guys. Like really try. And for the short time you're on this planet, it will be worth it. And you will love your life, and you will love community, and you'll be good to community, and the world will heal one part at a time. But you really, really got to try. Even if nothing changes, it will change your life. It will really change your life and the people around you, of course, you know, because we're a community. The people around you are watching you, your kids, your nieces, your nephews, the people at your, you know, wherever you work, your community, like people see you, they notice you, you know? Okay. Here's what I want to do. I want to move into Epstein stuff. Chet says the Amaru clip was somewhat clipped out of context. She later clarified that she is not in support of ICE, not a fan, just saw a couple people cover the situation. Did she say like, fuck ICE? Like, did Amaru come out, fuck ICE? Because Epstein, oh my God, Asmund came full support of ICE and their friends, which is crazy. Also, tomorrow we're going to cover Richard Dawkins being associated with Epstein. Holy fucking shit. Rebecca Watson covered it. I was shook. I had no idea. Always hated Richard Dawkins. And I want to make sure, see, Alex O'Connor and all these men better stop fucking collabing with these people. Remember when Alex O'Connor said he had great respect for Richard Dawkins? Boo! He's a misogynist and he's a transphobe. Get it together, boys. Now, Alex is 26, so I'll give him a second. But everybody, lock in. Hold on.
Recently, Emiru found herself at the center of an online debate after a viewer asked her live on stream what she thinks about ICE, the US federal agency responsible for immigration enforcement. Emiru replied that she doesn't know much about politics and doesn't consider herself a source for political opinion, telling viewers who expected commentary that they might need to get off
Wait, what is this? Asmund defends Emiru for not condemning ICE.
Responsible for immigration enforcement. Emiru replied that she doesn't know much about politics and doesn't consider herself a source for political opinion, telling viewers
Destiny defends Emiru against Denims and other on her silence on ICE. What is this cringe weird obsession? Emiru's on the side of Ethan. Don't actually give a fuck about anything. Okay, look who's talking. Pro-Israel.
who expected commentary that they might need to get off the internet. After that brief exchange was clipped and shared widely on social media, some critics interpreted her refusal to comment as political in itself, accusing her of dodging the topic to avoid alienating parts of her audience. One political commentator on X even used a harsh insult in response to her reaction. After a clip,
Did she put out this whole
belief isn't
thing? Is
political
this
to her,
her?
but based
Oh my God. Did she put out this whole thing? Just say fuck ICE. See this? This is unnecessary. Don't make me read all this, Emiru. Just tweet out fuck ICE and then we'll know.
human
What is this whole ass comment? I never made comments on stream about ICE in the first place. This was a dishonest, intentionally malicious clip posted. Girl, get off my page. Chad said, is this voice AI? I don't think so. This is a big channel. I don't think this is AI. I think he just has one of those voices. I don't know. Their channel's 2 years old, but they have crazy views. I don't know if it's AI. A lot of people sound like they have AI, so I try not to automatically assume that. If it is AI, it is, but like I know so many people who sound like it's AI and it just doesn't sound like that to me. I don't know, guys. If it is, it is. But either way, boo. Chad says I was shocked to find out she was friends with Asmund. I used to watch their podcast together with Tectone and her. Yeah, they've been friends for a long time. You know? But yeah, just say fuck ICE, bro. You know? You said I'm familiar with that voice because it uses Elvin Labs for work. Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure the information is still correct, right? Do we need to double check it now? I don't want to. I just want to know she didn't say fuck ICE. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. Okay. With that said, I want to jump into Epstein. Okay, how do I want to do this? Let's do this. Yeah, it's Richard Dawkins, the selfish gene guy. Richard Dawkins, who's a misogynist and a transphobe and has attacked Rebecca Watson ever since Elevator Gate. That one. Yeah. That one. Not surprised, though. Not surprised. All these people hanging out together. They want social credibility. Again, this is like the boys' club of it all, okay? All right, let's take a 2-second break. We'll come back. I want to cover this story with you. It's really interesting. And I also have more Britt Hartley content to bring into this because it's about Deepak Chopra. And I think it's important we talk about it. All these spiritual bros always got their hands dirty. Got these hands dirty. Be right back. am back. Okay, I'm gonna pause 1, 2, 3. Oh, Chess says, do you see Chapel Roan leaving her record company because the CEO appeared in the Epstein files? No. Jesus Christ, not surprised. Gross. Gross. Okay, first, I want us to watch this very short video just so we can remind ourselves, because a lot of you have never seen Epstein or heard his voice or heard the way he talks. And this is Jeffrey Epstein asked point blank, how long have you been attracted to underage girls? Just like watch the interview, look at the way he speaks, get the vibe, and then we'll talk about it. It's got a loud fan sound.
Isn't it true that you kept a calendar or schedule? Okay, change.
Going off the video record at 1:05 p.m.
And the sassiness and that attitude.
Mr. Epstein, how long have you been sexually attracted to underage minor females?
Objection, harassing, argumentative.
Are you kidding?
No, I mean, I don't feel like I'm divulging any secrets here, right?
Move to strike.
No, that's the question.
I'd like to answer that question as well, like all your other questions today. However, I have to follow my attorney's advice. They have told me that I must invoke my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment right to not answer those questions today or any questions relevant to this lawsuit.
What was the name of any of the underage minors that were the subject of the criminal charges to which you pled guilty?
I don't know.
So tell me about those charges. What was the allegations of those charges?
Form.
Solicitation of prostitution.
Okay.
Not underage prostitution, prostitution.
Were the victims or the prostitutes, as you would say, were they minors?
Form.
I pled guilty to solicitation of prostitution.
Okay, so tell me what.
Please know, isn't that what they got Diddy for? Because everyone goes, oh, they were just sex workers. Okay, so you got in trouble for something that's like basically normalized. Look, OnlyFans. But that's not what they were doing. That's not what Diddy, that's not what Epstein, that's not what these men were doing. There was drugs, there was alcohol. How could anyone have informed consent? There were minors present. There are people who have come forward, victims who have spoken out. This isn't just, this is why they're trying to say, oh yeah, like I hired a sex worker, sure. No. And this is why it's so dangerous, right? Not that sex work itself is the thing that is wrong, but it is the way that people devalue and don't take into consideration harm done to sex workers. Oh, they were sex workers? Even if there was harm, I mean, it comes with a job, am I right? That's what they'll say. And then he'll say, I'm just a guy, you know, like I just paid some people to show up. You know how it is. And everyone's like, oh, yeah. No.
Those cases were about. What happened?
I have no more. I can't tell you any more than that.
You don't know what you pled guilty to?
I just told
I'm
you.
going to object to form. That's asked and answered.
Do you know what you pled guilty to? The facts.
Solicitation of prostitution.
I understand that's the charge. What were the underlying facts?
Sorry.
What'd you do? Did you pull up in a car, talk to the person? Did they come over to your house? How'd you get them? Those kind of things. Tell the jury what were the underlying facts about the charge that you pled guilty to?
Form. Move to strike.
I don't know.
You don't know what you pled guilty to.
I pled guilty to solicitation of prostitution. Not underage prostitution, but prostitution.
And just so the jury understands, these 3 females that were the subject of the guilty pleas in state court were procured by your method of having underage minor females locate other underage minor females and bring them to your house. Isn't that correct?
Objection, argumentative, compound, harassing.
What they tried to get Andrew Tate for as well, because that's what the men do. They groom women, they groom girls, okay, who then groom other girls. And that's the part. So the men are never like, I didn't do this. They come of their own accord. They were with their girlfriends. That Andrew Tate, remember Andrew Tate bragging about that 16-year-old he was with and how she's his number two and how she talks to the girls. And then people go, well, how can it be bad if girls are doing it with each other? Because gender doesn't matter at this point and those girls have been groomed. Like they're trying, that's a tactical, purposeful thing done. And then they go, oh, well, who's really more guilty here? The men who didn't do it or the women who recruited the girls? And now all the responsibility is on the women who were groomed as girls instead of the men who groomed them in the first place.
Assumes facts not in evidence.
You'll have
And
to
I move
repeat.
to strike.
I have to repeat the question.
Okay. Are all people that were, at the time you engaged in sexual activity with them, were underage and were brought by other underage minor females? Is that true?
Same objections incorporated. As well as the motion to strike.
I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't even understand the question.
Isn't it true that you used underage minor females to bring other underage minor females to your house for sex?
Asked and answered. Way earlier on.
Oh, well, he doesn't understand the question, so I'm
You can answer
going
the
through
question
the
if you understand
progression.
Not a problem.
But it is asked and answered.
As your firm, Mr. Edwards and Mr. Jaffe, has been described by the U.S. Attorney as perpetrating one of the largest frauds in South Florida's history by crafting malicious cases of a sexual nature against people like me and others.
Ooh, look at him trying to punch back with a little, he blackmails people, right? That's his thing. It's like he gets things on his clients, he gets dirt on them, and then he basically imprisons them into his loyalty, basically. It's like he's trying to do that right now. He's like, hey, I know what you did too, buddy. He's like, is this what you do for fun? Look at him trying to play innocent.
In order to fleece, using bogus schemes, in the U.S. Attorney's words, and investment schemes.
Brother.
And
And then, of course, this plays into people who have, okay, so this is the dilemma. Remember this about conservatives. Everything they have a conspiracy theory and thinking is true, progressives actually know are true. And the discernment and the wisdom comes in the ability to know the truth from the false. So conservatives will say, I believe in small government. I don't trust the government. Look at all the government. Look how evil the government is. And he plays into that narrative. Oh, are you part of that evil government that makes false accusations against American citizens? And then the Republicans will own, but they'll actually give into the Trumps. They'll give into the Epsteins, okay? And then the progressives will say, hey, this government is white supremacist. It's evil. It's literally abusing its citizens. And it sounds like we're saying the same thing, only our discernment and our wisdom is hopefully correct in identifying when the government is being unjust and when people are actually being taken advantage of versus when they're actually being protected. Because that's what they do. We want to protect kids, conservatives will say. You don't want to protect kids. We want to protect kids. But yet they vote for this administration. And then they have the audacity to call Hillary Clinton and liberals like sex pedo ring people, which the Democrats might be. But the idea is, and this is the problem because there's billions of people with billions of stories, and this is a global phenomenon. This isn't unique to America in terms of corruption in the government. The problem is we know people lie, and we don't know when someone is telling you the truth. You barely know when your kid comes to you and tells you something if they're telling you the truth. And now we want to know if government agencies are. We want to know if the whole world is. You know, the guy you're dating right now, you're sitting here wondering, damn, is he lying to me? And then you got to take that energy and amplify it to billions of people across the planet. And then give them power, give them structural power, and now they have your life in their hands, and it feels very scary. And that's why I think it's hard to be a human being, because we know how shitty we are in our own family units. We know how hard it is to have friends. We know how hard it is in our own communities, to be honest. And then on top of that, now we have people in positions of power, which is why they think, well, if the world's already fucked up, I might as well be the best player in it. Okay, well, I'll be the villain. Andrew Tate, Epstein, Trump, they love being the villain. They want to be the villain and the hero, though. That's the complex of a villain, is the villain wants to be worshipped and loved and feared. They want to be the scariest thing you've ever seen, and they want to be the most adored. And I think that's why they just like make your skin crawl, because you know it's not actually safe. Even though everyone's giggling and everyone's laughing and all those girls in those videos are like, tee hee hee hee, you know, behind those laughs are tears, is fear. It is genuine, like terrified feelings. And that's why it's so scary.
Though I'd like to answer every one of your questions if I'm able. My attorneys have advised me I must assert my 6th Amendment, 14th Amendment, and 5th Amendment rights under the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, at the moment, I cannot answer that question.
Oh my God, this guy, bro. Okay, now with that in mind, I want to go ahead and move into, from the news perspective through Brittany Page's YouTube channel, the Deepak Chopra emails with Epstein. She's going to go over them and read them for us. Then I want to move into the philosophical bubble with Britt Hartley, talking about it from that perspective because of the work that I do, because of the work Britt Hartley does. Often, you know, we try to encourage you away from these self-help gurus, away from these men who end up getting pedestals through capitalism as selling you an end-all be-all to your suffering. And we remind you that men under capitalism, men as a system, use capitalism to exploit you and your vulnerabilities, to sell you something that's not going to help you. And to be fair, I understand that in the past I've taken calls and Britt does calls. These are different. Doing consultations, doing calls, hell, even having courses is not the same thing as people who deliberately create these things with the idea of taking advantage of you, which is most men through capitalism. If you have men working through capitalism, they sit in boardrooms all day trying to create products to take advantage of the vulnerabilities you have. This is not what Britt's doing. This is not what I am doing. I do not sit in my house and think of ways to manipulate my audience to join my Discord. I just think, hey, I hope people like my Discord. And Britt goes, I hope I help people through my calls. But we get lumped in with these bubbles, which is why we consistently call them out, because there are good people out there trying to help people do philosophical work. There is an answer to the universe. We don't know what it is yet, but it's there because we know we exist. And the answer might just be simply that we exist. That's a pretty good answer. That's probably the answer. But we want you to stay grounded. I want you to stay grounded through this process. And I want you to notice a manipulative man when you see one, because they're out there. And these girls like Mel Robbins and all these other women who buy into capitalism as well, they're a part of the problem. Okay, they are a part of the problem. Okay, so let's watch Brittany Page run us through the story politically, and then we'll move into Britt Hartley.
I guess Deepak Chopra's plan is to have everyone read the horrific and disgusting emails that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein, and then turn off his comments across all social media pages, keep his head down, and hope that his millions of followers don't hear the truth. But we're not going to let that happen, right? My name is Brittany Page, and this is The Page Perspective. We're going to go through these messages between Deepak Chopra and Jeffrey Epstein in a moment, but I have to say 3 things. Number 1, these are going to be upsetting and disturbing, so please take care of yourselves. Number 2, please share this video to get the word out about Deepak Chopra's emails with Epstein. He has restricted his comments across his social media pages to prevent his extremely large audience from seeing the truth here.
Which, by the way, is a tactic used by a lot of men, called out on their sexual deviancy especially, but anything they do wrong, they usually censor comments, or they don't post about it and just don't say anything, like a Cody Ko, or they like will say something on one site but not on another site. Like they just don't want their main audience to know, because most people won't know, and then they won't think anything of it. You should obviously be suspicious of him because of the way he sells books and / knows Oprah. But what you really should be suspicious of is his ties to capitalism. You should always be suspicious of people who became really, really rich selling you something that made a claim that feels larger than life. It's a generalization, but it really works for a lot of these self-help bubbles. They're overselling you an idea, and that's the problem. It's like, why are you overselling me this idea, and why can I only get it through your book?
And he has yet to make a statement. He cannot hide from accountability here. And number three, I just need to say that it's kind of remarkable to look at how other countries are handling the men who have been outed for their deep, enduring connections to Jeffrey Epstein and compare it to what we're doing here in America. In this country, Donald Trump is mentioned over 5,300 times in the Epstein files. He had a known decades-long, extremely close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. He has a known lifelong record as a serial sexual abuser of women. And yet, when he's asked a question so delicate that it doesn't even relate to allegations that he raped a child at one of Epstein's parties, when Caitlin Collins simply says, "What would you say, Trump, to survivors of Epstein?" He attacks her, tells her to smile more, and that we should all just move on now. In other countries,
Trump literally saying like, we should move on for Epstein, this is so not important, is literally the admission of guilt I needed to hear. Thank you.
like the UK, a former British ambassador to the United States, Peter Mandelson, was fired after an earlier Epstein drop. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, is now saying that he regrets appointing him as ambassador, but Starmer also admits that Mandelson's relationship with Epstein was known prior to his appointment. So that's also disturbing. More than being fired, though, he's also under criminal investigation for misconduct in public office offensive. I mean, even in non-Epstein related action, Paris prosecutors raided Elon Musk's ex-offices and summoned him for questioning in their investigation of his AI chat.
Because their rules about sexual child abuse are more intense than ours, apparently.
Chatbots creation and distribution of non-consensual sexual images. It seems like America is the only place where we cannot investigate. We cannot hold people accountable, especially when they're wealthy, especially when they're connected to the power structure. And that's what we have here with Deepak Chopra, a longtime, well-known grifter guru. This is a man who I have never found appealing and who I have always been suspicious of, including dating back to the very early years of my podcast. I doubt it, but I know for many that is not the case. Many people respect and admire Deepak Chopra, just like I heard from people who respected and admired Peter Attia on my previous video that I did. Maybe you are one of those people. Maybe you've read, Deepak Chopra's books or listened to his words and appreciated what he had to offer. Maybe you're a therapist who has suggested his books to your clients, as I've heard.
Which, by the way, listen to me when I say this. I think you should read every book, even bad books, but you should read it as a researcher, not a fan. You need to get out of this fan mindset. You need to fucking eradicate it from your fucking brain and start to read and listen to everything critically. You could read his book. You could read his books. Just read them critically. Stop. I don't want you to become conservative Puritans that never read any books because you're like, those are bad books. Go to the library and read the book so you can see what his work is. Okay, I think I've only read one of his books, to be fair, and I know he has a lot. But, read his books, pick it up, consume it, process it, or listen to his YouTube channel or something, you know what I mean? But everything we're consuming, you don't have to be a fan. Just read. That's why I hate answering that question. What book should I read? I don't know, girl, everything. Just read the book. Read it like you are an archaeologist discovering bones. Read it like you are discovering, I don't know, read it like a part of information. Same with YouTube. Don't watch people as a fan. Watch people as okay. Ooh, what's this group saying? Observe the data.
Since I posted about these emails, I hope what you learn about him today changes that. He has millions of followers across his socials, almost
he does.
4 million followers just on Facebook alone, over 3 million on Instagram, where, by the way, he says in his bio that he's the founder of
I like how they're always physicians too. All these men who talk about spiritual awakening and stuff are always physicians. And look, I really do think there's good philosophy out there. I think I'm one of them. I do think, but that's why I don't write a book. See, I will write a book maybe about my life or maybe about something else, but see how I don't write a book about the levels? See how I'm openly signaling to you that I refuse to write a book because I do not ever want to be these people? And now, do I think there is a way to write a book that isn't these people? Yes, but it won't be me telling you this book will change your life. It's a book. It might help you with your life, but it's not going to change your life. The only thing that will change your life is you. Your relationship to self is the only thing that will change your life. Introspecting, extrospecting, educating yourself, yes. But I am never going to make a book. I'm never going to be able to write a book that I could ever say to somebody, this will change your life, read it. And stop giving other people credit for the work that you did. Yes, we all help each other. It takes a village. But you still have to get up and show up for that village.
cyberhuman AI, because of course he is. Cyberhuman is built to extend your thinking beyond time, creating intelligent companions that learn, teach, and evolve with purpose.
Great.
What does that mean? A very Jordan Peterson-esque, no?
Oh no,
All of-
I was mentioned! Britt, all the Britneys. I was mentioned. I have arisen from my coffin. I have been summoned.
these men are in the same bucket for me, but not all of them were close to Jeffrey Epstein like Chopra was. So while Trump is mentioned over 5,300 times in the Epstein files, Deepak Chopra is named 3,300 times. So while he has turned his
What did you say?
times in the Epstein files, Deepak Epstein like Chopra was. So while Trump is mentioned over 5,300 times in the Epstein files, Deepak Chopra is named 3,300 times. So while he has turned his comments
And yes, Chad, exactly. It's hard to recommend books that have changed me because it was so dependent on where I was at the time. Exactly. Also, when I came into certain things, like, I mean, there was a time when, things I would never watch now were like, I thought they were like, you know what I mean? That's why it's hard to say, like, that's why I say just read everything, consume everything, critically think about everything, and don't worry about being a fan of something because that's not necessary. You're researching, you're collecting data right now.
off entirely or restricted them in order to prevent his audience from seeing the truth and preventing the loss of that audience. He's also staying completely silent. Where we are getting statements from other men, Bill Gates, Howard Lutnick, Bill Clinton, we are not getting a statement from Deepak Chopra.
Yet this was made before his statement came out, so just keep that in mind.
But let's look at what he needs to comment on. We'll start with this exchange in March 2017. This is almost 10 years after Epstein's first arrest for...
Hold on, chat. You said, I really think you should write a book, girl. I buy it. Write about your philosophy, not self-help. If I write about my philosophy, it will become self-help. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It takes so much work for me not to already, if I made my whole channel about the levels, it would become a self-help channel. That's why I work really hard to not make my channel the levels channel. Guys, I love you. I know human beings better than most people because I know better what you will do. You will make me a god. You will put me on a pedestal. You will literally make my life hell because you were convinced that I'm better than you. And I don't want that. Because I know you say you won't, but you will. Because you do it with every single person. You do it. You, the collective you. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. And I have to do everything in my power not to let you be you. Because when you are you, it adds harm to the universe. I'm trying to harm reduce. Okay? I'm trying to harm reduce.
procuring a child for prostitution and registering as a sex offender. In this exchange, Deepak Chopra and Epstein are swapping
Hold on. Okay, let me see.
pseudoscientific, pseudo-philosophical babble because both of these men believe themselves to be geniuses.
Oh,
We'll pick
brother.
up kind of in the middle of that babble with Deepak Chopra writing, quote, "The action is formless, experiencing itself as form and evolving endlessly into innumerable expressions of itself." And Epstein responds, "Does a cell have form? Is a cell a
What? The action is formless, experiencing itself as a form and evolving endlessly into immutable expressions of self. Does the cell have form? Is the cell aware? Does it have emotion? Does it perform actions? Did you find me cute Israel? Did you find me a cute Israeli? Oh, Jesus.
aware? Does it have emotion? Does it perform actions? Did you find me a cute Israeli?" Smiley face. And before I get to Chopra's response here, I just want to pause and say his response isn't, "Wait a minute, what do you mean? What do you mean, did I find you a cute Israeli girl? What do you mean by that?" Chopra responds, quote, "Cells are human constructs, no such thing. Universe is a human construct, no such thing. Cute girls are aware when they make noises."
Oh, man. Oh, man. This is why we have to make this content to get the word out because holy fucking shit.
Just to pause while we all sit with the weight of what we just heard,
Oh.
Deepak Chopra is writing to a known sexual predator of children who had previously been arrested for
Oh, yeah. Reminder that a lot of these men, a lot of them, were emailing Epstein after the fact. After the fact.
sexually abusing a child and had to register as a sex offender of children. I want to add additional context that at the time of this exchange, when Deepak Chopra is writing to a known sexual predator about cute girls and the noises that they make, he is 71 years old.
Oh, this is it right here. I had one of my elderly relatives, kind of like a relative of relative. He divorced his wife at some point for whatever reason, and eventually, I don't know what happened when. I don't know the timeline because I'm not close to this person. But he was in his 70s and he remarried a 25-year-old and had a baby with her. And everyone was like, don't marry her. She's here for your visa. Da 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 da. Honestly, girl, get your visa because gross. Like, I would even say it is worth it, but shame on that man for being in his 70s and marrying a 25-year-old. Shame on him. This is why I say your age gap relationships are disgusting. Shame on you. Grow the fuck up. Gross.
Epstein is 64 at this time. Epstein would die just 2 years after this exchange. And these men are talking about cute girls. We know what they're saying. And it unfortunately gets much worse. Epstein responds, "Thank God." And Deepak Chopra writes, "God is a construct. Cute girls are real." To which Epstein responds, "So when the girl says, 'Oh my God,'" Chopra writes, "Yes, that's divine transcendence."
Girl. Okay. Men is a system. Entitlement. Men is a system. Objectifying women, girls, kids. Men is a system. Violence is the answer. First tool of action. Men is a system. That entitlement is power seeking, right? We know that in many cases, rape is not about sexual gratification. It's about the power that comes with that sexual gratification and or the power. Okay. These men are having a conversation, eradicating responsibility from themselves by saying the cell is a construct, the universe is a construct, but girls are real. Okay, they're basically giggling over the idea of taking advantage of young people. Okay. Oh yeah, Jay Shetty, also a scammer. Chet says, didn't know who this man was, just looked him up on Jay Shetty podcast. Guys, Jay Shetty was outed years ago as a false monk, a false a faker. He lied to you. By the way, fun fact, never been a fan of Jay Shetty, never liked Deepak Chopra, never liked any of these motherfuckers. And I knew, never liked Eckhart Tolle. Eckhart Tolle's one of them. I know you guys like him. I'm telling you, not him either. All these men, absolutely not. Again, it's okay if you read their stuff and you feel inspired or see a podcast and you like it on occasion, but all of these men are in the same bubble. They're all the fucking same. They're all different categorized. They can be categorized differently. Can be nuanced, but they're all associated in the same kind of The Secret, 48 Laws of Power, like all of these people. Okay. And people always say, that's why listen to me. No. Because says, how do you feel about Plato? Read Plato, but see him for the flawed individual he was, who, by the way, never wrote down anything himself. No, Plato did. I'm sorry, Socrates. Plato is great. Read Plato. I was thinking about Socrates, but Plato's great, who actually wrote down Socrates' work. But okay, read Plato, read Socrates, read whoever, but just take it with a grain of salt because they're still fucking misogynists at the end of the day. They're still men, okay? Like, that's what I'm saying. There is so much truth to the universe. And this is why people are going to the I'm going to use this cringe word, divine feminine, which I also think is a pipeline to conspiracy theories and white supremacy and conservatism, right? But listen to me when I say this. There is a reason why people like Britt Hartley and other people on the internet and other femmes on the internet are trying to say, hey, those witches they burned at the stake? Those were just women and girls. They burned women at the stake for knowing things. And I'm not saying magic is real. I'm not saying I believe like women are witches. I'm saying anytime women have engaged in philosophy, which is why they always come for me the hardest, okay? The reason when women engage in anything that sounds woo-woo, they're discounted, okay? They're also feared. I know something you don't know, but the thing I know that you don't want to listen to is you're responsible for the way that the world is, as we all are. We are complicit in the state of the world. And that is very difficult to contend with philosophically. Okay? So, these men utilizing this sort of position as being, and then that's why Oprah's so insidious, because she is a billionaire, can't be trusted, a capitalist, can't be trusted. And 3, as much as this girl knows how to interview people, and she really does, okay? She is the biggest promoter of the worst men in the whole universe. She's always platforming the worst men in the universe because they're all networking. They're all friendly. Epstein is a clout farmer or clout chaser. He's a networking guy, right? He moved up. He wanted to always move up. He shakes hands and he gets to know. That's why all the new money kids, the Tates and the Sneakos and stuff, their version of shaking hands is like going to that nightclub. You know, that video of them at the nightclub the other night, pathetic, okay? That's they're trying to make their own version of what they see this older generation doing. They're like, okay, Trump, Epstein, all these guys, Nick Fuentes getting in with Kanye and then ending up at a dinner with Trump. Like all of this is just high school with money. These are the boys in the high. Think of your life like high school, and life will start to make more sense. And you'll be like, oh, you're the boys on campus. Okay, got it. Now, if you look at the loneliness epidemic, the reason male loneliness content works so well for boys is because the boys in the high school campus that had no friends and just wanted to be a part of the cool boys club, but weren't cool enough to be there. Ironically, a little bit of Elon, even though he was there. Do not let Elon trick you. Not only was he there and begging to be there, he just wasn't in the coolest of spots in his mind because he wasn't cool enough. But remember, like, these boys who are on your high school campus, they're all wanting to feel validated and seen, and they're wanting to perform the way they've been told they must perform to be cool. Somebody asked Sneeko one time, or was it Sneeko or was it somebody else? Somebody said, if everyone's a millionaire, who's not a millionaire? And he's like, I don't think it was Sneeko. I think it might have been somebody else, but they said everyone can be a millionaire, or everyone can be rich. And they're like, okay, but like, are the millionaires going to be working at McDonald's? That type of conversation. And they were like, well, no, that's somebody else. Yeah, but who? If everyone's a millionaire, then who's working at McDonald's? And also, what if you are a millionaire who works at McDonald's? The idea is that men are playing to a fantasy given to them through the system of patriarchy that needs to be deconstructed. The loneliness epidemic is a crisis we should be paying attention to, but not through the gender lens or the gender war, but through a deep systematic dismantling, a reality that this system is raising our babies, the babies we work so hard to bring into the universe. They are kidnapping our sons. They are brainwashing our sons. Use whatever word you want to use, girl, to get you up and moving. Okay? They are basically conditioning your sons that you went through all of that labor to produce into believing your production of producing those babies was worth shit. Well, they say the hardest job to do is being a stay-at-home mom. Well, they also say the most embarrassing thing a man can do is stay home and take care of his kids. They are telling you, you did the hardest job in the whole world, but gross. How embarrassing to be you. So remember that. Remember that every time you go through that labor of bringing a consciousness into the universe, do not let yourself be tricked into believing that this child, because you've assigned it male at birth, needs to now become this version of success, because look where it is getting you. I'll say this, okay? I'll say this about my parents, even though they are conservative and even though, goddammit, they are MAGA. One thing I will always say about my parents, and I wish they knew it for themselves, is they at least, even if they couldn't hold themselves to the higher standard of actually being accountable, they really taught me to look out for predatory behavior enough that it did keep me safe when I needed it to. And it didn't always keep me safe because it's impossible to always guarantee safety. But I will tell you this right now. This is what you have to pay attention to. This pattern of men. It's the one of the reasons I don't go so hard on certain guys on the internet, like a Dr. K, is because his rise to prominence is coming very slowly. And that makes me think he isn't in this bubble, because the bubble that wants you to rise fast, wants you to become rich fast, wants you to brag about how much money you have, okay, how spiritually sound you are, how amazing you are, that is the bubble that's so fucked. Not that Dr. K can't become susceptible. He absolutely can, right? But the fact that he is taking his time, the fact that he's moving slowly, the fact that he isn't bragging about how much he makes on because he certainly could, at least says to me like, okay, maybe he's going to make it out in the same way that I hope we all make it out. Because all of us could become evil. Okay. All of us will have moments of philosophical evil. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. You could be a Deepak Chopra. Kind of. You don't have the free will to really make that choice. But you might be born, and you might be in a position, and you might be susceptible to In the same way that you might be scammed. You know, you might be scammed. And you think, oh, it's not going to happen to me though. Not me though. But then here you are voting for Trump, or here you are sitting in a church. If I hear one more progressive tell me they're a Christian, how can you tell me you're anti-patriarchy and believe in Jesus fucking Christ? How can you tell me you want to dismantle patriarchy and you go to church every Sunday in the name of Jesus Christ? We're not ready to face ourselves. We're not ready to face ourselves. That we are more than happy to uplift patriarchy as long as it's convenient for us. How many girls do we watch on these dating shows who say, I'm a feminist, but I think men should pay for the first date? That's patriarchy. And I understand you're thinking, well, under patriarchy, he makes more money than me. Well, that's not true. And it's certainly not going to be true into the future. So you better lock in, girls. You better lock in. You know, it's the men you're dating. If every man you're ever dating always makes more than you, that also should be, you know, examined. Okay? All of this to say, this is disgusting. And this is so disgusting to me on a physical level, on a spiritual level, on an intellectual level. This just reminds me so much of how you do not want to become rich and famous, because look how disgusting it is. Look how absolutely deplorable it is.
And I just want to pause again before I get to the final part of this horrifying exchange to say, dear Lord, Deepak Chopra has held himself up as a man who can help people find inner peace, discover transcendence, heal themselves. And here he is swapping gross exchanges about cute girls and the noises they make, and how when they proclaim, oh my God, that this is a divine transcendence. And this man gets to continue to enjoy his platform of many millions, where people believe him to be a spiritual advisor and healer of the people. That is an injustice we cannot accept. Epstein writes, oh, I thought she was just referring to me, meaning the girl who cries out, oh my God. And Deepak Chopra writes, that's because you are God in drag. And really, this reveals...
What? I thought she was referring to me. Yes, the divine transcendence.
Deepak Chopra writes, that's because you are God.
That's because you are God in drag. See, I always question people that are like, we're all God. We're all God. I don't think God exists. Right? Like, I don't think God exists. I don't think there's like a divine whatever. I just think we exist in a biological sense, in the sense that like we're literally here. But like, this is what I'm saying. This whole like, there is this like pipeline to, again, misinformation and conspiracy, but it's like this ego of like, we're all God. We're all, it's like, yeah, no, I don't know what that's about. Okay. And by the way, even though I talk about Tao Te Ching all the time, and I love Chinese philosophy, super patriarchal and definitely homophobic. Okay. Just based off of the research that I've done, typically. That's why when what's his name said he was Baha'i, I was like, Baha'is misogynistic and homophobic. Like all of these structural systems created and uplifted by men. Okay. Like learn from them. But you know, because men as a system don't get everything wrong. They just come to the wrong conclusions and get most of it wrong. But not everything is wrong. That's why conservatives feel justified, because they're like, hey, some of what I'm saying is right. Barely. Okay, barely. But intuitively, sure. Intuitively, yeah, I think conservatives they have a good idea intuitively, but not database, not fully thought through. It's not a fully baked cake, homie. I'm saying bake the cake, and they're like, no, it's good raw. And I'm like, bake the cake. Eat the cupcake when it's finished, frosting and all. Wait until the cupcake is fully put together. You know what I'm saying?
In drag. And really, this reveals the depths of the depravity for this little charlatan, because not only is he yucking it up in the mud with this child sexual predator, discussing girls in sexual terms, he is mocking his own belief system, supposed belief system, making a mockery of God and the spiritual. Like so many before and after him, he doesn't believe anything that he says. He has found a way to make money by preying on people's desperation for help and answers to life's uncertainty. If he cared about healing, he wouldn't be talking like this to a sexual predator. But let's look at another exchange. In July 20-
wait. Which is why I say your life will be a reflection of the work that you're doing. You won't be perfect always, but if you believe in a certain thing, it will be an embodied experience. Okay? I'm going to make my podcast, I think, coming up right now, is going to be about loneliness epidemic and how progressive men aren't suffering from it the same way conservative men are. Because somebody came into my comment section and was like, are you crazy? Are you insane? But progressive men are consistently like denied dates by women, and women choose MAGA people and then complain about it. Obviously, I think this person's probably a troll, right? But I think what I'm really trying to get at is like there is something real about the human condition that feels universal, and that people exploit that universality into misunderstanding the goal. If you embody progressive beliefs, you are not entitled to partnership. If you do not embody progressive beliefs, you will feel entitled to partnership because that's what conservatism and patriarchy has told you you are entitled to. I'm saying no. In the same way it isn't told you you're entitled to having children. But of course, only if you're the kind of people that we want to have children. Because then conservatives will turn around and decide you're not entitled to children if you're black or brown or disabled or gay. Oh, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, not you guys though. So when I say like legally we're all entitled to children, ethically and morally, not necessarily, but it's not because of those categories. You're not entitled to children because you don't get to decide, only for your own ego that a consciousness needs to be brought into the universe. You need to be mature and responsible when making this decision. But see how this answer is not the same as, oh, because you're disabled or because you're brown or because you're gay? So that's the problem, okay? Chances, you mean they are right about conserving certain things as good? No. When I say conservatives are right about things, I mean like a conservative who understands like, oh yeah, like it is my responsibility to provide for my family. Yeah, it's all of our responsibility to provide for our family. And I think the system should encourage us and help us versus they say, and the system isn't responsible. And I say, no. And the system should help, right? Like, but they're right that, yeah, it'd be really good if, we took responsibility for making our children's lives better. If we, thought about ways to feed and clothe and educate our kids better. Like that's like an intuitive, yeah, obviously we should take care of our offspring, our babies. And yet the conclusion they make is so bad off of this naturally intuitive thing that we all feel like, yeah, well, most of us feel at least.
2016, Epstein invited Chopra to both his island and to his ranch.
Boo.
And Deepak Chopra, while they were also trying to coordinate a Skype call, wrote in response, quote, "I will take you up on your offers, re visiting one of your places, when you are there. I can also do 12 noon or any other time tomorrow. This is related to scheduling the call. By the way," he says, "do you know Marla Maples? Anything we share is between us. I share nothing with anyone, but trust you."
Oh, please.
Do we think this applies today as well? Is everything that Deepak Chopra...
Wait. Is she going to continue reading that message? Just in case she doesn't. It goes on. FaceTime might be easier. Well, no, mine is. I can do 2 p.m. meetings. Okay. 2 p.m. is fine. Yes, in fact, when she told Donald she was pregnant, I lost 10K bet with him and sent him a truck of baby food in payment. But I've not spoken to her in many years since then. She can tell you the story of her friend who was caught having sex with her shoes on. Yes, shoes. Donald. In fact, when she told Donald she was pregnant. Marla Maples.
Do we think this applies today as well? Is everything that Deepak Chopra and Jeffrey Epstein, everything that they shared, is that still between them and shared with no one else because of the deep trust that he has for Jeffrey Epstein? What about this exchange in November 2016, where Epstein sent a Daily Mail link to Deepak Chopra, a link that details the allegations against Trump that he raped a 13-year-old girl at one of Epstein's parties. And Deepak Chopra writes just one single sentence in response to that article. "Did she also drop civil case against you?"
Oh, Lord.
This is about the former 13-year-old child, now adult woman, who attempted to get some semblance of justice. Epstein writes, "Yup." And Deepak Chopra says, "Good. See you this Saturday at 2:30 p.m. And Epstein says, "Great." What is wrong with these people? In what world are you casually interacting with someone who is a registered sex offender, who was charged for procuring a minor for prostitution just a few short years prior to this exchange, and is now sending you articles about sexual predation and lawsuits that he's implicated in? And you're like, "But she dropped the civil case, right? Good. See you Saturday."
I think he was almost checking for his own reputation. And because one of the ways that these men, and one of the ways a lot of these people, and I understand, because if you're innocent, or you won or you dropped your case, you could have an innocent person be in this situation. But in this instance, it feels almost like he was checking like, "Hey, are you good? okay, I'll hang out with you. That's what it kind of sounded like to me, like almost like for selfish reasons, like bad reasons. He was even checking in the first place, but just the fact that these are their conversations is insane. And these are old men. These are old men.
After he sent this email, did he sign on to his Instagram to share a graphic of himself about how the
Every time you're tempted to react this in the same old way, ask if you want to be a prisoner of the past or a pioneer of the future. Is this what you want me to do, guys? You want me to start posting pictures of myself on Instagram with inspirational quotes like this? Tell me you wouldn't gag. Tell me you wouldn't vomit. Tell me you wouldn't want to die inside a little bit. Come on now. Like, we make memes in this community that are so funny. Sometimes you guys pick my favorite quotes, like, I don't know, I have some fucking, like, hilarious, okay? And those memes are, I love a good meme. Make as many memes about me as you want. But serious posts? Absolutely not. Okay, this type of shit? Absolutely not.
future isn't waiting. It's unfolding through the choices we make now. Yeah, bro, take your own advice. Look at these choices that you're making, sir. These files are filled with exchanges between Deepak Chopra and Jeffrey Epstein, from planning meetups and calls to having pseudo-intellectual exchanges to vile conversations about cute girls to Chopra sending Epstein his various media appearances, like one with a woman named Kat Foster, a woman that Deepak Chopra characterizes as innocent and smart at the same time. So, like, what? Anytime he met someone that was innocent, he wanted to get them on Jeffrey Epstein's radar, or what? What's happening here? You can search these files yourselves, as I've already said, and I will link to the portal to do so in the description. He, like I said, is mentioned 3,300 times, so we can't cover everything here, but I think this is generally giving you the important points about what Deepak Chopra knew and how he was willing and eager to ally with a known child sexual predator in order to have access to power and money and whatever else he was seeking from Jeffrey Epstein. The unfortunate part is that our government has told us that Epstein was essentially a lone wolf, that there was no network, that he only trafficked girls and women to himself.
Oh
This despite evidence to the contrary in these
Obviously not. What do you take me for, an idiot?
files. I mean, look at this email from January 2013. New Brazilian just arrived. Sexy and cute.
When grown men describe their girlfriends as cute or their young women, sometimes honestly, this Epstein case has had me have so many fucking flashbacks to my life hanging out with older men. And now I'm like, oh my God, the Epstein of it all. Like, a lot of the language in these emails, I realized, like, came out of the mouth of a lot of older men I was around my whole life, where I'm like, oh my God, like, all these men I met in the atheist community are all these men that I was like, wait a second, like, why do they all sound like that? Why do they all sound like that? And now I'm just like, oh, fuck. Like, this makes so much sense to me just in my own lived experience of, that's why it was scary. Okay, just a rule of thumb. If you are currently coming out of conservatism and you are finding sexual liberation, though I believe in some instances you will have an experience with a much older person that will be liberating, generally speaking, and I think even with that liberation moment, you might be feeling liberated, but that person is the opposite, because no older person should be targeting a younger person. Even if you're 24 and they're 40, something is up, okay? And maybe you're the exception, but realistically, you are going to move into bubbles in which, in the name of sexual liberation, 50-year-old, 6-year-old people will start wanting to engage with younger people. You know, when I was in the BDSM community, I had a older play partner who, to this day, I had a great time with and never heard anything bad about. I don't have regrets about interacting with him, but I also think that we didn't date, we didn't have sex. There was a lot that was like, we didn't do any sexual play, okay? Because I wasn't interested in him in that way, because that would have felt inappropriate, but I was interested in his skill with a flogger or interested in his skill with other things. Because I was like, hey, you have years of experience. I would like to benefit from that. Would you like to do a scene with me? He's like, yeah. I was like, great. And that was great. Okay. I think those situations can make sense. I think when the older person, though, is like targeting younger people. So, okay, in the BDSM community I was a part of, and this is the problem with BDSM going mainstream or being associated with Epstein, because in my bubbles, they're not practicing BDSM. They're having kinky sex. But in my bubbles where BDSM is more of a community and it's progressive and it's informed consent, there are so many rules: no drinking, no drugs, no alcohol. Everybody has to have like references and or STI testing that's fresh. Like people should know who you are in the community. Like there were a lot of rules in the community I was in. They even had a separation of age groups. So they had the TNG parties, which were 18 to 35. And then when you turned 35, you aged out of those parties because they wanted a space for young people to feel like, okay, I'm hanging out with my friends. So I even had a couple, my friends were dating and there was a bit of an age gap. And my friend graduated out of TNG, but their partner stayed. And so there was an all age party we used to all go to as well. And those parties were 18 to whatever, right? And those were fun. Also, they're 18 plus and you have to have a government ID to get in. And you have to take a class before you can start going to the parties. There was a lot of things in place to guarantee safety, or attempt to guarantee safety, of course, to bring down the probability of harm. None of those things are happening. If anything, the absolute opposite of those things are happening in these spaces. They're encouraging you to do drugs. They're encouraging you to be drunk. They're encouraging you to ignore the rules, to not be, not to have a stick up your ass. They want you to be vulnerable. They want you to be stupid. They want you to be young, and they want you to feel smart in the process. You're so intelligent for your age, but you're so innocent. You're so, oh my gosh, you're so responsible. You're so grown, but also you're so virginal. It's like, ooh, girl. Yeah.
19 years old. Why is the to and from redacted here? The only names that are supposed to be redacted are survivors. This is why survivors are saying this is not enough, that this recent drop is insulting, that it's harmful, because they are still fighting for justice and accountability for those who actively took part in the abuse.
Sorry, Chet says it's sweet when a 75-year-old man calls a 75-year-old wife 40 years cute. Yeah, I'm not talking about that, obviously. Okay, I'm talking about when a grown man calls his 19-year-old girlfriend cute and perky tits and her body's so tight and I love the way her ass bounces. Like, okay, stop.
Those who gave a wink and a nod to the abuse. And really, from my view, what's the difference? So what can we do in the face of a government that is not interested in accountability? Well, what can we do in this case specifically? We'll talk about that. If you follow Deepak Chopra on social media, unfollow him. Unsubscribe.
Definitely.
Take away his reach.
And if people mention, oh, I love Deepak, be like, oh, did you know?
We can damage his bottom line, the only thing that he cares about. Tell everyone you know who might be a fan of his. If you're a member, cancel your membership.
Definitely.
Go to his website. Send him a message on his website letting him
What are you even a member to? But absolutely.
know you want to hear a statement about these.
Oh, books, courses, awakenings, writings, AI. Membership. Oh, yeah, his AI company. Oh, brother.
Disgusting emails. Go to my Facebook page Perspective and tag him and share the post I made about these emails to flood the zone and get his attention and protect his community of followers from him. Share this video as a short.
By the way, guys, I don't think all courses are evil, for the record. There are photography courses, there are painting courses, there are how to be YouTube courses. There are lots of courses that are very good. You should take them, okay? But you have to know which bubble you're engaging with. If you're engaging in a heavily capitalistic bubble that sells you a course, that's a different bubble, okay? People should be paid for their labor. Remember that. Remember that you cannot, because people used to say that when I did calls back in the day, and that was just to raise money so I could do content, but I would help people like in this way, in a philosophical way. And people would be like, oh my God, like, why are you charging money for this? You still need to be paid for your labor. Because this is the socialist conversation. Oh, like, if you're socialist, why are you rich? First of all, I understand why you intuitively think that. And not that socialists should be rich, but socialists can get rich. You can be rich and a socialist, okay? It's like you can have good intentions and still get paid for your labor. So make sure you know the difference. This is the discernment between, oh, this guy is scamming me and this person's really trying to help me. And by the way, again, it's I can't even tell you how impactful this has been on my life, that it's the capitalism of it all. When I was in that women's business group and she had given me the business class for free, it was like a lot of money, thousands and thousands of dollars. And she was bragging, this woman who will remain nameless because I signed a contract, who knew ex-billionaire, who like bragged about knowing billionaires. I left the class. I was like, hey, I don't think this is for me because like I'm like pretty progressive and I'm kind of like deconstructing capitalism. She goes, before I left that, she told me, she was like, you need to double the price of your calls. I was like, oh, no, I'm good. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, I make enough. It's already $250 an hour. That's crazy. But also it is that much because I was doing like 40 calls a month. Like I was making a lot of money just doing calls. I was barely doing YouTube, and they were mostly from people who made a lot of money and or could afford it or saved up for it. And a lot of those people were also on the $75 tier. So remember, I had like 20 people of those calls were just paying $75, which to talk to a YouTuber or talk to a public figure for once a month, frankly, when she's making content, makes sense. Because remember, the payment for that was not only paying for my time being taken away from making content, I put that money back into the business to make content. Remember that. Remember, there was a reason I even did calls. I was literally giving it as a big perk. Otherwise, you could just sign up for $1. It was meant for people, okay? And I did plenty of refunds for people. I was very considerate of people's finances. But at the end of the day, you are supposed to be paid for your labor. Okay, this is important because Britt Hartley does calls too. And I don't want you to think everybody who does calls or courses is bad. No, because you still deserve to be paid for your labor. Okay, I stopped doing calls eventually because I decided that I was obviously meant to make content and I would put my heart and soul into it. And I did. And it was the best decision I ever made. But I still love doing my Discord where I have conversations with you guys. That's like my favorite. I love my Saturdays with you guys. Okay, I love that. And that's so fun for me. And I still do it to this day. It is so fun for me. It's not, but I still deserve to come to work and get paid because at the end of the day, this is a job. And I would not be able to do it unless I made money. Otherwise, I'd be working my other job like I always did, and I'd be having less time to do this. So it's not that they have a course. It's not that they take calls. It's what they are doing and why they're doing it. Okay? It's why they're doing it. And that's the point. And that's what I want for when you're examining these bubbles and you're trying to decide, okay, what's the capitalism of it all? It's like, when is enough money enough? When are you done charging people so much money? And the idea in a lot of these bubbles is to learn how to charge people the most money or to get clients who can pay for it. Look, I think that's true too. There is a bubble in which rich people will take they'll give you money, and if you want to make money off rich people, whatever. But also, it's like, how many language YouTubers sell courses? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with a person who's willing to teach you a language by selling you a course. The question is this worth your money? Now, that's another question. That's why I say, just because your favorite YouTuber has a course doesn't mean you need to buy it. Just because you can talk to someone on the phone doesn't mean you should. Just because I have a Discord doesn't mean you should join it. I mean, it's great if you want to be a member, but you don't have to. You don't have to. Okay? That's the point. Okay, now, let me do this. Hold on, let me finish out this video and then I'll give you the update.
To get the message out about who and what he is. This is important because this man masquerades as a healer, as someone who has something to offer people looking for meaning in their lives. But there are many people who are out there doing that work in ethical ways, without taking advantage, without allying with powerful abusers. And they're the ones who deserve our support, not Deepak Chopra. Now is your chance to share your thoughts in the comments below or call and leave me a fewer than 3-minute voicemail at 202-656-1509 or send an email to info@thepage.
Okay, now if I go to this, okay. Brittany put an update and said, at the time this video was recorded, Deepak Chopra had yet to make a statement. He has now broken his silence and made the statement on X and his Instagram story that says, I'm deeply saddened by the suffering of the victims in this case, and I unequivocally condemn abuse and exploitation in all forms. I want to be clear, I was never involved in, nor did I participate in, any criminal or exploitative conduct. Any contact I had was limited and unrelated to abusive activity. Are you sure about that, buddy? Some past email exchanges have surfaced to reflect poor judgment. It's always that. Poor judgment in tone. It's always that. I regret that now and understand how they read today. Okay, bro. Given what was publicly known at the time. My focus remains on supporting accountability, prevention, and efforts that protect and support survivors. Okay, so just to be clear, and let me just, for the sake of, everyone being like, oh, you didn't read this from his actual Instagram. How do you know that's what he said? Okay, just relax. Let me get to it. Okay. Wherever he put it. Where did he even put it? Wait, she said it was on his Instagram, but I don't see it here.
Presence today in a world that constantly pulls.
Hello? Where is it? How am I gonna find it? Okay, hold on. She said it was also on X. Let's see, girl. I don't have X, so hopefully I can see it though. Oh, here it is, maybe. Okay, here it is, Deepak Chopra. Okay, I am deeply saddened by the suffering of the victims in this case. Okay, 6.3 million views, February 4th, 2026. Let's see. Okay, yeah, bring your girls invitation. The God is the construct. This is readers out of context they thought people might want to know. My focus remains on supporting accountability and prevention efforts. Okay, so obviously we know it's bullshit, right? Obviously we know he's flailing. We also know that they're old and they're about out. And that's the other part of this that I think is so key before we get into Britt Hartley. I love that we went from Brittany. We're going to go to Britt Hartley now. And then I'm Brittany. Look at us. They're all dying. They are all old and it's all coming to the surface. But do not be mistaken that there will be young men ready to replace them because the system encourages it. Andrew Tate is a great example. And he is eager. He is drooling, okay? So excited at the opportunity to replace these people. And you know, we're going to talk about, Therese has a video out about how like Epstein isn't unique. This is not a unique situation. And that's why, you know, we need to talk about this because it isn't just Epstein. Epstein was just a man with money, but there are people, we know that. We know from our own families that there are Epsteins. They might not be doing exactly the same crimes. They might not be trafficking people, but they are abusing minors. Okay? They are hitting on 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds. They are having affair. They are cheating with minors, whatever you want to say it. They are targeting and abusing minors. Okay? We know from our own family, mine included, that there are child marriages all around the world that are justified all these years later because, oh, that's just how things were. Never should have happened, but it did. So we have to do something about it. And the question is, what is it? How do we right the wrongs of the past? How do we heal the present and move forward into the future? It's going to take a lot of work. But Epstein and Trump and all these guys, they're just the dudes you knew in high school who felt just entitled then as they do now. It's just now they have power and money. You know, they are literally that stereotype of a rich boy in college whose parents get him out of, you know, the Brock Turners of, you know, the Brock Turners. You know, that's what these boys are. These men are. And this bubble, this construct of men as a system, it's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. So what do we do then? What do we do about it? And that's really hard to know. So let's switch gears to Britt Hartley from a philosophical standpoint, talking about Deepak.
Released emails from the Epstein files show that Deepak Chopra was much more involved than he previously admitted to. We knew months ago that he was in the Epstein files. He said that he just met with Epstein in order to like help him with his sleep meditation because he was struggling with sleep. And now we're getting a lot more. So for example, God is a construct. Cute girls are real. Cells are human constructs. No such thing. Universe is a human construct. No such thing. Cute girls are aware when they make noises. And last but not least, does a cell have form? Blah, blah, blah. Did you find me a cute Israeli? Now, some people here will say we need to separate the art from the artist, and there are times that I do that. The reason that I don't in spirituality is if it is clear as a man that you see women as an object and you are treating women as if they are an object, then how can I trust that your spiritual advice has even considered me at all? As a woman, as a full person, my way of life, how it may differ from yours. Same thing for like Andrew Huberman, who it came out that he was dating 6 months.
Boo, I covered that on stream. Andrew Huberman is one of them too. I used to watch Andrew Huberman in the very, very beginning. And I was like, okay, I get it. Like, I knew people who were watching him. And then I was like, what is up with this guy? Something about this guy. And I didn't know what it was. You know, I couldn't quite figure it out at the time. Obviously, it's so obvious now, and I'm better at seeing it now. But then all those women came out, and I was like, there it is. And after those women came out, people didn't care. I mean, I cared, and you cared, obviously. But they didn't care. And I was off him at that point anyways. But the point is that these men in these bubbles, once again, using any, okay, because here's the problem. Women in spiritual bubbles get accused of pseudoscience, which it can be. A lot of them are in pseudoscience. But a lot of us are also trying to say something philosophical more than science. Like, I don't consider what I do science, but I consider an overlap between science and spirituality that I think is really important. Philosophy is the love of wisdom. And there's something very spiritual about wisdom as a concept, you know, because to even have wisdom, you have to form a better, deeper relationship with self. Guys, wisdom is an experience. It's singular and it's consistent. I don't have the consistent kind. I have the singular. So I sometimes experience wisdom. Okay, I don't have the consistency with it yet. But that experience is when I'm having a deeper relationship with myself, when I'm really in the moment and I'm utilizing wisdom. This is obviously not practice en masse. If it was, the world could not look the way it is. It just could not look the way it is. You would not be buying Uber Eats every day if you were wise. You just wouldn't. It doesn't make sense. Your life would be a reflection of it. I'm wise when it comes to certain decisions, but I'm not wise in everything in my life, because if I was, maybe I never would have been an Andrew Huberman fan or a viewer, right? Because maybe I would have had the wisdom at the moment to be like, nah, I know what this is. Same thing. You can't be perfect at all times, so you will have to make the mistake of, oh, maybe, blah, 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 and learning. But also, you are not responsible for what these men are doing. This is also one of the faults of, I remember saying something positive about a bad man on the internet, thinking like, hey, I hope he gets better. He definitely could. And people being like, yeah, but when he doesn't, aren't you going to be embarrassed? No. What does this have to do with me? What does a man being shitty have to fucking do with me? Just because I have faith in humanity does not mean I'm responsible for its failures. The issue is you don't allow two things to be true at once. And that's the dilemma. Even with Dr. K, I can't vouch for Dr. K. I don't know him. And even if I did, I wouldn't. He could turn out to be a serial killer tomorrow. Okay? But do I have a hope that he'll stay consistent and make good choices? Yeah, I have the hope. Will he? I don't know. What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with me? But you will. You will blame me. People will, to this day, come into my comments and say, I can't believe you were ever good to so-and-so. Okay, let me make it abundantly clear. Not only can I not vouch for anyone, I can't even vouch for Britt Hartley. And I did a collab with her. What about Britt Hartley? Here I am showing you her. Here, I just showed you the other Brittany Page. And I'm saying, oh, I like these girls. Okay, what if one of them comes out tomorrow and something horrible comes out about them? You know what I'm saying? Well, damn. And that's when you say, the irony is that with Deepak Chopra and Epstein, these men kept finding out horrible things about Epstein, and they went back. They went back. They stayed friends. Oh, wait until you see the Richard Dawkins stuff tomorrow. Wait till you see that. Same thing. They hear about it, and then they reach out to these men. Hey, you've dealt with sexual assault, like accusations, right? Oh, hey, you've dealt with bitchy women. How do I do it to, how do I, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you've dealt with, Chet says, how are you supposed to know? Well, to be fair, eventually you'll spot it easier in different people. So to be fair, I know better now because of what I went through. And that's why I'm patient with people. I'm like, you're going to see it one day. You're going to wake up and you're going to see it. Okay, you're going to see the thing that I see now faster. And the same thing people saw in me. They're like, Brittany, trust me, don't trust him. And I was like, hold on, I don't see it. Okay, the same thing we do with everything that we do is when you are ready, you will see it with different eyes. But until then, it is what it is. That's why I say let people make their mistakes, because you can't force them to do otherwise, And yes, do not blame me. I'm not responsible, but it is a part of the process. It's a part of the process of growing as a person. So I understand, but do not feel so smart. So, oh, I knew Trump was always bad. I knew Trump was always bad. Okay, girl, we knew Trump was bad 40 years ago. You were late. You weren't even born when I was thinking Trump was bad. I was literally alive before you were even a fucking concept in your dad's balls. Okay? So don't even come at me and be like, I always knew. I always knew. You didn't always know nothing. Okay? And that's the thing that we all have to understand is like, have a little humility and also understand it's a process.
Women at one time and they were all lied to and it was this big ordeal. And the reason that I don't want to take his health advice or like his cold plunge advice is that I know because in your private life you treat women like objects, I know that you're then not the kind of person to think, have there been studies about
which is why did I say to Debate Bros, what you do in your private life matters for the work you create. And they said, no, it doesn't. The whole Debate Bro bubble was like, Brittany, what does it matter if what he's saying is true, what he does in his personal life, everything. Oh, Brittany, why are you making it personal? This is a politics video. This is about politics. Why are you making it personal? Because the personal is political?
Women done on cold plunges, and does it differ from how men experience cold plunges before? I just give this advice to everyone. So for me, blocking Deepak Chopra is super easy because I don't even like his stuff anyway because it's way
Exactly.
too much pseudoscience for my taste.
Exactly.
But even if his stuff was good, I do think that there should be a consequence for him obviously not seeing women as people. So what I want men to see is that when women say, I don't want to take spiritual advice from men anymore, it's because unless I can trust that you have undone all of that internalized patriarchy, all of that subconscious messaging, and really worked hard to see women as full people, which is a journey, like that's going to be a journey when you are raised in patriarchal culture, then how can I take your advice when you don't see me as a full person? How can I take your advice on how to do spirituality for a woman if you don't even really see me as a full human? So not only do I think there should be legal ramifications, because before Jeffrey Epstein, he had his own allegations in the 90s of sexual harassment coming from his wellness center. And so I believe those women. I especially believe them even more now, but I believed them then. And so not only do I think, we should follow up with legal ramification for things like this, but I think there should also be an understanding in the spiritual community that, hey, you are not treating women as if they are more than just objects, which means your spiritual advice for everyone is suspect.
Exactly.
So collectively,
Hold on.
I hope that we are all done with Deepak Chopra.
Yes, ma'am, we are, Britt Hartley. Okay, love her. Again, I have a collaboration with her on my page. Let me go to this next one. Okay.
Let's talk about the men who teach us about the divine feminine.
Another revealing Deepak Chopra email says, my biological needs are met occasionally, and that he enjoys the company of younger women because he loves to engage with them to inspire them and stimulate them. And you can tell by the way he talks that he's sent
Right there. The fantasy, which by the way, when you're young, okay, you might think is really hot. Older guy, older woman, teaching you how to do things, teaching you about your body. Girl, I get it. I was young at some point too. But trust me, after you've come and the orgasm is down, and then you realize like the fuck is happening, you're like, hold up. How am I here and why this is happening? Because it seems really hot. It seems like, oh, this is kind of like the fantasy. This is the 100-year-old vampire fantasy that we all grew up reading about, which is why, you read Twilight in high school and then you grow up and you're like, first of all, why is he still in high school? And second of all, why is a 100-year-old vampire hitting on a 17-year-old? Because even though in the fantasy, we're all like, in real life, what is this? Okay. So, but but the problem is, and this is the most disgusting part for a lot of us who had this happen to us as young people, is like, I just remember dating a guy in my mid 20s, 22, 24. I just remember one day, we only dated for like a couple years. He's 12 years older. I just remember looking at him and being like, oh, you're not going to grow up. And I want to grow up. And you're not growing up, but you had 12 years before me to grow up faster. And you're not growing up. And I just remember thinking like, uh-oh. And that's what it is. It's that uh-oh moment of realizing like, as a younger person, you really think these older people are more mature than you or more wise or they have something to teach you. And then you realize like, what could a man who's trying to fuck a 19-year-old at 71 have to teach? What could this man know to teach me about life and dignity and treating people with dignity? What could he know? Nothing. And that is the myth of being older means you know. You must earn that wisdom. Growing old isn't enough. You have to do the work.
Centering himself, right? These are my biological needs. I love to be around young women because then I get to be their hero and inspire them. And I want you to notice now this pattern with male thinkers who theorize or exalt or talk about the divine feminine while actually not being great towards women. I have the same beef with Carl Jung, who wrote extensively about symbols around the feminine and divine feminine, and yet not only did he carry long-term multiple affairs that really hurt his wife, he claimed that they were psychologically necessary for him.
Exactly. Same thing with any myth about a man in a spiritual position. Listen, I will read everything, but I will look at it so critically, and that's all I'm asking you to do. Stop fangirling and labeling yourself with these men's philosophies. Stop even choosing women and doing it. We're all people on a planet existing. And if you, again, form your whole, guys, just think about it. If this person didn't exist, would you then not exist? If your identity is like, I'm a Jungian. Carl Jung, I love him. He's my favorite. He really taught me to get into my divine masculinity. Would you love Jung and you're forming your identity around him? What would you have done if he didn't exist? How could your idea of self only exist through the lens and construct out of one person's brain? Come on now.
His wife Emma was supposed to run the household, raise the children. She was a psychoanalyst in her own right, deal with all of the social consequences of his actions. And also, when she tried to leave him 3 times, he pretended that he would be sick so that she would care for him.
Oh my God, what a tactic. What a tactic.
Campbell gave us so much language around myth and story. He gave us the hero's journey. And when Maureen Murdoch brought to him the heroine's journey, because women in the hero's journey are rarely protagonists within our lives, they're usually like the goddess or the temptress, he really saw no reason why it should exist. Like, he didn't get it. He really just assumed that the male experience was the default and saw no issue with the hero's journey just applying to everybody. So what we're seeing with Deepak right now has been something that's happening for a long time, where men in religion and spirituality like to talk about the divine feminine in this.
And by the way, no wonder Jung knew so much about a shadow. He had one chasing him his whole life. That's the irony, is like, just because you're a bad person doesn't mean you can't make good work, but your good work doesn't take away from the fact that you were a bad person. We like to live in a world where somebody makes something good, so we forget they were bad. No. 2 truths at the same time. We are contradictory people. Human beings are contradictory. You were a shitty person who made something helpful, but also go fuck yourself. Okay? Thanks, I'm going to take what was good and throw out the rest. But like, don't even try to play in my face that you're not a piece of shit.
Abstract way where it's a muse or a symbol or an archetype or a resource rather than a lived ethic or a redistribution of power. And where this becomes dangerous is men like Deepak Chopra making millions of dollars teaching.
And by the way, that's the problem with the MAGA and all of these people identifying with people, because if you have to criticize them, you have to criticize yourself. Stop identifying with people. Stop identifying with your favorite artists. Like, identify with them superficially, like, oh yeah, you're gay, I'm gay. But like, they are not you, you are not them. Okay? So if they do something, sure, be like, oh, that's disappointing. But what does that have to do with you? The problem is that people can't allow themselves to critique their favorites because their favorites are so intertwined with their identity. And I'm saying, same thing with Jesus Christ, same thing with God. How hard is it for Christians to deconstruct away from Christianity? Because they're like, but that's my whole thing. I get it. And I'm very empathetic to how hard that journey is. But I recommend it's the one you take if you want to have a deeper relationship with your biological self. If.
About the divine feminine. And when a woman feels exhausted or angry or constrained, then Deepak Chopra will say you need to align with flow. You need to soften your resistance. You need to release attachment. You need to trust the universe. And men like Deepak Chopra who talk about the divine feminine never ask who is benefiting from her flexibility. Why is she absorbing disproportionate labor? Is her anger actually a sane response that should tell us that something's wrong here? What boundary or refusal is needed in this system? And these teachings about the divine feminine talk about how healing comes from softening, but never from saying no, never from withdrawing care, never from disrupting harmony, never from changing the system itself. So this is why I'm so distrustful of men teaching me about the divine feminine, because they tend to do it in ways that still center themselves and what they need from women. And I'm just personally no longer interested in any form of spirituality that asks just women to soften without asking systems to change. Let's talk.
A fucking men, girl. Okay, last video from Britt.
How has Deepak responded to the Epstein allegations? He's turned all of his comments off, and now just today he posted a conversation between him and Rosa Parks. And this is what really bothers me. He included
Oh my God.
this quote from her: if we didn't make a protest against that treatment, not only would things stay as it is, but it would probably get worse.
Oh.
I don't use the word evil very often, but that is evil. When
so evil.
you use what is inspirational and good and sacred and amazing about human nature and use it as a shield to protect yourself, I'm sorry, that is evil. How dare you? How dare you try to hide behind Rosa Parks? For someone who claims to be enlightened, for someone who claims to have incredible self-awareness, for you to choose this moment to share a quote where Rosa Parks talks about standing up to power and injustice while you are in the Epstein files is crazy. Like, I have more respect for the fake ass apologies from the men who are caught up in this, who, you know, say things like, I should have known better, things like that, and stepping down from their companies. Like, even though the apologies are super shallow, I would rather have that because at least it's an acknowledgement of what's going on versus hiding behind Rosa Parks and continuing on your platform as if nothing is happening and turning your comments off on all of your social media platforms. How dare you today highlight Rosa Parks? How dare you?
That was 5 days ago. So like he did it during Black History Month. Oh, he just did it. Yeah, of course. Wow. Of course he did. Wait, chat, of course he did. I'm reading your comments and I'm like, oh yeah, it's clicking. Whoa.
You get the audacity. My God.
The audacity comes from buying into patriarchy, which tells men that they are a part of a system that is great and superior, and they were born better than other people. Because you were born better, you're entitled to calling it a mistake at 71. Okay? So I think, first of all, shout out to the girl, shout out to the Britneys. Okay, look at us all together. I think what I appreciate about this commentary is because my bubble tends to overlap with similar bubbles. Like Britt Hartley talks about divine feminine, but she's not coming from she's coming from a progressive lens, not a conservative one. There is a femininity, a power and energy in the fact that we're people. We know that. Like when a comedian is reading the room and he's getting the vibe of the crowd, that's energy, right? When you're engaging in a very particular gendered experience of feeling a divine asterisk, whatever that means to you, relationship to feminine, masculine, it's a spiritual practice. And I don't think we should think it's silly in the sense that we should think it's not helpful. We should think it's personal and has nothing to do with me. And it doesn't mean it's universal or something that everyone needs to experience, but it can be a way that you utilize, like understanding what things mean. Like Dr. K often talks about how spirituality and science actually go together and how we always try to separate the two. And I think the only thing you need to separate is the pseudoscience from the real science. But science should be able to prove spirituality. It should be able to prove magic. So if magic exists, we will be able to prove it. If there is a God, we'll be able to prove it. And that's what I think science is good for, if it's good science, because then you have a Richard Dawkins who claims he's this great scientist, right? And he's in the Epstein files. He's a misogynist. He's a transphobe. You know, for a guy who's a scientist, he's pretty anti-science. We'll talk about that tomorrow. So when we have these conversations, we have to be honest with the fact that just because you call it science doesn't mean you're actually engaging in truth seeking. And just because you call it spirituality doesn't mean it's not real. We have to have the wisdom and discernment to actually understand what is true. That is my personal journey. My personal dream, if I have any, is to seek truth in a more foundational sense. Can I really understand the why of existence? Probably not. But it's sure gonna, occupy my time while I'm here. And then I'll die. And then, I'm sure billions of other people are doing the same thing. I take great joy in trying to figure out why. And I wish the world was more busy thinking about that than deciding they already know why. Because everyone has decided they already know why. There's no room for curiosity or growth. How can you be curious and grow in a world where you already decided you know? And that's not the same thing as people saying, well, you think feminism is the answer, but is it? I never said feminism is the answer. I said it's a solution, temporary, based off of the current state of the patriarchy. And people don't even understand that. Because all they see is like, oh, so you think it's like, no, it's a temporary solution. There's still more to it. There's still more to come. It was interesting on my podcast last week. I mentioned, the guy was making a dating list of red flags in a dating partner. And he said, if you're a feminist, red flag, And I said, well, in my case, it's not a red flag if you're a feminist, but it might be a red flag depending on the kind of feminist. Maybe you're a TERF, trans radical exclusionary feminist. Or it might be, if you're like more of a womanist, we can have a conversation. And somebody in my chat was like, oh my God, I never resonated with feminism, but I never knew what womanism it was. Thank you for like telling me about it. And I was like, oh yeah, sure. But all of these things are created out of people. We invent thought, or our thought inspires invention. So we sit there and go, there's something missing from feminism. And a black philosopher stands up and goes, well, maybe, let me get her name, maybe womanism is better, okay? Womanism is a social theory and activism movement rooted in the experiences of black women and women of color. And let me see, what is her name? Hold on, Alice Walker. Okay, so Alice Walker coined this term, and I think it's interesting, and I think it's cool, and I think it's great, and I just like the idea, even if you don't use the word, or even if I don't use the word, or whoever uses the word, the idea is that we create from our minds what we think of as answers. We create from our own minds solutions for humanity's suffering. And that should make you pause and think about the impact we all have on each other and ourselves, and the amount of harm that people can engage with and call it a mistake. These men are in incredible positions of power, and they need to be held accountable. And you need to remind people who say, oh, I love that guy. Remind them, oh, did you know? Read the books critically, okay? And move on from that. Now, let me just double check something, because I learned this recently, but I want to make sure it was real and I wasn't just wrong about this. Yeah, it is. That's crazy. Did you know Mein Kampf, which I've never read? Okay, it's not very interesting to me, but I might read it one day just for research. Apparently, in translation, it means my struggle. And I'm like, even Adolf Hitler was like, struggle. And I was like, sit down. And that should tell you human beings' universal experience of suffering will always be reconstructed as my struggle. And then he went on to genocide a whole population. No, I didn't know that. Chad says, you didn't know that? No, I did not know that. No, I did not know that. But it makes a lot of sense, No, white men love to struggle. They love to struggle. You know what I'm saying? They just love to struggle. Honestly, if I'm being really honest, the one thing I've learned about white men is they are so jealous that Black people get to struggle. And so they add self-inflicted struggle to their lives because they want the street cred of coming from nothing into something. Even though under white supremacy and capitalism, they're struggling. But they are. They really are jealous that Black Americans specifically get to struggle because they think Black Americans are socially benefiting from the struggle. They actually believe that Black Americans are getting treated special because they struggle. They think they get street cred. They think they get to make cool music and write books and get movie deals and get admitted to colleges. They literally think Black struggle is like cool. But then the cognitive dissonance. It's not every white person. It's certain white bubbles for sure. But yeah, there's a certain type of white man bubble specifically that really thinks of Black suffering as like they're jealous. It's such a deeply misplaced thought. It's just kind of crazy. It really is. But there you go. Kind of crazy. I think that's the problem with being a person, though. If you talk to a therapist about this and said, hey, do you know you can just struggle? You don't have to compare your suffering to other people. You could just acknowledge your suffering and you have struggle. They're like, yeah, but I have struggle because I'm a white man. No, there's nothing to indicate your struggle is specifically coming from the color of your skin. There's no data point to this, but you are struggling. No, I'm struggling because of my skin. They think they're being left out of struggle. They also want to struggle for their skin color because they want to feel like they struggle. They don't understand their struggle is just as valid. It's just a different kind of struggling because they don't see their struggle as the same. You know what I'm saying? They're literally like a kid who has like ice cream and you have ice cream. They're like, oh, I want that ice cream. And it's like, but you have ice cream too. Yeah, they're FOMO. They have FOMO. And they're like, oh, but I want that ice cream. And it's like, oh, well, you already have ice cream. It's the same ice cream. And they're like, but yours looks more interesting. Like, I need this one. And then they take it from you and they're like, my suffering. Look at me having to eat 2 scoops of ice cream instead of 1. And I'm like, okay. Anyways, listen, with peace and love. Chess says, why do they say that? Lack of introspection or mental health? Both. It's like a childhood jealousy. It's like a misunderstanding. It's like when rich kids talk about struggle. Oh man, I struggled, bro. My parents never had the money to get me the new Bugatti, so I had to settle for a Ferrari. The struggle. It's like that. only it's real. So like, okay, just FYI, if you have a good therapist, so you know, a good therapist will validate these feelings. Yeah, you're struggling. Can we talk about that struggle? Because it's real. Biologically, it's a real struggle. They really feel it. And I'm saying, I validate your feelings. Now let's deconstruct them. You know? No way. Is a Ferrari more expensive than a Bugatti's like $300,000? Are Ferraris $300,000? You know what? Whatever. I don't know cars. Okay? But I will just say this, that it is a real struggle. That's what I'm telling you. It is a real struggle. My DBT therapist did this for me. She said, Brittany, what you are biologically feeling is real. You are really feeling suffocated in this room right now. Your claustrophobia is real. You're really feeling it. And I said, uh-huh. And she goes, let's regroup though. And I said, okay. She goes, can we do some data-based calming down? Who's in this room with you? I said, me and you. She goes, okay. Are you in trouble? And I said, no. She goes, is there any threat to your life? And I said, no. And she said, okay. And I was like, okay. And like, she literally taught me to rewire my brain to understand like this thing I'm feeling is real, but I can calm myself through it. Getting on an airplane became significantly easier once I could do this, you know, but it is hard. And I feel it still. Even to this day, if my partner and I are in bed together, and they just put their leg over my leg, I'll be like, and he's just like, oh my God, bro. I was like, I'm literally like, and like, he'll start to feel it right away. Some days it's fine and he can do it and it's not a big deal. But like just putting his leg over my leg, which should be a cute special. I'm like, oh my God, I'm suffocating. Like, and that's real. You might roll your eyes at it and think it's so stupid and oh my God, you're so dumb. And yeah, it is kind of stupid and dumb. But it's real. So instead of sitting here and accusing my partner of being like, oh my God, you're trying to suffocate me, I go, hey, bro, my brain is convinced, like, let go. Versus these other white men or these other people, they're not able to do that. They're not able to do that. They're not able to say, I do feel this way. I'm going to deconstruct it. I'm going to deconstruct why do I feel this way? And can I get to the point where I don't feel it anymore? Where it's different, you know? I certainly did. There were things I worked on in therapy where like there were certain times when I just like couldn't be around a man. It was pissing me off because I had been assaulted. It was a whole thing. And I just wanted to go to women's events and do all this stuff. And now I'm past that and I'm good again. But I needed to go to therapy for it. It wasn't the fault of the individual men I was engaging with. It was just, I was sick of it. And, you know, I'm sick of men as a system, as you know. But men as individuals, I'm pretty big fans of, obviously, you know? So yeah, when we have these conversations, that's why I say a good therapist will validate men's loneliness. And then they will get them to the place where they realize, oh, I'm misplacing my angst. I'm misplacing my dysregulation. I'm misplacing my conclusion. My conclusion is wrong about the loneliness part. Okay? And I understand on the internet, we're not people's therapists. So like, you don't want to do that emotional labor. Valid. But a good therapist will validate you. Period. No matter what you've done. And then they will help you become, you know, hopefully a healthier version of yourself. And then with philosophy work, you will also start to hold yourself accountable for what you did or how you thought or how you engaged, right? Okay. All of this to say, don't trust shitty people who engage in capitalistic schemes in order to make money off your vulnerabilities and exploit you. Okay, let's take a break. When I come back, I have one more story to share with you. It's even, honestly, I got exhausted just thinking about it. It's not that it's worse, but it's like, it's worse in a way because of the language being used. It's very triggering. It might be hard to watch, but again, men who do not deconstruct patriarchy are dangerous because you will always be secondary to them. Girls and women will always be secondary. That is so dangerous to exist in a world where we think anyone of any gender is secondary. Our gender does not make us secondary. Okay? All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Pausing music. Kat said, I wonder if today will be a short stream. I mean, if it was, I'd end it now. A regular stream, I want it to be about 4 hours. A long stream, 6 hours. A short stream, 2 hours. So I think we're going to get somewhere in the middle. I think a regular stream, a 4-hour stream is probably what we're aiming for. Let's see how fast we go through this next story, though. It's all dependent on that. Okay, so... Birdie membership for 6 months. Let's go. Oh my God. Look at this. Are you doing like a little cartwheel in that emoji? Cute. Absolute love. Did I miss anything from the comments? It doesn't look like it. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Okay, let's see. Let me pull this up. Ding, 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 ding. La 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 la. Okay, guys, just a trigger warning. Okay, or wait, 2 things. Before we move into this trigger warning, okay, before we do that, you'll never believe what happened. I was on my way out of the room, like, okay, and my door handle, it's one of these. It goes down, and the door pushes open, and I'm thinking, oh, it's my partner to, let Indiana in because she's scratching at the door. It was Indiana. This is the 2nd or 3rd time I have caught her opening up the doors. Who is the smartest, cutest kitty ever? She's so cute. I was like shook. Every time she does it, like, I know a lot of cats do it, but I was like, oh my God. And you know what I'm saying? She's so cute. Okay, that really happened. That just happened. I was like, anyways, okay. I don't know why. I get so excited when I see animals do stuff like that, which I guess it reinforces vegan philosophy that, like, hey, they have brains and preferences and ideas and, Oh, I just love it. I love it so much. Okay. Do you guys know who, let's see here. Do you guys know who Corey Holcomb is? Holcomb? I think that's how you say it. He is a podcaster and I think like a comedian. He's going majorly viral in my side of the internet, okay? Just trigger warning, I want to introduce you to him.
I saw this little girl. She had a Welch's grape juice bottle in her mouth. And she was about 5. She had the whole bottle. As far as it'll go, just sucking on it. Walking with her mama. Somebody said, get that out her mouth. When they took it out her mouth, that baby said, You know when she stopped crying? When a man picked her up and put her in her lap and started bouncing with her. Then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I said, that's a whore. That's a little whore growing right there. And everybody will say, Corey, what is you talking about? Corey, you crazy. Get the fuck out of here. This little girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open. She was just, it had the cap on it and everything. They took it out of her mouth. Then a man picked her up and started shaking her on his knee. And she was like, I said, that's a whore. That's a little whore. It's just Corey Holcomb crazy. I almost want to go back and ask about that little girl and do a documentary on her life. So one day I can show I know what I'm talking about. But in this society, I'm a bad guy. Kid pussy, that's the best put. I'm saying, you better watch motherfuckers around your kids. Last weekend.
It gets worse. That was pretty bad. It gets worse. Okay, I have a very specific way I'm going to tell this story. He comes across my feed. So I look him up. I'm like, who is this guy? Okay, so this is Corey. Okay, he's one of the most controversial comedians working today. In 2024 incident between a fellow comedian that turned violent continues to haunt him. Recently, TMZ did a story and basically show him punching a woman. Okay, they got into it. He got into it. He went up to her. I'll show you the video. And he has like 400,000 people on YouTube. He has somewhat of a following, but everyone is really mad at him. Like they have made PDF compilations of his stand-up, if you want to call it that. He is not well liked. From what I'm getting, I don't think he's well liked. Okay, this is the video that TMZ shared that basically he was upset about. So let me show you the video. So it's silent. There's no sound. So it's a crowd of people. Here's Corey. You can see the red arrow. Okay, and then here's this woman. She's a comedian, and she's talking to him. Okay, this is Christina Payne, I think her name is. Or maybe I'll look up and make sure that's her name. Okay, so they freeze it because he hits her. Let me just go back. So you can see he hits her right in the face. Like he just walks up to her. Literally, they're so far from each other. He goes all the way up to her and hits, and I just want to make sure, yeah, her name is Christina Payne. Okay. And then, okay, so he approaches, it freezes, and I think it freezes for probably censorship or something, because there were more videos showing this on the internet, but I think they're doing it for copyright or something. But like basically everyone starts fighting him, they're pulling him off. It's a whole thing, okay? This video, okay, plays into TMZ then reporting on this, and he is so mad that he makes a recent live stream about it. Before we get to that recent live stream, look at this video commentary about this clip, which I think personally is one of the worst clips, okay? And then I'm going to have you listen to her commentary from this TikToker, and then we'll continue forward, okay?
Iceland. Hey, I was in Iceland. Hey, you don't have to be no 18. I think it was 13, maybe 14.
Yeah.
That's a grunt. The vagina been on this planet 14 years. I've said this before on the show also. Do you know if a woman 16 years old gives you a baby, that is going to be 16, 17, 18, 19. That is going to be one of the healthiest babies possible.
Every day I wonder why Corey Holcomb has a platform. I wonder why there's so many men that follow after the things he say, people that watch his podcast actively and they really listen to his content, because not only are you a woman beater, because that's on video, but now you're also on your own podcast admitting to be a pedophile. Because later on in the clip he says, "Oh, I don't even have young girls around me. I don't even like young girls like that." Of course you're going to say that. Of course. But you literally just talked for 30 seconds and talked about underage girls, baby girls, as 14-year-old vagina. That's how you describe them. And then before he cut himself off, he was in the process of saying that's grown. That's what he was about to say. He said that's grown, and then he started another sentence because he knew how that would sound. And then to lie and say 16, 17-year-olds produce the healthiest babies, that's a lie, because you're saying older women produce unhealthy children, which is also false. And what do you have to say for the young girls that have babies and those babies are born with disabilities? That just don't happen no more? You're just lying to push your pedophile agenda to anybody that's willing to listen. That's why I'm so confused on why anybody listens to this man. I just don't understand why this nigga is still around, like, honestly. And this is also why I don't date older men, because the men that be 20, 15, 35 years older than their girlfriend, y'all are creeps and weirdos, and y'all need to be put down.
Okay, so she's making a really important point here. I don't know who she is, but I found that I want to use her commentary to expand. Also, Bird, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. The thing she's pointing out that I think is clear is, one, he is platformed. So I'll show you. This is his YouTube channel. This is the video that was recently covered in this article over here. And he's got 480,000, subscribers. He has like 200,000 views on this stream. And this is why I say, man, I must be doing something really wrong with my platform when this guy has crazy views. But obviously the reason he has crazy views is because we exist in a patriarchy. We exist in a world where men can get up here and talk about little girls' bodies this way, talking about little babies. Allegedly, the first clip I showed you about the little baby on his knee, apparently it was a 1-year-old, 1 or 2-year-old. I don't have any confirmation on that. It's just what people were saying in the comments. Like, hey, I think he's talking about a baby. I mean, it sounds like a baby, right? Either way, that commentary to come out of your mouth is so outrageous. It is like so deeply outrageous. So I can't tell which clip is worse when they're all so bad. But my brain is just like, oh, this is the PDF culture. This is the rape culture we're always talking about. Okay? This is the rape culture that we have been screaming about, talking about, right? Oh, he said a 5-year-old in the clip. He said it was 5 years old. Okay, thank you. So this is what we're talking about. It's the normalization of even allowing this type of content to be shared and passed around. And by the way, this isn't the only clip. I have more clips to show you. And that's what's kind of crazy. And so again, if this is your friend, if this is your brother, if this is someone you work with, if this is your son, there's no justification for this. And the fact is, he runs a podcast with another man and a woman. I'll show you them in a second. So just process that information, right? Process this information that not only is he, in quotation, successful, a bigger YouTuber than I am, not only does he have a microphone and gets paid, but he's got co-hosts and co-workers just fine. Kind of crazy, right? Okay. Chet says, what do you say to someone who justifies this type of abuse with immaturity from the older person? Can you expand on that? I'm not sure what you're asking, but I'm happy to answer it. I just don't know exactly what you're asking. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Okay, so while you guys are maybe asking again, let me go to his podcast. I'll show it to you. So he's mad that TMZ exposed that fight video. And there's 2 parts of this podcast I want to show you. I want to show you this one first. This is 5 minutes in.
Yeah. There are people that are on the internet who I believe
His audio clips in and out, just like keep that in mind.
get kickbacks for finding a way to make you mess up and say their name. I'm talking about, like, let me explain something to y'all. Rap music was destroyed by people they planted amongst us to let this version of
Also, his brand is 5150. I don't know why that is, but I should have looked into it because I only know 5150 as the mental health number. I don't know it anything else. Does anyone know the context of that maybe?
the music hit and the revolutionary version of rap fade away. Because that's not on the BETs or nothing like that. Revolutionary rap is how we used to rap. Public Enemy and all that stuff. I'm saying there was people were proud. People were proud to be this brown skin. Now it's bragging rap. It's I got more than you rap. I got do this dirt rap. It's all like that. And I'm not saying some of the guys aren't entertaining, but they got out what they want out. Now the reason I said that is because
Oh, Chet said, I think it's what is meant to be. He has made the reference to it being about being crazy. Okay, so he is referencing the 5150 code. Interesting.
now the internet and these shows like this is what people are watching.
Right.
So they have to run the revolutionary brothers and sisters away. They don't want you in the algorithm.
Does he think he's one of those? Like, does he think he's a revolutionary? Is that what the implication of this statement is? That's what I'm wondering, because I pre-watched this part. Like, are you saying that's you? Isn't this you?
I saw this little girl. She had a Welch's, started bouncing with it. Then she stopped crying and was looking like this. I said, that's a whore.
What's happening?
They don't want your influence out there. And a guy like me, trust me, my influence is a lot bigger than even I thought. So I understand I'm under attack now by some major hitters.
Oh, okay. I'm going to tell you my theory about what I think is happening, but you guys tell me. I think he's a 2C. I think he's absolutely fucking out of his head. And I think he's actually like a conspiracy theorist. I think he is literally convinced that TMZ has a hit out for him when he literally just hit that girl in the face. I think he literally thinks he's a revolutionary, but he's actually just a scammer. I think that's what it is. I think he is delusional. I think he probably thinks the earth is flat and doesn't take vaccines. That's what it's giving when I hear him talk, which is why he can justify talking about baby children the way he was talking about it. Because he's like delusional. There's like a delusion there. Now, I don't know if it's like actually 5150 or if it's just like a 2C ability to move in. But like, I don't know. Or if he's the kind of guy that would think it was street cred to be invited to Epstein. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. I think this is the man that wishes he was with Epstein, but isn't cool enough. Based off the pedophilic nature of it.
A lot of people don't know over at TMZ, Harvey Levins was one of the main prosecutors in California, the little moist boy. He is responsible for a lot of people who look like me being locked up. That lady who I keep mentioning, Sean Holly, they're like connected together. They are responsible for so many men who look like me being locked up. This is the honest to God truth. I'm not making no excuse, man. And this is why, from day one, the narrative has been he had a gun. At the courthouse, they tried to sneak a case behind me and say he had a gun. Nobody out there saw Corey Holcomb ump a gun. But this is how they get you locked up. They're pros at it. Did you hear what I said? I'm not talking to everybody. I'm telling the people who like, oh, that's what's happening. These people wanted to get me, a man with no history like that, locked up. So when they looked me up, they pushed gun.
I mean, look, there is racism. There's corruption of the police. His victim is saying there was a gun. She's the one who got hit in the face. This feels very similar to Meg Thee Stallion, where, look, I believe Meg Thee Stallion. This woman is saying there's a gun. I don't know. I'm not there. Oh, wait, it looks like he does reach down. Hold on. Okay, he's moving his drink from one hand to the other. He's approaching. He is reaching down, but I think it's to swing at her because he goes, oh no, he goes and then he goes to punch her. So he did physically assault her. I mean, whether or not there was a gun, they can figure that out. The victim is saying there might have been a gun. Okay, here's this from TMZ clips.
Christina, you went to the police back when this happened, filed a
This is what TMZ is doing now, if you guys are out of the loop.
police report. It went nowhere. What are you going to do now that there
Which, it went nowhere, the police report, like including the fact that he punched her?
is a video that seems to support at least the fact that you were punched by Corey?
It is hard even seeing that right now, seeing that playback and having to relive all of this all over again. But it's like almost like what.
I mean, what I'm asking is, are you going to pursue legal action again? The cops felt it was like a stalemate when it happened because they had no video. Now they got video. So
Oh, shut up. Wait, that's even worse. So the cops decided, wow, talk about fucking shoddy job. If anything, she should sue. Because there's literally a video of it happening. And look at all these men. Look at all these fucking men. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 probably. And look at the distance. Look at the distance. And then he closes the distance. And he's getting her face. Look how much taller he is. Look how much taller he is. And then boom, her head swings back. How fucking scary is that, bro? And then you're telling me that they didn't even do their due diligence and then the video came out after?
So I'm wondering, are you over it or are you going to pursue this
Over it?
in court?
I feel like it's
What's the difficult? What's making this so difficult, Christina, to go forward with it?
I feel like Corey's like threatened or tried to silence me, or like where it's like I've been in fear for my life, literally.
I mean, obviously, what do you expect her to do? That's what I'm saying. Like, she's obviously scared. It's obviously scary. And she doesn't have enough, probably enough money or enough status. And he probably does. And God knows he's the kind of man who would probably utilize his position of, quote, power. I mean, he already hit her in public with witnesses. He already talked about little girls the way he talks about little girls. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, shut up. I just realized Public Offender also made a video about Corey. Shut up. We're in tune. Okay, note to self. It's on my suggested tab. I'm like, Okay, so this is why we have to highlight these men, because look at them convinced. Look, now go back. Okay, so you just saw her a little bit. Let's go back to him and listen to the way he's talking about it. Oh, trying to silence a black man, trying to do X, Y, Z.
That's how you get black men grabbed off the street. Because let me tell you something, all the brothers and sisters, when I say brothers and sisters, I mean everybody. If you get into a physical altercation with somebody, they got assault, they got a battery, they got aggravated battery, they got different charges that can happen. But see, that's not profitable for people like Sean Hawley and Harvey Levins. We have to find an angle to set it up where this guy is a villain. So what they do, because they're good at it, they're really good at it. They take a black man who come from the straight up hood and took my reputation that I've built for all these years with their video and media power and turned me into a criminal in one.
See, he's utilizing. So, okay, this is what I mean when I say, like, he's correct that the system will do this to you, but we have to have the discernment to know if he's weaponizing that construct in order to gain empathy and sympathy where it is not deserved. Now, conservatives have this conspiracy about anyone who ever says they're a victim ever. We don't. We usually believe victims, except in this case, we have video evidence of who the victim was. But now he's turning around and saying, don't believe your eyes. Remind you of anybody? Epstein. Don't believe what you read. Don't believe your eyes. Trust me, I'm the victim. It's like, okay, well, and this is why I say, like, there is something, this happens to people. Black men are targeted and kidnapped off the streets. They are unjustly convicted of crimes they didn't commit. Their guns are planted. Except in this situation, it doesn't seem to be true. Not only does it not seem to be true, but he seems to be a very, very, very bad person. And now the actual victim is probably never going to see justice because, one, the system won't believe her. And two, in terms of hierarchy, she's lower on that priority list of believability because she's a black woman. So now he is weaponizing the patriarchy. His little place in the hierarchy next to white supremacy allows him more believability next to the voice of a woman. And he is weaponizing it against one of the most vulnerable. Even though we've all seen the video. And he used his joke and his position of power to joke about little girls, the vulnerability of little girls. This is misogyny. This is misogyny. And this is weaponizing your misogyny in the most disgusting, the most women and children, bro.
Weak. And if you, and it's a lot of black people out here, especially I say black people, if you don't have a lawyer that is sincerely trying to help you, they're going to go get on Sean Hawley and Harvey Levin's side and assisting them in delivering you to the system. I think I got blessed. And I believe this is going to lead to my biggest bag yet. Because I was ruined by a system that has ruined so many. If this is proven, does a lot of people that Harvey Levin's prosecuted get out of jail?
I'm not sure. I don't know his history.
Because I think this goes federal.
Those are his co-hosts.
Once I get to showing the evidence I have. I think it goes federal. I don't know, but I have evidence that's going to prove how these people, we ain't worried about the dodo bird. The dodo bird, look, you saw the movie Trading Places?
I remember it, but you know, it's early 80s, so.
Man, this movie Trading Places, these rich people said, oh, look at that poor guy, he's on the street. And then they had one guy who was rich and doing well. That's what happened to me. Trading Places, they grabbed.
That's a little whore growing right there. And everybody will say, Corey, what are you talking about? Corey, you crazy. Get the fuck out of here. This little girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open. She was just, it had the cap on it and everything. They took it out of her mouth. Then a man picked her up and started shaking her on his knee. And she was like, I said, that's a whore. That's a little whore. It's just Corey Holcomb crazy. I almost want to go back and ask about that little girl and do a duck.
Grabbed a meth head off the street and turned that person into a victim and good guy and made a man who has been in the community for all these years into a woman beater. So what I'm saying to you is this, man. It's way more going on than some man hit a girl type stuff. It's way more going on. My voice on this internet, they don't like that.
Okay? He's trying to make a conspiracy out of the fact that we know he hit this woman. There's literal video, and the guys around him went on him for it, which shout out to those guys. Honestly, shout out to the men around him but the question is, who are these men and are they still hanging out with him? But they did. They this guy went straight in. He was like, absolutely not, you know? And look, they all went for him really fast, which is good in the sense that they didn't stand by and let it happen. But also, are they still friends with him? Who is this guy? So then, okay. Here's this. Look at this. People are literally creating compilations. They're called Corey Holcomb being a PDF compilations, part 3.
Wish my baby happy 16th birthday. Aww. Hell, she ain't yours, so this is easy. She turning sweet 16 Saturday. Hey, what's up? Make sure, hey, look, I don't know her name.
He's reading a comment.
Isabella. What is her name? Dita 605? Dita 605? Listen, I want to wish your daughter a happy birthday. Her sweet 16. It's a beautiful age. And you make sure you and your daughter have counseling so that if she's broke, cat daddies like me ain't in that ass by the time she's 21 through 30. Because if you don't bring them up right, I'm going to be with them on their birthday. I was at the mall with the little broke bitch. We was in Victoria's Secret. And I'm sitting there at the counter. I'm like, what's up? She needs to get measured for a bra. She never been measured for a bra. And she want to have the right size on.
Oh, here's the thing. He calls himself a comedian, but I don't think this is comedy. I think this is him on his pod. I think he thinks he's funny, but I consider this a confession.
Instead of the Walmart bras. And the lady was like, oh, that is so sweet. Is this your daughter? I said, I'm standing up in this little bitch.
Oh my God.
And it wasn't a laugh when I said that. It wasn't a laugh. The lady looked like, I was like, I got a couple of dollars. I get to smash look cute young girls like this that come from poverty. I'm standing up in her. Do you need a bro, bitch? My brother's daughter was with...
Note the language. My brother's daughter. Your niece? You mean your niece?
A group of us. We were at the hotel because my mom was in town. Dee, was you there?
Yep, I brought the cake.
I know how to do babies.
It was super cute, though.
Everybody was trying to get her attention, but she wouldn't do nothing but hug her daddy because she didn't know us like that.
It's true.
I didn't pay her no attention. I just kept looking away. But I talk, my voice carries. And she kept looking.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, what happened, D?
She went right to him. It was almost like,
I'm the one wasn't paying her no attention.
And everybody like this, what? Like,
you know what that told me?
What?
She gonna be getting dick put up in her when she grow up.
God, why did I know it was going to take a bad turn?
I will not be defeated. Family ties must not rule over the business of the 5150.
No, either that or she wanted good luck and she thought you were Buddha.
I'm gonna get a text from my brother in a minute. Fuck you.
That's funny.
Oh, God, see, I knew it. He pulled a Craig on him. We didn't know what was going to come out in that mouth.
People say, you terrible, Corey.
Yes, he is.
But there's truth to that.
Yeah, for sure.
Her magnetic attraction to the male, the alpha in the room, means something. Am I wrong? Can anyone explain it? See, I'm not a scientific, explain with this scientific backing, but I watch young women as they develop in this world. And I get a pretty good idea of what they're going to be about. I know if they're going to need intense training to not go too far left, I know I'm blessed with this mind. A young girl. Corey was.
Okay. I know that was a lot. I know. I told you, trigger warning for sure on this one. I genuinely believe not only is this person dangerous, but he isn't unique. I think a lot of people really grow up thinking that children are deeply complicit in their own assaults. I heard it growing up from the adults in my life. Oh, those kids were dick teases. Oh, those kids know what they're doing. Oh, these adults are victims. They literally look at the adults as more of a victim than the actual kids, which is why the Trump administration exists and nobody cares, which is why Epstein files will come out and nobody will care. Because when people say, oh, we care about kids, it's all a facade. Because when real kids come to you and say, I was hurt, I was targeted, they're not believed. If any teenager comes forward with their stories, they still won't believe it, even though he just said it with his full chest. The fact that his brother might call him and say like, oh, you're fucked up, versus saying like, you will never see my daughter again, is exactly the form of complicity that we have in all of our family structures, our friend groups. Like, you look, I was a product of dark humor internet as much as anybody else, but there are just certain things that there's a line about. And you know what I mean? Like the darkness of your joke. This is why it was so like, oh, it's just so alarming when, especially men, we saw this with Ethan Klein, his old pedo account, Pedo Bear. We saw that with his jokes about kids and stuff. It's like, hey, listen. And he was like 28 posting those jokes. You cannot be making these jokes about little babies, little children, and not feel gross. At least sick to your stomach. Oh, Pedo Bear, Pedo Troll. Was he Pedo Troll or Pedo Bear? Either way, his nickname was like Pedo something, right? Pedo Troll. These men, look, I don't know to what extent anyone's ever been truly, because I don't know, because they're just talking. But the point is talking is enough for me personally, and I hope it's enough for you. I hope the way he is talking is enough, even though I know for a lot of people it won't be. And that's devastating. But he has told us, he's saying it with his full chest, and I hope it's a wake-up call for people. I'm not done. I want to show you another clip, okay? This clip is from the podcast once again, but it's about 20 minutes in, okay?
So Marv, one of the guys who I met out here, and I was at Marv's birthday party, man. Marv from LA. You know, people in LA know who Marv is. Man, look, man, all the boys and girls from the streets. My last show I did, them motherfuckers was like, man, them motherfuckers, dog, who don't get into it like that with somebody at one time in their life? But they wanted to show a video and a one-sided story at TMZ. That's how they destroy my credibility with the lames. With the lames, they don't know no better. They watch TV. That's their Bible. So they destroyed my name and reputation with the lames, the people who I was building up. I've been getting into my godly type of talk, but I'm just saying, it's like...
The reason God is so universally weaponized by predators is because these religions, these patriarchal religions, talk about forgiveness in a way that ends up being like you're complicit in the crime, but what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? When you enable. They enable the predatory behavior, which is why the Catholic Church didn't actually hold any of those priests accountable. They just moved them, right? They paid the victims and they moved the predators. It's an enabling system. That's why I really encourage, if you are progressively minded, if you feel you are deconstructing the patriarchy, please consider deconstructing away from patriarchal religions. If that's your journey, obviously I hope it is. Personally, I hope it is. I'm not making a prescription, but I feel like it's so dangerous to put all of our faith, all of our life, all of our belief into the construct of a man who was simply just a man, who existed so many thousands of years ago, who God knows what was going on. But reminder that even if you believe in Jesus the man, he at the end of the day just targeted young people around him. He was young himself at the time, but he was targeting young people around him to congregate together, to go out and spread a word. He was picking people up. He was, you know, in the worst case scenario, running an MLM. In the best case scenario, a hippie who thought he was helping. Okay? And it still isn't good. But see how he says, oh, my godly. I'm getting into my godly. Godly, God, this word, Jesus Christ, like this place. All the modern ones, Andrew Tate and Sneeko, what do? They do Islam. They go, oh, I'm a Muslim now. Are you, bro? Are you? And same, like, if you're going to be a Muslim, but even Islam should be deconstructed. But still, like, come on. These men are obviously using your religion as a shield for their bad behavior.
Oh, it is what it is, man. I ain't got to spend the whole show on this. I just wanted to say that all you cats who use my name and likeness to make a living, all right, you can't stand me. That's why you talk crazy and greasy. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We got to stop reading out the Bible now and start reading out of the Book of Batman, out of a comic book.
Right.
Gotham City, verse 1. Man.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Craig.
Yep.
Darlene. Yeah. You remember them kids who jumped on that woman in Chicago?
Yeah.
If that was your sister and you walked up, what would you do?
I ain't seen it.
The woman who got jumped on.
Do you guys remember this story? It was really sad. A woman with her child ended up just getting, I don't know why, just harassed and beat up by a group of kids, which is very scary. Okay. But look how he's about to justify his crimes.
How? Physically?
Well, at the moment, it looks like that was the only thing that was working. Doesn't look like those people could be talked down.
I never seen the video.
They were kids.
Well, yeah, my sister.
One day they was kids jumping on a woman, right? Craig, if you woke up and you see 3 or more kids jumping on your sister, what are you gonna do?
Man, kids just going to sleep. Yeah, kids just going.
So now he's saying, oh, see, you guys are painting me as the bad guy, but what would you do in this scenario that has nothing to do with my scenario whatsoever? And he knows it's going to maybe evoke emotion out of people because it was a really devastating video. But like, what does that have to do with your situation?
To bed. Betty, bye-bye. Yeah, and if I got my, yeah.
Now you was brought up under a moral compass. If you walking with your 6-year-old son and a 9-year-old girl walked up to your son and slapped him while you was holding your son's hand while walking, what are you gonna do to that 9-year-old girl? Push her till she fall on her ass.
And then there was a gang. And then there was a gang of other kids too. Like,
what is even this scenario? What do you mean you would push her till she fell on her ass? Like, what are we even talking about?
Chiming and jumping.
I never seen the video.
Oh, you got to look that whole story.
Yeah, look at the video. They jumped on this woman who was sick with cerebral palsy.
Oh, wow.
And her 2 little children.
And her 2 kids.
What, they was robbing them or something?
Let me say this, because I want to make sure this is clear. Men, women, and children can get it. You heard me? Run tell that. Men, women, and children can get it. Now run with that. Everybody can get it if the danger is in the air. Everybody can get it if the danger in the air. Yeah, everybody can get it. And you know what? Let me tell you something about you lames. Everybody's afraid who has morality and something to do. Everybody's afraid to get into a physical altercation with somebody they don't know because of all of the ramifications that come with it.
Right.
Everybody's afraid of getting into, look, when the lame was up here, when Tampon was up here, I know what all I got to do. I ain't worried about him whooping me at all, but I knew he would run to the courthouse and try to sue. That's why the streets, I'm talking about the real get-downers, you was wise, you did the right thing, OG.
Hell yeah.
When I had the YNs tell me that.
Is he threatening people? I can't tell what's happening.
Man, you did the right thing, OG. But these are the young YNs that's brought up under a certain code. The YNs that told me that was with their father, who is implanted in the streets. One of my main homies from Chicago, his name is T, and this motherfucker is the streets in Chicago. You understand?
Is he like bragging about knowing dangerous people? He's like, yeah, I know dangerous people. Like, he's saying like, oh, I know people who could do stuff, right?
He be with his sons. You hear me, Craig?
Hell yeah.
When he came, last time I saw his sons, they all came to my show in Milwaukee. Now, T is the definition of the streets, man. And I was so proud that he was with his sons. And his sons ain't no motherfucking joke, boy. One of them don't even really smile. You know, you speak to some guys, they do this, because they be like, because they ain't with no games. You get what I'm saying? But they grew up with their dad, where they're influenced enough to be with their dad. Well, first of all, their dad ain't no joke. So they ain't no joke. I'm saying all this to say, man, I have a lot of people tell me how smart I was for, you see what I'm saying? Finding a way up out of that. Finding a way up out of that. But
do you know what I'm saying? Like, this whole conversation is so interesting to me because it's obviously like patriarchy. It's like male dominance. It's like violence is the only way to show dominance, even though it feels very weak of character. He feels like a man who doesn't fight his own fights unless he's hitting a woman. You know? But also like the fact that they have a pretty good following and they get like, let me see. Because they almost have 500,000 followers. And let me see how the show generally does. It does okay. It's like, it could do better for its size. It's clips. These are just the clips, you know? I mean, they probably have an okay following. Let me see the live stream. I mean, live stream views are pretty good. I mean, they're not bad. I would say he has a pretty consistent, yeah, these are not bad numbers. 200,000, 100,000. Like, the streams are getting better, way better views than the clips are getting. But this is why, what I think is so... And I'm glad generally the reaction to this has been horrified. Okay? Like, generally, almost every person I've seen cover this has been absolutely disgusted. They're sick of it. They're over it. Okay? But him saying, oh, it's a conspiracy theory, him saying TMZ's trying to come for me, him saying, you know, even in the beginning, them saying there is no video of me hitting a woman and there's absolutely a video of him hitting a woman, right? The fact that there was all these witnesses too, I think is so important. But there's absolutely video of it happening. The fact that he felt empowered to do it. The fact that he posted this video and called it comedy. Okay, I'm sorry to trigger people, but I just want to remind people, especially if you just came in, this is a bad person.
You say, Corey, what are you talking about? Corey, you crazy. Get the fuck out of here. This little girl was in her bliss with her mouth wide open. She was
5 years old.
It had the cap on it and everything. They took it out of her mouth.
I really do think that patriarchy traumatizes men to see sex everywhere. I really do think when you do not have a healthy relationship with sex, which is why I believe in sexual liberation, you see sex everywhere, even in children. I really do think we form people this way. I think some people, sure, might be born pedophilic, but I genuinely think perfectly healthy babies end up being formed into thinking they're seeing sex in a child because of the way they're being brought up. I see it in my own family. The way people, you know, oh, that little girl's wearing this, oh, that ad, oh, the way she's like, you know, and I'm like, why do you see sex there? Like, why do you see sex there? And I'm realizing, like, I think that's why my relationship with porn was so different, because I was liberating myself even when I was in the conservative bubble. I knew from a young age there was liberation and deconstructing conservative values. I really think I was lucky. I think I was exceptional and lucky that I didn't have to deal with a lot of sexual guilt, if any, that I didn't have to deal with a lot of shame, because I knew when I was young, I was like, there just can't be something wrong with this. Like, I refuse to believe there's something wrong with this. So something must be wrong in the way that I'm learning about sex. Because I know sex is real. My parents have 10 kids. I know you guys are having sex, so there can't be something that bad with it. You guys have a lot of fucking kids, right? So then there was something in even as a young kid, I was like, okay, there must be something about sex. And that's why I've worked so hard to aim for a sexual liberation direction. The dilemma is we don't know what that means. And there's a lot of grifters, right? There are a lot of grifters and there's a lot of like misunderstanding of what this means. Sexual liberation doesn't mean having lots of sex. Sexual liberation is understanding the context for sex as something more neutral that allows you to exist within the construct of sex being, yes, liberating, or learning more about yourself, or even relating to the fact that not everything is sex, right? Like, liberate yourself from this thing being inherently sexual. This thing, this little thing that poops and pees and gets diarrhea cannot seriously always be sexual. Please lock in. Okay, when I am pooping and shitting and vomiting, like, I'm not thinking about sex, girls. But this thing that also does all of those gross things also is a beautiful thing, also is a fuckable thing, also is an enjoyable thing. But it still is a thing that holds my consciousness. And so I am more than this thing. But when you think human beings are just this thing, that you are not more, that there's no dignity to be had even within the construct of this thing, then of course you're going to limit it to the function that you view this thing giving you, or the function you think it has. And for a lot of people, they're raised to think the function that especially a female person has, a person with a vagina has, let's say it like that, or person, even, honestly, a person that has a hole that's fuckable, not to be gross, but let's be real, is there for that purpose and only that purpose. Which is why you see it even in like gay communities. Okay? It is an entitlement that has been pushed and trained into boys at a young age through patriarchy that has taught them if it has a hole, it's fuckable. Which is why they fuck couches and animals and everything they can get their hands on. And I'm just saying, pause. Wait. Hold on. Let us have a more dignified, a deeper relationship with our sexual experiences. This whole community that talks about godliness or let children be children, let kids be kids, are also the ones, voting for this administration, the same ones who are ignoring the Epstein files, and the same ones that are getting on podcasts talking about little girls being whores. Okay? This is not unique. He is not unique in this. And all of the people around him prove that. He has too many people around him, too many friends of the show, too many followers, and too many listeners for him to be alone in this. And so if he is not alone in this, then we have a serious problem on our hands. Okay? A serious problem on our hands. And so if I can, or if any of these people can help liberate boys out of these bubbles, it's important. This loneliness epidemic is serious because we've seriously failed our boys. We have. All of society has significantly failed boys. Remember, he said he was going to go see his mother? Women in my family tend to protect predators at such a significant rate at this point. And I know it's because they haven't deconstructed patriarchy, and they also have been raised to think it's their job. The way I have fought with my mother over the years, over the behaviors of my family, even more so than my father, which is even more annoying, okay? But the truth is, okay, it's anyone who's upholding patriarchy regardless of gender. If you're upholding patriarchy, you're upholding and protecting predator behavior. And I'm begging you to consider otherwise. If possible, that'd be great. Okay, we're done with this topic because this man is disgusting to me. But actually, we're not done. Well, I guess we're done with him, but we're not done with the topic. Hold on, Indiana's scratching at the door and she's pissing me off. Pissing me off. Oh my God. All right, so let's do this. Oh, wow. She came in here and she's like, bye, bitch. Did you see that? Did you see she made me get up just to leave me again? Oh, my God. My job is so hard. It's because it's nearing her food time. She always knows. She always knows within a 45 to an hour window of when she's going to get fed. And then she gets really demanding with it, Okay, you know what? We'll just let her do what she's going to do. If she's going to open the door, she's going to open the door. Okay, I want to end on this note because I think it's really important and I think it's really going to take us home. We love Therese over here. We've been watching her content. And she made a video about how Epstein... well, not that surprising. And he's not unique in this. This isn't a unique experience. So let's go ahead and watch her talk about it because I think it's so important. And we'll call it a day, okay? I'm sure this video is going to be great.
There is nothing remarkable in the Epstein files. Not the behavior, not the cruelty, not even the scale. What's shocking is that we're still pretending that this is new. Every time a scandal like Epstein breaks, we are encouraged courage to treat it as though it is an anomaly, to see him as a monster, a uniquely depraved man operating far outside of the norm. That could not be more wrong. There is nothing unique about Jeffrey Epstein or the men who went to his parties, visited his island, and engaged in abusive and violent behavior towards women and children. History tells a much colder story. When men gain wealth, status...
Hold on. Chet says, I think women are just more likely to be conditioned into bullcrap. Women are the victims of patriarchy, primarily, as all people are victims under patriarchy, but women are secondary as class citizens, so they will never be in the same level, which is why you have to be very careful when you're viewing patriarchy versus white supremacy, because like patriarchy, which one is more, which one rules over which one is more on the hierarchy of systems, which one is more powerful, patriarchy or white supremacy? It depends maybe on the situation, but also you have to be kind of careful, because at the end of the day, like, women will always be secondary under patriarchy, whether they're white or not. And so I caution people, because even though, yes, the women of my family upheld patriarchal standards, they never would have upheld those standards if the men in the first place didn't create the constructs. Okay? And if not only they didn't create the constructs, if they didn't engage in those constructs continually. Remember, the women of my family were mostly married either as children or young teenagers to men much older. My mother being the exception on her second marriage, which was a love marriage, but her first marriage was also very hard on her. And she was the first woman in her family to ever get divorced, the first woman in her family to ever admit spousal abuse and being hit. Like, she's like a rebel. That's why I can see my mother and say, like, Mom, you got to go to therapy for your divorce. She goes, that happened years ago. I go, you have to go to therapy. You already did something that was incredibly hard and incredibly brave, and you left this situation. You need to go to therapy for it. You deserve therapy. And she's just like, no, I have God. And the problem is her God is patriarchal. So when my brothers or people in my family do bad things, my mom goes, it's sin, it's temptation, it's the devil, instead of, oh, it's psychological, it's trained into us, it's systems. So then the women under these systems make excuses for the men, that the men are convincing them, you have to make excuses for me. This is what happens with debate bros. It's what happens with groups of friends, where women will come forward to one another, I'm going to sneeze, and they'll, oh my God. And they'll side with the man, because the men will convince them, please, 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 please. It was a mistake. I didn't mean to. I was tempted. It was crazy. My brain, it was just like, I didn't. And the women will say, oh my God, he's like my little brother. Okay. He's like my little brother. You're not his therapist. You're his sister. Do something. You know, you're not his therapist. You're his mother. Do something. Defend victims the way you say you have, or you will. Okay? So anyways, all of this to say, make sure you know what role to play in people's lives. You're not people's therapist. Do something. Say something if you can, if it's safe, you know.
And institutional protection, sexual abuse is not an accidental side effect. It's the goal. Epstein did not corrupt the system. He exploited a system that has always existed. To understand this, we have to stop obsessing over every salacious little detail and start looking at patterns. And there is a very obvious pattern with powerful men. And once you see it, these men stop looking exceptional and they start looking familiar. Before we get started, you know what to do. Love or hate, like and share, because the algorithm does not care. Trigger warning, I am going to try not to get into too many details here, because if I do, YouTube will likely flag this video. But given the subject matter, consider your...
Discord said time doesn't heal all wounds and neither does God. Exactly. Guys, time doesn't heal all wounds unless you're doing the work. The time is meant to indicate the work done to heal the wounds. If you do not do the work and time just goes by, no wounds are being healed.
Selves warned.
You're just bleeding out, girls.
I will simultaneously be posting a written version of this on my Substack that contains all of the details, an unedited version, if you will. So if you want to read that to get the full picture, go to my Substack, theresehlee.substack.com. The abuse of women and children by elite men is not a historical deviation. It is the most consistent feature of male power. Men do not become powerful and then randomly abuse women and children. The men who are either born with or relentlessly pursue.
Which is why I showed you the comedian before, because, you know, he's not as powerful or popular, but he is an example, or the people you know in your life. Like, We know every day that people abuse people when they don't have power. Now imagine they did.
To this level of power and wealth do so precisely because it allows them to dominate, exploit, and remain immune from consequence.
Which is why we talk about, I'll link the video chat. I know, I see you asking. Which is why we say rape is ultimately about power. All of this stuff is about power, status, control, hierarchy, which is why it's so inherently like evil, because it's even more than the rape. I know that sounds bad, but it's more than just the desire to have. It's not like these men desire sex. That's not what they're aiming for. That's not why they're raping you. Because, you know, they could have sex. That's why when incels say, oh, I want to have sex. Okay, go hire a sex worker ethically and pay her correctly. And they'll be like, no, I want these women to want me. Oh, so it's not just about sex, is it? It's about relationship. It's about being needed and wanted for the incels. Now, minus them. When it comes to the rapist, it's not about the sex, or they could go get consensual sex. It's about the power. It's about the control. And individually speaking, it's about whatever their fucking issue is. Because obviously not every rapist is the same. It's not a monolithic experience. And then you have to take into consideration the fact that a lot of people are trained so heavily by patriarchy to think sexual assault is so normal and expected that they will even engage in behavior that they didn't even know was not necessarily an option to engage with. When I tell people sexual liberation bubbles, like progressive bubbles, liberated, and if they get to your kids fast enough, will save your kids from all of these things you're so fucking terrified of all the time. Because listen, the rapists are going to rape no matter what. But the kids you're worried about, the ones you are mythically worried about all the time, who might be in a position of not knowing better, then teach them better. But you won't, because you think it's progressive propaganda. You deny your kids any tools to get informed consent. And then you wonder why one day they will be accused, because they will have done something. They will have done something.
Isn't about the pathology of any individual man. It's about the male power structure. And history is full of men just like Epstein. So many, in fact, that in the interest of time and your attention span, I've had to narrow it down to the stories of only 5 men to illustrate this point. First up, Gilles de Rais. Baron Gilles de Rais was a French nobleman, a military hero of the 100 Years' War, who fought side by side with Joan of Arc, one of the wealthiest men of his era. He also tortured, raped, and murdered dozens, if not hundreds, of children. Let me be very clear about what elite protection actually looks like. Baron de Rais was not operating in secrecy. He was operating in plain sight. As a Breton nobleman and marshal of France, he had enormous wealth, private castles, armed retainers, basically like a private army, and legal autonomy. And he used that power to abduct children, servants, and peasants who had no social protection. Children were lured with promises of work, money, or patronage. Others were just snatched straight from the villages that surrounded his estates. Many were brought into his castles under the authority of his household, meaning that their disappearance was explained away as employment or service. Accurately describing what this man did to kids will likely get this video taken down. Let me just say that there was detailed testimony of the most heinous stuff that you can imagine. Trophies were kept, if you know what I mean. Some witnesses recounted that he derived pleasure not only from the things that he did, but from the fear that his victims experienced and the power that he had to determine whether or not their lives ended. Think about those Sasha Riley interviews and the things that he described during his time being trafficked through Epstein's network as a young man. It was even worse than that. It's not just about what Baron de Rais did. It is about how long he was allowed to do it. Parents complained. Villagers talked. The clergy knew. Local authorities were aware that children who entered his castles and estates were never seen again. And nothing happened. No action was taken. Why? Because Gilles de Rais was rich, noble, and politically connected. He was a goddamn war hero. He was untouchable until he became inconvenient. When he was finally arrested and tried, it wasn't because society suddenly decided that the safety and well-being of children actually mattered. Oh no. It was because he was in a fight with the church and the Duke of Brittany over land and some money, and they wanted to get rid of him. His crimes became actionable only once his power threatened other powerful men. And even then, the trial focused as much on heresy and disobedience as it did on the murders themselves. Gilles de Rais was a textbook example of what happens when a man has wealth, authority, lots of private spaces, and a population that cannot refuse him. The violence was extreme, but the reaction was very ordinary. Children are the most vulnerable members of society. They have no power and
You know, this is making me think about, and I don't know if this is accurate to expand upon here, but I was just thinking about, like, we have this obsession, some people, with serial killers and like deeply empathizing with their childhood and how they got there and all that other stuff. I mean, like really heinous serial killers. And I've been thinking about this idea because I don't really think you need to have well, the problem is because I think everyone is fucked up. You have to deconstruct, not deconstruct means to pull apart and understand the details of. What that means in practice. So what does that mean practically? That everybody is fucked up. It means in practice that everybody deserves the attention and care required for healing. And it means that if we do not intervene, the probability of that person suffering unwisely and more than necessary over the span of their life increases. It also can mean that some of those people, not all, not even most, that suffering will end up impacting those around them at a great and significant degree. Even something as extreme as serial killing, let's say. But then it makes me wonder, like, because I've never found in the true crime bubbles any solutions. I've only just found a sort of, what's this word, guys? What's this word we use? Masturbatory, when you're kind of masturbating over the idea of how, like, giving you are, or how, like, saintful, you know what I'm saying? And I wonder if there's that, like, people watch true crime and become obsessed, and then a sense of justice hits, but their sense of justice is becoming, like, stalkery and weird and obsessive. No, not altruistic. Not catharsis. It's there's a saying. It's like I think it's a newer self-indulgence. Oh, I can't remember what it is. It's, you know, sometimes they say it, navel gazing, love that. The one that they use, sometimes benevolent racism, only with this, it's like, it's kind of like that, but about this, I don't know, but like there's like this obsession with saying, I care. But what you care about is sort of like how main character it makes you feel. Because when you know everything about this case, when you know everything, when you can go into everyone's comments about this thing, you're like, actually, I know this thing. It makes the story, instead of about the victims, about you and what you know about the victims. And I feel like that sometimes happens in these stories where people are going to get obsessed with, like a performance activism, like a performance virtue signaling, maybe a combination of all those, chat. It's a performance, but it's real. It says something about you. Like, not that you're an evil person, but that this might be the thing you wish somebody gave to you. Almost an obsessive desire to see you win. You remember when Gypsy Rose was everywhere and I was like, guys, I don't like her, and everyone was mad at me? Do you guys remember how mad everyone was at me? And I said, I'm sorry, I just don't get it. I think she's a bad person, and I'm sorry that she went through that, but I feel like you guys are making, like, I don't know, I'm not seeing what you guys are seeing. Do you remember how mad people were at me? And I know why I knew they were going to be mad at me. And I was like, guys, I think she might be a bad person. And like, now everyone's turned on her, but I don't want you to turn on her. I wish you had the discernment not to uplift her in the first place. You know that saying, we always make the wrong people famous? I know you see yourself in Gypsy. I know you see yourself in these people. I know you see yourself in the wounded. I do too. But we owe it to our communities and to ourselves to be responsible with how we voice compassion and how we reaffirm in people their allowance for justice. Okay? That there will be people in positions of power and people not in positions of power who will absolutely utilize any amount of sympathy or empathy you have for them to continue being a horrible person. And eventually, and this is why I think men talk about in the conservative bubble, they'll say, oh, when you start on regular porn, eventually it's not good enough and you have to watch more extreme porn. Yeah, I think you're telling on yourself in a way I need you to really understand. That is not a universal experience. That is your relationship with porn. It's like drugs. People are like, oh, weed is a gateway drug. It absolutely is not. Nothing is a guaranteed gateway into anything more extreme. It is your relationship with the thing, not you, like you're to blame, but you need to be aware not everyone is having this experience. Some people do all kinds of drugs and never have problems and turn around and keep going. Maybe that's not your story. Maybe for you, weed made you go into psychosis. My empathy, my sympathy. Not everyone's having that experience, but we should bring to light that for some people, they might experience psychosis, and for other people, they won't. And then you can make risk-aware decisions, right? And that's what it is. It's like, we need to understand we're not having universal experiences. And look, this even goes for age gap relationships. I've said this 1,000 times. I'm not a fan, and usually I'm very cynical, but I understand on a planet of 8 billion people, there will be exceptions to certain age gap relationships. Do I not say that? The problem is you think you're the exception, and you're more likely not. You cannot live your whole life thinking you're the exception to every rule. Maybe a couple, but not every single one, guys. You cannot be the only person in America who's super good with money and the system still is getting you down. You can't be the one person who's really good at parenting, but like your kids came out shitty. Like you can't be the one person who's like, oh my God, like my toxic relationship with my boyfriend makes sense, but yours is crazy. Okay, girl.
Are always treated as disposable. A powerful man's reputation mattered more than the lives of those children. Accountability only arrived when the interests of the elite shifted. This is the pattern for every powerful abuser. Aristocratic power does not restrain violence. It licenses it. Now let's travel back in time a bit to imperial Rome. If absolute power reveals character, then Emperor Tiberius is one of history's clearest case studies. Tiberius succeeded Emperor Augustus, ruling Rome from 14 to 37 AD, inheriting an empire that was already structured around slavery, patriarchy.
All those men who are like, do you think about the Roman Empire? Honestly, are you actually thinking about the Roman Empire? Or are you only thinking about the things that you felt like you benefited from? Because when I think about the Roman Empire, I'm kind of thinking like of all the rape and pillaging.
And extreme hierarchy. For most of his reign, he governed from a distance, but in his later years, he withdrew almost entirely from Rome to the island of Capri. His time on that island functioned as a sealed environment, controlled only by him, staffed by enslaved people, and insulated from public scrutiny. And it is during this period that ancient historians record a pattern of sexual abuse so extreme that it stood out even in Roman elite culture. Suetonius, writing in the Lives of the Caesars, describes Tiberius surrounding himself with enslaved children chosen for their youth. He records that the emperor orchestrated their abuse as a form of entertainment, and that he openly discussed the things he did to very young children, including infants. He was open about it. Just like Epstein and the gang, they put it in their emails. Tiberius is described as speaking so casually about his actions as though his authority placed him beyond any moral.
By the way, that is a trick. Destiny does that a lot. Predator men do that a lot. Oh, it's not that big of a deal, guys. Like, who cares? Like, this is so normal. This is just what everyone is doing. You guys are being so weird about this. Like, literally, you guys are literally being so weird about this. Like, that's what they do. They literally talk about it. Like, you guys are the weird ones for caring about consent. And then you realize, like, oh, and then you start to believe it. You start to gaslight yourself, like, man, like, am I being weird? Am I being a prude about this? It's like, no. And like, that's why there's that like kind of like, hey, I don't mean to be that woke friend, but I think you're maybe like a rapist, bro. And it's like, oh, you don't. Okay. Let's see. Legend with the super chat says, do you think there should be a coordinated effort to take back Epstein Island? A billionaire bought it in 2023. How can you buy a crime scene? Ew. Well, first of all, who's even able to afford that? Nobody that's good, that's for sure. And second, yeah, buying it is crazy. Like, buying it is suspicious as fuck. So, thank you for the super chat. I would not trust the person who bought it. And like, it'd be maybe if they donated it to like a research museum or something. I don't even know. It's like plantations, you know? Why are people getting married on plantations? What's up with that? Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, I'm looking at you. Like, what's up with that? Like, I don't know. I think people are like, we could reclaim the earth, even though the earth isn't ours to claim, but we could reclaim spots and, you know, rebuild or give back to communities. But I don't even know how. Maybe you could sell the property and give the money to the victims. You know? I don't know. It's, what do you do with something like that? Yeah, it's hard to say, like, what do you do? Yeah, give it back to the, just as the Virgin Islands government. Maybe. But I wouldn't trust anybody who'd be willing to buy it, that's for sure.
Or social constraint. Because it actually did. Elite men in Roman society already had extraordinary sexual access to women and children. Sexual violence by powerful men was ignored. And yet, Suetonius and others still felt compelled to record Tiberius's behavior as excessive, grotesque, and worthy of condemnation.
Damn.
I mean, come on, we're talking about a culture that routinely crucified people. The behavior of Emperor Tiberius shocked the Romans. It was that bad. But the fact—
okay, you know how we have that conversation pretty frequently today? What will shock you? What will it be? What is going to do it? What is going to do it in people? Now, the question is, what was it for you? What was it for you? And that's why I say, hey, please go back to being shocked. Actually, that's why I keep trying to encourage you. This is so important, guys. Go back to letting your body be shocked by the world just enough to remember. Because if you feel yourself numbing yourself out, if you feel yourself disassociating from the pain to the point where you're like, oh, a child got raped, whatever, dude, sucks. Instead of like that, like really allow yourself to process that information, because I do think that's what's happening. Like no. I mean, I swear to God, it's at the point where people could walk in on the room, it happening, and then being like, what are you doing here? I told you not to come here, to the kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, it already happens. We see this happen all the time with little kids. That's what I'm saying. Go back to letting your body be shocked a bit. If you're struggling, you know, don't do it if you already know. But if somebody in front of you is like, hey, you know, or if they're acting nonchalant about some of these emails, just be like, hey, just a reminder, like, are we acknowledging how gross this is? You know what I mean? Like, are we acknowledging how disgusting this is? Because if we're not, then we are going to ignore it in the future, or we're going to make excuses for it. You know, but try to remember, like, what is it? Well, how do I know what's right or wrong? That's why I say, don't take for granted the fact that you're like, oh, I should protect kids. Why should you protect kids? Tell me why. Because though I agree with you, I don't know what you mean when you say it. Because a lot of conservatives are out here talking about protecting kids, and God knows that's not happening.
That these acts were recorded did not mean they were punished. Of course, there was no investigation, no legal response, no removal from power. Of course not. He was the damn emperor. The imperial system didn't intervene because it wasn't designed to. The people harmed had no standing, and the emperor had no superior. Later writers turned Tiberius into a symbol of decadence and moral rot, a cautionary tale about—
Actually, fun fact, I follow this, or I like his TikToks when they come up on my feed. He's a French vegan. He's a chef, and he talked about how French cooking for the elites was always a showmanship of, we can do it more intense and honestly more gross, like stuffing animals into other animals into other animals. And he said there's something really disgusting about the way we consume food and the gluttony around our food, meaning like torturing animals, foie gras, like all of these things. And he's trying to make the point that, you know, the reason he went vegan in a big way was a dignified reason, because he noticed there was just so much abuse in order for these kings and queens and whoever else to eat. So I think, like, when we're not trying to be perfect, but we are trying to acknowledge, oh yeah, like the way we show status is like, what can I get away with? And the only reason you're getting away with it is because you're rich and you can get away with it. I heard in some rich bubbles, it is literally easier to take the parking tickets than to worry about where you're parking. Like, to take the speeding ticket instead of worrying about anything else. To like basically get fines rather than being inconvenienced. Imagine being so rich and paying people to get things off your record that you don't have to follow the rules and you wonder why the world ends up the way it does. You know? Yeah. Well, Chet said it's not just food, it's pushing boundaries. Well, that's the point. If you're willing to do it to a non-human animal, you're going to be willing to do it to a human to a certain extent. I see it. I see the entitlement. I see why vegans associate cow rape with what's happening to female cows, because they have to be raped in order to be impregnated. On these farms, these mass farms, guys, they're not having the cows impregnated by bulls. They're inserting them. They're inserting them themselves. They're all fisting the cows. They're putting the semen in the girls. And then they're being raped into pregnancy. It's not natural cycles of pregnancy. The girl cows aren't, meeting the boy cows, and they're not doing it's not that. They're in a line, just also we can have milk. And so that's it. They would keep them pregnant so they can produce milk.
A bad ruler. And every YouTube video I've seen about the guy basically does that too. Every documentary. But that framing, again, shifts attention away from structure and onto personality. Tiberius did not abuse children.
Wait, Chad says my uncle. He'll park anywhere because he's rich and says the rules are stupid. There you go.
Because Rome failed to restrain.
And look, the rules might be stupid, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't follow them.
Him. He abused them because Rome gave him absolute authority over bodies that the law did not recognize as being worth protecting. This is the pattern that repeats. When a system allows one man or a small group of men total control, isolation from oversight, and access to vulnerable people, abuse is not an accident. It's the predictable outcome. If you want to understand how sexual violence becomes routine under power, look no further than the colonial.
And listen to me when I say this. This is why I will call up women who are dating some of my brothers and be like, break up with them. Break up with them. They might not even be on this level, but they are not. You can't break up with them. And I do not give a fuck. You better be careful. That's why these boys, you know what I mean? That's why everybody in my life, they really think like, this is what I'm saying. I am that girl. And I know it's obnoxious. And you say, keep it, stay in your business. I will stay in my business when it doesn't come at the expense of a person. But if I see a girl, a vulnerable person, you know what I mean? Even if she'll hate me, I need to tell her, I love you. I see you. I love him too. I get it. You will have a miserable life. Your life will be miserable. Okay? And you can be mad at me. You can be like, oh, Brittany, you're nosy, you're in people's business. I hear you. But I am not the person to sit at a wedding. I'm just not that person. I'm not that person. I'm not that person to pretend at a wedding. I'm not that person. Not for loved ones. Like, obviously, maybe I'll keep my mouth shut with certain people. But generally, like, because what's the worst case? They hate me. Okay, girl, so you see the people, how they talk about me on Reddit. You think I care? Like, be mad at me all you want. And it's not even so I can say I told you so. It's so when shit gets bad, you can come talk to me. Because that's the other part of it. When this shit does go south, at least the one person in the family who had your back. And we're not doing enough of that. We keep telling men to hold their boys accountable. Women start telling girls, hey, no. And by the way, girls used to tell me all the time, and I understand I've been there where I don't see it. I've been there where I was like, no, I'm the exception. I can help him. I'm the exception. And now I just try to pay really good attention to when people are like, Brittany. And I'm like, fuck. Okay. Learn your lesson and then pass it on to others.
Plantation. Thomas Thistlewood was an 18th century British plantation owner and overseer in Jamaica. Unlike many enslavers whose crimes are reconstructed indirectly via historical records, Thistlewood documented his own actions in meticulous daily journals that he kept for almost 40 years. He named the women. He recorded the dates. He logged pregnancies resulting from sexual assaults. He noted punishments for insolence. Sexual violence appears alongside weather reports, crop yields, and labor assignments. It's treated as an administrative detail. Enslaved girls were assaulted as soon as they were considered old enough to be useful. You can guess what age we're talking about here. Thistlewood did not fear exposure. His his journals were not confessions. They were records. He lived in a society where enslaved women were legally defined as property, where rape was not recognized as a crime, and where white men's sexual access was an assumed right of ownership. There was no mechanism for accountability because the entire plantation economy depended on this structure remaining intact. Thistlewood was not punished. He was not ostracized from society. He was not exceptional. He was very ordinary. That is the most disturbing part. The only difference between him and the rest of them is that
Hey, what did PragerU say about the Epstein files? Because Discord just reminded me of Christopher Columbus. What did PragerU say about the Epstein files? Because remember how they were like, Christopher Columbus? That guy existed so long ago. How could you hold him up to modern standards?
he wrote it down. His journals survive not because he was notorious, but because he was typical. Historians value them precisely because they reveal how normalized this kind of violence was within racial capitalism. Thistlewood did not need secrecy, networks, or cover-ups. The law itself protected him. The economy rewarded him. Society affirmed his authority. Sexual violence was not a scandal. It was a feature of the system. And if you understand...
right there.
Affirmed his authority. Sexual violence was not a scandal. It was a feature of the system.
Okay. Listen to me when I say this, okay? Patriarchy, the loneliness epidemic, capitalism, this is all a feature of these systems. These systems were always going to be bad because they required so much exploitation, and eventually the exploited, they had enough. Okay, there's always enough. But the problem is we'll get better and then we'll get worse and then we'll get better and we'll get worse and it'll be a whole thing. But I wish men suffering from the loneliness epidemic really understood that this is a feature of the system that they keep uplifting. I wish women or conservatives who talk about protecting children understood that your bubbles, children being victims, are a product of that system, right? And the dilemma is, like, it took me a really long time to even understand systems in that way. Like, it did. It took me a long time because I understand systems, but I didn't embody the understanding. So that's what's happening is a lot of people are logically getting it, but they're not embodying. So earlier in chat, I said something against capitalism, and someone said, what's better, socialism? You're not having an embodied understanding of the question. If you embody, like it's in your, like you understand it. You don't just understand it and you just don't understand it. You understand it. You're like, oh, got it. Like, got it. Okay. And like, it has to show up in your life. And you have to also understand that you're only one person. So you have to do your best within those constructs. It's hard though, because people say, oh, if you know right or wrong, then you'll always do right. Even though we know right from wrong, we will continue to do wrong. The idea is to do less wrong. You want to be less bad every day instead of more good, because then you're assuming that you're really good. You want to be less bad every day. You know? Actually, let me see if I can paint this for you, because I kind of just had an image in my head that maybe it will help. It's kind of like if you've got a meter here and this is how much bad you have. Maybe that's too much bad. Maybe you have, hello, this much bad, okay? And maybe this part is good. Like maybe this part is still good because it's not all the way bad. And you're only seeing it from this part. Like you can't see this part. Then you might be like, oh my God, I'm so good. But if you start to go backwards and realize like, yo, you got to clean this up, bro. So you can swing back around and come back again to this part here. Then it's more like, oh, shoot, I got to start doing less bad. So my meter empties out of all the bad. Okay, I start to get rid of all the bad. And look, it won't be perfect, right? Because we're humans. Okay, so there might still be some residue of bad. Okay, finish my thing here. There might be a residue of bad, but still you can take the good, go backwards and come back around and make sure it's all good. And then, hey, you can't clean it up perfect, but it's okay. And then now you can keep going. So now you're past. Okay, it's like, yeah, it's like a little fucked, but hey, it's much better. It's less bad. And now you can continue forward into more. Does that make sense? That's how I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, we can't go back to the past, but we can clean up what we did. And then we got to turn back around and keep going to the future. We got to keep moving. Okay, it's not going to be perfect, but you got to do it. To even start to think about yourself as good. But you still got to be less bad every day, you know?
And if you understand this precedent, you will understand modern abuse networks. When bodies are commodified, sexual exploitation.
Oh, yes, Discord. It's like rebuilding a house. I love that. Exactly. You mean, because like, let's say a house is like falling apart. You don't, let's say there's still parts of the house that are good. You don't demolish the whole house, but you go room to room, redoing the whole house. And then you have your posts that keep the house going. And so eventually the whole house will be repaired and everything will be good again. But then over time, other rooms will start to decay. You know, you'll need to replace it eventually over the years. Yeah, I got you.
Always follows. When power is absolute, abuse becomes normalized. Business as usual. That is not a moral failure of one man. It is the...
Yes, Discord said it, and some people only live in the good room. Exactly. Some people have a whole house and only the living room is livable and everything else is like, but they don't attend. That's how you look at being a whole human being. Imagine being a whole human being. My concept around being a whole human being. Imagine it's like a house. I need you to do all of the parts of the house so you can be a whole human being, right? But if you don't, then okay, great. You worked on your spiritual health. Awesome. But what about your mental health? What about your physical health? What about your financial health? What are you even doing in this story? Who are you? Oh, great. So you know who you are. Okay. You're the like mooch brother who doesn't get a job and blames everyone else for his problems. Okay. Have you ever thought about your mental health? Because that might actually help your financial health. Oh, and your philosophical, spiritual health? You know what I mean? Like you got to do the whole thing. Now, of course, you can't do the whole thing overnight. So then you have to give yourself patience and breathe and do one thing at a time. Or sometimes you can do one thing. Like I couldn't get my financial health. I could not become financially stable and live within my means. I literally could not swipe a credit card to save my fucking life until my mental health got better, until my philosophical work got better. Once my mental and philosophical work got better, my financial health got better and my physical health got better. Those things are very connected. Like, and those things are always being compromised, right? That's why, you know, I always give myself a rule of like, I learned this from DBT. I got to sleep well, drink water, and eat well. And I can only compromise on one thing a day if I have to compromise on anything. So let's say, well, I didn't get good sleep. Well, then I got to make sure I get my water in today. And I got to make sure I eat well today. I didn't really eat that much today. Like I didn't have an appetite. Okay, well then make sure you drink your water and make sure you get a good night's sleep. Like I won't let myself compromise in all three. And if I compromise in all three, that means I'm really sick, like I got a flu or something, something's really wrong, and or I'm really burnt out, and so then I got to take care of other things, because that means something is missing. If I'm unable to maintain, then shoot, that's a good sign. That's data for me to know, maybe I need therapy, maybe I got to do something, maybe I need help, you know?
Logical and predictable outcome of an economic and legal order built on domination. Which brings us to America's third president. Thomas Jefferson built his public legacy on Enlightenment language about liberty, natural rights, and human equality, while private...
Thank you, Chad, for updating us on Christopher Columbus. Sorry, Therese, I keep pausing her. For updating us that Christopher Columbus was also at his time considered despicable and disgusting and stripped of his titles. Thank you so much.
Exercising total ownership over hundreds of enslaved people. Among them was Sally Hemings, an enslaved girl who was the half-sister of Jefferson's deceased wife and who became pregnant by Jefferson while he served as a U.S. minister to France. Hemings was 14 years old when Jefferson began sexually exploiting her. Under Virginia law and under the institution of slavery itself, Hemings had no legal capacity to consent. Jefferson controlled every aspect of her life, including her labor, her movements, her family, and her body. We know that Jefferson fathered at least 6 children with Hemings. Extensive documentary evidence shows that Jefferson was present at Monticello at the time each of those children would have been conceived, while other potential candidates were absent. Y chromosome DNA testing of Hemings' descendants further confirms that the father was a member of the Jefferson line, and no other Jefferson male fits that historical timeline. Literally nobody else was there. What followed was not accountability, but erasure. Jefferson remained the embodiment of Enlightenment ideals. Sally Hemings was reduced to first a footnote, then a rumor, then a controversy. For more than a century, historians dismissed Hemings' own testimony and the testimony of her children, portraying their relationship as unproven, consensual, or even romantic. And pop culture did the same thing. This denial...
That in the conservative bubbles growing up, there was a lot of conversation about how enslavers were good to their enslaved and how they actually fell in love and weren't racist because they had babies with the people they enslaved. How could they be racist if they're willing to have sex with them? That's why, and I know it's hard for people to process, when you start really deconstructing white supremacy and you understand what racism is, not only as a system and a structure, but as like an influence and propaganda, you start to realize like there's levels to this. It's not as simple as like, oh, I don't judge people for what they look like. It's something more, what do you use the word, like insidious, but it's so much more than that. Like, it's like so deeply dismissive and cruel to rewrite someone's rape as love. And to do that to somebody when they're enslaved, I think is like even more egregious because it's so obviously rape. How can an enslaved person consent if they can't even consent to leaving the house or leaving that space? You know, like, what does that even mean? And that's why people have to understand, like, patriarchy plays into this idea. She wanted it. She was wet. She was wanton. She got pregnant, didn't she? She obviously was there. It's like a deep misunderstanding of informed consent or a deliberate denial of interest in even looking into it because they want to keep doing what they're doing. It is really painful. Because, you know, you remember how we talked about that Australian study that was done about, I think 1 in 24 men said they would try something with a kid if nobody was around. I don't know how good that statistic is or how reliable it is. But I think what's interesting about it is that it actually kind of sounds right to me. I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. Based off of the amount of people in my life, the amount of 30-year-olds in my life dating, I swear to God, she's 18. I swear to God, she's 18. I swear she's 18. She said she's 18. Yeah, 1 in 24 sounds right. Too many people do I know or know of who are like, I swear, bro. And those are the girls I call up if I get access. If somebody tells me a story about a girl who's 18, 19, and they're dating a guy who's 30, I'm like, give me her DMs, give me her Instagram. Now, do people give me her contact? No. But if I can find it, especially if she's, you know, especially if it's one of my brothers, I will slide into those DMs. You better be scared of me because I will do it. Because how am I going to let a 19-year-old girl date one of my 30-year-old brothers? and not be like, hey, no. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely not. But I'm sure a lot of people are like, Brittany, that's literally normal. They're literally legal adults. Bro, she can't even buy a beer, bro. In California, she can't even buy cigarettes, bro. She can't even smoke weed, bro. What does she know about anything? What does she fucking know about anything? No. And that's what it is. That is the uncomfortable part of doing any of this work is you will have to be the bad guy, but make sure you're the bad guy for the right reasons. And that's what it is. Do I have the wisdom and discernment to make sure I'm the bad guy for the right reasons? God, I hope so. I hope so, because I'm really trying to break this generational curse, you know?
Functioned to protect Jefferson's legacy as a moral philosopher and founding father. Hemmings remained enslaved for most of her life. Jefferson did not free her during his lifetime. He did not free her in his will when he died. She was listed among Jefferson's property in an inventory of his estate. She was
fucking disgusting.
Valued at $50. Her children were freed selectively and quietly, often only after reaching adulthood, in ways that minimized public scrutiny in order to preserve Jefferson's image. Jefferson understood power not only as ownership in the present, but as narrative control in the future. He left no public acknowledgement, no written reckoning, no disruption to the myth that surrounded him. The institutions that followed obliged him. Liberal political ideals have long coexisted very comfortably with the domination and sexual exploitation of women. The violence disappears from the record not because it was rare, but because it was inconvenient to America's founding narrative. Jefferson's legacy shows just how easily moral language can coexist with sexual exploitation when the system itself is designed to protect white male power. A man can write about freedom while denying it completely to the woman he owns, and history will still call him great. That is foundational in American history, particularly as it relates to the founding fathers. Donatien Alphonse François, otherwise known as Le Marquis de Sade. He was a French writer, libertine, political activist, and nobleman, best known for his novels, short stories, plays, dialogues, and political tracts. He was also notorious for his imprisonment for sex crimes, blasphemy, and pornography. So much so that the word sadism.
So then what happens is conservatives hear all these stories and they go, this is why porn is bad. This is why women shouldn't let men objectify them. This is why women should dignify themselves enough to cover up. Oh, but if you cover up too much, that's crazy. You need to cover up, just enough. But if you wear a hijab, that's crazy. Okay. Oh, you should be, giving yourself up to who? A man? God? The church? Patriarchy? It's like, I really wish I could get through to everybody. Like, I wish this microphone really worked in a sense that everyone who heard me really got what I was trying to say and embodied that feeling. I wish I could liberate my siblings from this archaic way of thinking about things. I wish I could take all of the religious bullshit we learned growing up and just tell people hey, if you really want to protect kids and you really want to get your shit together, you've got to be able to watch anime without freaking out. Because I do think the inability to watch anime without freaking the fuck out, is also a part of it, because you freaking out is not helping. If you have a principled stance against something, that's one thing, but you have to understand that I grew up in a bubble that sees, how people on the internet really hate the objectification of women on anime. I get you. I hear you. I'm with you. But I do not freak out. It does not cause temptation in me. It does not make me think of girls as more as of objects. I just sit there and roll my eyes and think Jesus Christ, this is so stupid. The story is so good. Why do they ruin it with this stuff? There are people who hear you saying that and they go, oh, what I'm hearing is you agree with me. This thought makes me crazy. I have bad nightmares after this. This is tempting me. Tempting you to do what? That is what religious, sexual oppression gets you. Is it makes you crazy for this thing that's not even that big of a deal. Yeah, sex is not that big of a deal. You don't have to objectify it though, thinking, oh, it's not a big deal literally, but it's not as big of a deal as you freaking out over seeing a person's toe. Why do you think people seeing people's ankles drove men crazy? Because we trained human beings this way. We literally trained them and we're reinforcing it with these fucking religious beliefs, okay? And that's the point. We're literally forcing so much unnecessary suffering on our kids. It's insane.
Or sadist, derived from his name, is the term we use to describe a person who derives pleasure from inflicting pain. Throughout his adult life, de Sade was repeatedly accused of severe sexual violence against women and girls, including assault, coercion, and physical abuse. Multiple victims testified that they were confined, threatened, drugged, and subjected to violence under his control. This was official testimony, which amazingly resulted in arrests, trials, and periods of imprisonment. However, while he was repeatedly jailed for these crimes, he was also repeatedly released. Desaad's noble status, wealth, and family connections consistently shielded him from any lasting accountability. His wife's family intervened. Royal letters of cachet. These are sealed administrative orders directly from the King of France that could not be appealed. These letters were used both to imprison him quietly and then to release him when politically convenient. His punishments were erratic and focused more on containing the scandal rather than addressing the harm. And even when incarcerated, Desaad retained access to servants, writing materials, and social privilege unavailable to ordinary prisoners. After his death, his crimes were gradually reframed as philosophy. His writings, which fictionalized sexual violence as liberation, transgression, and truth-telling, were absorbed into literary and academic canons. The suffering of real women was abstracted into metaphor. Violence became literary discourse. This is a crucial pivot. Desaad's elevation to misunderstood intellectual allowed elite culture to perform a familiar maneuver, detaching the abuse from the abuser. Ever heard the term, you have to separate the art from the artist? People usually use that phrase when they're talking about Woody Allen or Pablo Picasso. The victims disappeared. What remained was the myth of the provocative genius pushing moral boundaries.
My favorite Picasso memes are like, this is the guy you guys made famous. His art fucking sucks. I don't care what anyone says. It fucking sucks. And like, everyone's like, oh my God, this is the guy. The way we don't wonder these men think they're fucking everything, bro. The way we literally like just encourage people on but the way people act like this man who recently was alive, by the way. Oh my God.
But Desaad was not theorizing violence. He was justifying it and defending it while actively harming women. His work did not challenge hierarchy. It depended on it. The Marquis de Sade demonstrates how misogyny survives not only through denial, but through aestheticization. When powerful men harm women, their cruelty can be repackaged as art, rebellion, or insight. The language changes, the power does not. And that is why Desaad belongs squarely in this lineage of abusers. He reveals how elite sexual violence can persist even long after exposure by being elevated into culture instead of condemned by it. Across centuries and cultures, the pattern is unmistakable. Wealth or inherited status, access to unprotected bodies, institutional silence, cultural narratives that minimize harm, punishment only when convenient for the power structure. Sexual violence is not a glitch in male power. It is a feature. Jeffrey Epstein did not invent elite sexual exploitation. He just modernized it. He scaled it. Private jets instead of plantations. NDAs replaced feudal silence. Business titles replaced noble ones. Financial secrecy and blackmail replaced aristocratic immunity. And the only reason we know as much as we do is because he happened to be friends with the most corrupt president this country has ever had, who himself has been accused by multiple women and girls of numerous instances of sexual assault and found liable for one. If he had never been elected president, we wouldn't even be talking about any of this. The power network behaved exactly as history predicts. Here is another important part of this discussion. Most sexual abuse does not happen on private islands. It happens in homes, by fathers, uncles, stepfathers, grandfathers, older male cousins, family friends. And what do we do when it happens? We close ranks. We minimize. We protect the abuser. We tell the child not to ruin or embarrass the family. We tell the mother to stay silent, to keep the peace.
You know why pedophilia is such a big problem? Because everybody just really seems to like keeping them in their families. Y'all love to keep that creepy uncle, brother, son in the family. And whoever the fuck called them out, usually a woman. Oh, they're crazy, huh? He's such a good guy. He would never. Until we start taking care of the pedophiles within our own fucking families, this is going to keep being a fucking issue.
Abuse of women and children is replicated not just through elite networks, but through ordinary ones. If we want fewer predators, we have to stop making excuses for them. We have to stop shielding them simply because we're related to them.
Yeah.
Family court systems routinely prioritize fathers' rights over children's safety. Mothers who raise concerns are labeled.
There's a TikToker I see on occasion on my feed, and his whole thing is like, children are second-class citizens in America or in the world, that children are actually the most victimized class of people, even more so than women or men, adults. And I do think this is true, right? I do think it is true, though I don't know exactly his expanded opinion on it. But when I hear that, I want to say that, yeah, obviously, because every time a kid comes forward, it is the collection of adults that deny those kids agency for their experience. Like, it is us infantilizing the kids and then saying, oh, they're dick teases. Oh, they're too stupid to know if they're need to transition. Oh, but they also are seducing adults. Okay. Got it.
alienating, hysterical, or vindictive ex-wives. Child protective services are underfunded, overburdened, and structurally biased towards family preservation.
And that is why I say, as much as you think you're the exception to good parenting, it's really hard to be a good parent. Like, I mean, I think it's genuinely very hard, to the point where I'm almost sure even the best intentioned parents will be toxic with their kids, if not accidentally even abuse them. And I say accidentally because I'm willing to take into consideration that even the most well-intentioned, well-studied, well-read parent might make some sort of like even unintentional, like, you know, because I don't think, I understand that for a lot of people, abuse is intentional. I have a really hard time with the word intentional, because sometimes I don't know. I really struggle with that word intentional. I think because I struggle with the idea of free will in a big way. But I will just say that I would implore you to really consider what it means to bring a person into the universe, let alone 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 of them, right?
For child protection. We say we care about children, but we build systems that force them to remain in close proximity to their abusers. You cannot dismantle sexual violence in elite circles while maintaining a culture that excuses it at home. We also have to talk about tech billionaires and finance culture. The modern billionaire class operates inside systems that reward dominance, secrecy, and risk externalization. They celebrate rule breaking as innovation. These industries attract men who believe the rules don't apply to them. Then they surround those men with lawyers, publicists, and private systems, all designed to make that belief a reality.
And they're not saying the rules should apply. They're not saying, oh, the rules shouldn't apply to all of us. They're saying the rules shouldn't apply to me. Because the difference is saying, hey, these rules are stupid. None of us should follow them. It's liberation for all. They're saying, no. Rules for you, but not for thee. And that's the bullshit, because it's the entitlement. Oh, I earned my way here. I'm rich here. My status let me here. I'm allowed to do this because I'm in this position and you're not.
Reality. The warning signs appear early. Private islands, exclusive retreats, non-disclosure agreements, workplaces that are...
Another example of something I really wanted to do in good spirit, but knew I couldn't pull off because people are crazy. Retreats. I love a good retreat. But I realized, like, Brittany Simon, cannot have a retreat under my name and it not become weird. Because I'm a YouTuber. And at the end of the day, people treat YouTubers weird. I don't know what is wrong with people. But people treat celebrity or public figures, even small ones, really fucking weird. Like, if I was just a regular girly in the neighborhood, I wouldn't get that, probably. Like, it just wouldn't probably happen. But because I'm online and I'm on the internet, it just makes people crazy. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't get it. But, you know, there you go. So I'm like, oh, well, dream gone. Bye. Like, who's going to, you know, what it is.
Are extremely hostile to women who speak up. Cultures that punish whistleblowers more than they punish abusers. Because wealth is not tethered to...
But then think about, what if Bray Hartley and I did a little retreat together? Wouldn't that be fun? The Britneys. Wouldn't that be kind of fun? But then that'd get weird. Like, there's going to be a weirdo there. Something's going to be weird. You know what I mean? Someone's going to make it weird. Somebody's going to show up and be weird about it. But that'd be so fun. What are you going to do?
Accountability. There will always be abuse. Not always visibly, not always immediately, but reliably. The Epstein files do not shock me because I know my history. And so far, nothing that those men did was worse than anything that has been done to a Black woman in this country. In addition to the crimes of Thomas Thistlewood I discussed earlier, read the story of the lynching of Mary Turner. It's linked in the description. And it will haunt you until the end of your days. Jeez. The reason people want to believe that Epstein is exceptional is because the alternative is terrifying. If we accept that he is a pattern and not a monster, then the problem is not individual morality.
And I know people might not be like locked in enough to understand what Teresa's saying. She's not even saying the trafficking is the pattern. She's saying the abuse of people is the pattern. The abuse of children, the making excuses, the boys club. Because what people are going to hear, and I know it because they do this when I make comparisons like this, they go, Epstein was like a billionaire sex trafficker. Like my boyfriend is like poor. My uncle works at McDonald's. Like my dad's like a lawyer, but he's not like, this guy's a teacher. And I'm like, okay, that's not what we're talking about. Like, that's not what we're talking about. This happened. If you guys know the story, you do. When I was in high school, I noticed one of the male teachers was touching my friend a little too friendly. And I was like, hey, he can't touch you like that. And she was like, well, he does it to like some of the girls. Okay, he does it to like the cute girls. He never did it to me, of course. You just said, okay. And he had a camera in his room and he had cheerleader pictures all over his wall with the other football players too. And I'm like, something is really suspicious about this man. Then 3 or 4 or 5 of the girls in my class were like, Brittany, I got to tell you, he's touching us. I was like, how, dude? They're like, he's like, oopsies touching us. And I was like, let's go report him. We were all in front of the principal's office. We were like 16 years old. We're all in front of the principal's office. I was like, are we ready, girls? And they were like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I was like, we're so close. Are you sure? And we're like, I can do it. I'll speak for you. And they were like, I can't do it. I can't do it. And they all dispersed. And like, I never told the principal because I was never victimized. And I didn't think anyone would believe me because it didn't happen to me. So anyways, 2 years, I think after I graduated high school, he was arrested. He's in prison now. They caught him filming students. People came forward. It was a whole thing. And look, I don't blame those girlies for getting scared. But the moment I saw him, I was like, he was doing this. He was coming behind my friend and he would go like this. Oh, how are you today? Oh, gosh, you're so tense. Like, oh. And I'm like, girl, he's touching your boobs. She was like, oh, I don't think he meant to go that low. I was like, anyways, he's in jail now. That's all that matters.
The problem is power itself. And that means solutions cannot be cosmetic. They cannot be scandal driven. They require structural limits.
Sorry. Listen. And he did it in front of people, in front of other students, and he played it off like he's cool. That's what I'm saying. The way they do it is to be like, oh my God, why are you being so weird? I'm just giving her a massage. And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh my God, you're so stuck up. Like, that's what they do. They make you feel crazy. You know what I mean? They make you feel like, oh, you're being so like prudish.
On wealth, secrecy, and the dismantling of systems of male dominance. And that is a conversation that patriarchal capitalism wants to avoid at all costs. So the Epstein files do not tell us anything new about men. They confirm something old. When
men as a system
power goes unchecked, sexual exploitation is inevitable.
Exactly.
The only thing we have left to decide is whether we're going to unchecked. So the Epstein files do not tell us anything new about men. They confirm something old. When male power goes unchecked,
when male power goes unchecked, that requires a system. That's not just an individual. Because, guys, an individual man would not be able to get away with things if the system didn't allow him all of these loopholes out of his responsibilities. The reason he gets away with it is because the system allows him to. If the system had checks and balances, if we actually believe victims, then it wouldn't matter if men this, men that, the right people would be held accountable. But he relies and exploits the system. The system, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a system issue. So, okay, I saw a chatter asking me multiple times, what do you mean are all men Epstein? As long as you adhere to the system and support it and understand, listen, I will always welcome people into a changed heart. If you really embody change and you've actually changed, you're welcome. I feel like you're saying stuff because you got caught, that's not good enough. But if I feel that you deeply, really understand what you did, not the predator, my bad, sorry. Let me restate that. To the men who don't check their boys because they don't want to believe their boys would do this, to the brothers, sisters, cousins, whatever, who don't want to believe this about the people in their life, like you have a really hard time believing it, I understand why that's hard to believe. It's just as hard for everybody else who gets to that point. It is just as hard for me to want, like, to stomach or have the realization that somebody I love might have done something. You know what I'm saying? As it is for, like, it's not any easier. It's not like, oh, I woke up today and I fully was born into this great brain that automatically believed victims. No. You know what I mean? Like, I also had to deconstruct and I had to learn that, like, oh, it is happening. Like, it's happening at a rate that's so obnoxious. Like, it's so bad. You know, even the normalization. Oh my God, this video I have coming out is crazy. Like, I don't know if I'll have this one. I'm burning out just thinking about it. But the way men are so allowed, the way women uphold this standard. Again, watch how the men say it and the women react to it. The women aren't saying it. And if the women are saying it, it's because they think it's expected of them. Now, men might say things because they think it's expected of them. But again, go back to who set up the culture and why it ends up this way. Why is this the display of masculinity, of power? Because it's not to take away the responsibility from the women engaging. It's to say, I thought When I came out of conservatism, liberation for me as a woman sexually was letting men touch my boobs. That was a big one. Like, oh, I'm so comfortable in my body. You can honka my boobs. I remember being like literally still a virgin and being like, oh my God, like I have no boundaries with my body because I'm liberated. And then I came to the other side of it where I was like, oh, I'm liberated and dignified. You cannot honka my boobs. Because again, it was just kind of funny. And the boys would be like, oh my God, I get to touch boobs. And I just thought it was fun. I literally thought, and honestly, honka jokes are everywhere. They're everywhere growing up for me when I was growing up on TV. It seems so harmless. And honestly, like, the harm isn't what you think it is. The harm isn't, I wasn't assaulted. That's not the harm. The harm came with the fact that I thought it was what I needed to do to prove I was comfortable in my body. Like the harm comes in the fact that of why I did it and why I thought it was funny versus realizing like, oh, yeah, I'm good. The same way, okay, this is very similar, but very different. Yeah, it felt empowering almost the same way. This is not, it's not similar for a reason, but it's the same. My thinking, the same way like a guy burps are like farts in front of you. And then you're like, I don't care. I burp too. I'm a girl who burps. But like, I don't even want to be a girl who burps or like a girl who farts. But like sometimes like you act like a boy in order so boys know like you're cool. Okay, that needs to be deconstructed. Okay, we need to deconstruct that. You know, we need to, you can still burp and fart as a girl. Just make sure you're not doing it so boys think you're cool. Do you know what I'm saying? You can still let your consensual friends honka. Like there are people in my life that are safe to honka. They're mostly femmes and non-binary, but like that's different. Okay, my partner honkas all the time. You know what I mean? But that's my partner. So it's like, okay, it's not the honka. It's the context in which the honka took place and the why. You know? And that's the thing too. Like, I think that's the problem is people don't know the difference. And then you do have to kind of learn from it. So like I said, you know, I talked about this in my Discord the other day. Not all consent violations are sexual, but all of them need to be addressed. Okay? We need to address the consent violation. Okay? And then we need to, and this is the difference, is you know how women are always like, moms are like, I'm so afraid my son's going to get falsely accused. Look, somebody could lie about your son. But more likely, someone is going to come to your son and say, hey, I really like being your friend, but the way you treated me really hurt my feelings, and I would really like it if you didn't. And your son in that moment has a chance to say, suck it up, bitch, or has a chance to say like, oh man, I'm so sorry, dude. I didn't know that. I'm sorry, bro. Like I fucking suck. And then change the trajectory of that friendship. But it is more likely that the people in your son's life will actually give him 1,000 fucking chances to change his behavior. That's actually more than likely what's going to happen. Even as it comes at the expense of those people begging him to change his behavior. And your son will either do it or he won't.
Exploitation is inevitable. The only thing we have left to decide is whether we're going to keep pretending that each revelation is unprecedented, or if we are finally going to admit that the sexual exploitation of women and children is part of the system's design. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Especially with children. Like, I'm really on this like new wave of children. And it's weird because conservatives will say, oh, all these children are being exploited by like trans people or LGBT people or gay people. And then ignore all of the abuse these kids go through at the hands of their churches, their husbands, their school teachers. Like, listen, I am deeply devastated that we live in the world that we do, that is so casual and flippant about the abuse that so many of us have to endure. I'm telling you right now, I am not going to sit here and ever tell you we're going to fix the world. But I am going to tell you that I do think it is possible from a biological perspective, from a spiritual perspective, from a philosophical one, to have a deeper relationship with this thing we call life. And we know for a fact from our own micro existences, from our own personal lived experience, that we have become less bad and gotten better. And so too can the world. You are not the exception in terms of healing. but it might feel like you are. And maybe in some ways you are in some aspects. But if you can do it, so can other people. The question is how and what tools for them is going to work the same way it worked for you. Because what works for you won't work for them. We cannot live in a world of one size fits all, even though they try so hard. That's why they do gender stuff, guys. We live in a world where everything is segregated. Bathrooms, education, clothing stores. Oh my God. Wait, I was on a fashion TikTok and someone was like, oh, I was shopping in the boy aisle. And someone went, what's a boy aisle? And they said, what do you mean? And they were like, you know, like you're shopping in the boy aisle. And this conversation was happening in the, I think it was like chat or the video. It was in combination. And I was just thinking like, do they not have boy aisle and girl aisles places? But even think about that idea. Now, I'm a girl who shops in all the aisles. Okay? I shop in boy, girl, it doesn't matter. I'm just looking for clothes that fit and that fit my style. But I will say that even that, we're so segregated. We're so segregated. And so, you know, of course the world thinks in these one size fits all solutions, right? Oh, it's exhausting. Yeah. I think the thing that I need to work on in my life personally is obviously I'm trying to be a wise person. It's hard. I'm not there yet. But I would like to be more wise, generally speaking, than I am only occasionally wise. And I want that wisdom to be at the service of my community. That is my personal goal for myself, is how can I learn to be more wise at the service of my community, for my community? Because at the end of the day, that's where I cause so much of the harm, is when people come to me for advice, when people come to me for wisdom, when people come to me for help. How can I make sure that when people come to me for help, I have the wisdom to give them the right tool and apologize when I give them the wrong one? And also let go of the responsibility that isn't mine to have, which is that I am not responsible for how you use this tool, but I'm going to give it to you anyways. And I'm not guaranteeing its outcome, but I might feel bad about the consequence of it. Like people said growing up, like, aren't you afraid? My mom used to say, aren't you afraid about how you're influencing your siblings? Yeah. Every day. Yeah. But, you know, it seems to be that even if we're not perfect, we still have to influence. So to you, my audience, as well as my siblings, I'm doing my best out here. I'm probably not going to give perfect advice, but I promise you, I'm really trying to give good advice. So it might work for you. It might not work for you. I have no bad intentions, but there is no guarantee that something I say won't fuck up your life. So make sure that you also practice discernment and knowing which one of the tools I'm giving works for your life. You know, because one size can't fit all. So whoever is meant to hear what I'm saying and it helps them, great. But not everything you hear is meant for you. You know? And we can only hope to do the same for everybody else. Yeah, what a fucked up little world we live in, huh? But just to end it on a note of gender, I don't think every individual man is an Epstein. But I do think they are incredibly tempted to be. And I think all of us are susceptible to the temptation of being connected to or associated with the concept of an Epstein, whether it's the women who are surrounding them. Remember when Dan Bilzerian was paying all those women to be around him and people wanted to be like him, rich and hanging out with his friends and partying, and then he found out that he was actually like out of money and he was paying those women to be around him to look cool? We need to, especially in this day and age where kids want to be YouTubers, stop telling. This is the problem with adults. Every time you go around saying YouTube is an easy job, you say to those children that your goal should be to be rich and famous because it's easy. It is not easy to be rich and famous. It's actually very fucking morally hard. And on top of that, you have to do really shitty things to do it. And you're telling kids that this labor is easier. And so their brain goes, I want to do that thing because I really want to be that thing. Stop telling kids being a YouTuber is easy. It's not. It's really fucking hard. And if you really, because listen, these same adults that are like, it's so easy to talk in front of a camera, then you do it. You do it. And you know what I mean? And stay a good person and handle the flack and do all the responsibility stuff. Stop telling kids this, because what the YouTuber is today is what movie stars were before. So all those kids go, oh, I want to be rich. I want to be a movie star. And look at YouTube. Look at YouTube only validating successful channels. Oh, are you even a good YouTuber if you don't have 1 million followers? Once again, I don't want to be Epstein. I don't even want to be close to Epstein. I don't want to be Deepak Chopra. I don't want to be any of these men who utilize fame and numbers to convince people you should listen to them because they have followers. That's not what I want. But it is what we tell kids they should want. And it is how we even validate each other as successful. And that's the problem. Yeah. Okay, girls, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good day. I really appreciate you being here. Thanks for this one. It was hard. I know it was a heavy one. I appreciate you listening. Please go cleanse yourselves because God knows. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.